regulation indicates him as integration, but without integrating him, it therefore isolates him. This matter in the of-fused group, differentiated functions had not is realized as the exercise of any kind of concrete IXDWCR over others and as an individual not by it, but through being its basis, the regulatory action is rewelled in all its contradictoriness. Freedom seen as free, organic negation of freedom and as the free dissolution of germ sits of inertia in everyone becomes afraid of itself, and discovers in anguish its individualdom and dangers of impotence and the of which characterize it, and the regulatory third party has BEA-me regulated, integrated, third party, integration by the other will be revealed to it by dislocated reciprocity both as a danger to sovereignty, through the of the group within practical of a single vigil, and as a danger or exile, which means a danger of being killed for the third party seen in his implicit secession as well as a danger at this is that mediation by all is itself reciprocity third parties, of whom is, in himself, the perpetual explosive contradiction which we have called quasi-sovereignty. In this sense, mediated reciprocity relates to circularity insofar as the relation of the powers A and B depends not only their reciprocal recognition but also on a senes of sovereign recogni each may, depending circumstances, either essential or of group. Relations between two % anising actually depend how those who are being reorganized the powers of the two organs, on their having one of them precedence over the other even if the order of precedence has been fixed the other way round, or on their rejecting them both. Thus the being one of the group, both as an abstract, ontological, and as the concrete of the detail depends on my freedom that is to say, constitutes exclusion, physical liquidation and betrayal as real possibilities for me insofar as my eludes me and constitutes itself in the shifting circularity of regulatory actions, insofar as these can, in themselves, and as far as I can tell, become the liquidation of the group or the petrification of cn immunity into an inorganic object. As which to pledged inertia incree, es the tension square in exile and impotent dependence. If the group goes lx beyond the boundaries of the place or of the container if, reason, the place, camp, or the city, are penetrated by happens, for with the clandestine action, the work of enemy as the of a hostile group, is equivalent to being conditioned by spatiality as extension, quasi-sovereign third party is but he is yet his does not cease to be regulatory, through the organs of mediation, I may learn that a particular common initiative has begun elsewhere in the spatio-temporal destiny of the practico-inert field, and with others who are present I will define our action as a su in relation initiative. And of course else whole re is still here, but it is a here whose special characteristics are essential, because I am anxious to know him, and whose universal ubiquity is an inessential abstraction. By this shifting flight of reciprocities, everything is finally put in its place, thus the group can, through its OW it may seem surprising, this appearance of the other does not present itself as an alienation of 69. To any real it I to of the in so as, through his own practical it is a negation of by act. Book praxis to the practices inert, though this alienation elsewhere, but as the rediscovery of free individuality as the sole means and the sole obstacle for the constitution or an organized group. In fact, it is the new reaction of negated multiplicity. Of course, what we have been describing are dialectical possibilities of a purely order. By and in their structural for these contradictions, relate to structures common to groups, do not and cannot give rise to a revival of seriality within unity, to betrayal or Zion by terror, or to the liquidation of the in fact, whatever happens, they to be produced, they the contexture of the group, and because neither actions nor members can be produced in their concrete reality except through the internal curvatures proper to the groups which produce them. But it is the historical process as a whale and, il a totalizing tnn text, particular circumstances, the aims of a group, its past history, its relations with other groups, etc., which will settle how the reciprocal, serial connection of will be lived in the concretely differentiated mnes of a particular practical community. For example, it is obvious that a relatively small group, which organizes the complexity of its apparatuses through a victorious cannot even live its reflexive contradictions in the form of uneasiness. Real unity is transcendent and practical, it imposes itself from the future in real modifications of the common object, in the structures of the future by the object, passivities reveal themselves, facilities which absorb action like real exigencies, crevices in which praxis becomes lost, short cuts, etc. For the easier, the more urgent and the more glorious the subjective future, the more it abridges the mediating behavior of reflection inside the group. If the organization can be clearly in object negatively, if it presents no difficulty in itself, and is indistinguishable from the trans-operation, it a lateral of in the of a no it will to sanction and reorganize it, but, for us, the important point is that, when successful, the object provides the ontological unity of the group, at least as the quasi-certainty of each of its members. And this quasi-certainty is not a subjective determination, it is the character and modality which everyone's action has for him, in so far as he sees it common hands. Failure to take a case, the difficulties of a slow, disappointing action, obviously give rise to reflexion, by raising the question of reorganization, and make every _589 individual subgroup live separation defiance, here are doing what we can etc. In the moment of free individual praxis, action displays its contradictions precisely to the extent that its individual success here is no longer immediately absorbed by the common success. In itself, personal, localized success tends to posit itself for itself as an all the when common seems compromised or more distant. And separation in individual agent to precisely the extent that the of his action produces in the object an incomplete determinate on which signifies nothing, since the true, intelligible meaning of the action, the complete development of the practical individual, lies only in common realization, and which demands, objective exigency, that the common object should adopt it and integrate it through broader modifications produced by the labor of all. 7. Above all, everything depends on a complex ensemble which connects RHE members of the group, their multiplicity, their means of communication, their techniques, their instruments, the nature of their object and their aim in a single historical movement. For example, a group whose aim is a synthetic, unifying action, agitation, propaganda, and whose object is serial gatherings which go beyond it in every direction will find it easier to interiorize the objective seriality against which it struggles. Thus one can see balances being established, generally damaging to the developing action, between the seriality object which is in the process of dissolution and the group subject, in the practical sense, which is in the process of serialization. But it is sufficient to mention these well examples. What is important is the relation of the common to their historical, that is to say, to the temporalization of the group by its individual praxis in relation to its tempi or least temporalization by the praxis of other groups, and this relation be expressed as follows: circular as structures of secession exclusion, be a priori or reflexive determinations independent of history, they realize themselves as a temporalizing temporalist moment of the life of the group, under the pressure of particular circumstances and in particularized forms, factional struggles, terror, internal anarchy, absenteeism, discouragement, etc. But historialization, in the form of internal conflicts whether masked or explicit of circular seriality as a proper product of the group, only temporalizes, through the action of specific factors, the contradiction proper to communities, and this basic contradiction which is to found 110th beneath and beyond the pledge is that their practical unity, not only their unity, makes it impossible. Thus the group creates itself in order to create and destroys itself by creating itself. And is a reality which is in itself complex and contradictory, it in the past, the in the group of pledged inertias through reciprocity and, in the temporalization towards the future, the reaffirmation of this common emergence through organic, free, transposes it into transcendence immanence and negates it by living it rhe contradicand impossibility for of being either completely inside the group or completely outside it. Thus is an inert seen as an past and by of integration by a movement of secession. And everyone's concrete operation, as a free of pledged itself in its full positivity as having able to be a refusal to take up the pledge and as having freely reproduced this past inertia. Hence, the extent that it replaces the pledge as a vivid opacity within the transparent of it for in and simultaneously, both the pledged non-possibility of trance and the possibility of it is my freedom other which swore in me, but any action, both as a concrete expression and as mine, re-establishes priority of the dialectic and, precisely to the extent that it is subjected to my other indicates that there lies a moment of free transparency which, in a word, is the basis even of other. In this was real we experienced it E59 the group reacts to this permanent danger, a pen ring at the level or organization, with new practices, it produces itself in the form of an VUP, which means that organs, functions, and powers are that, in the framework of institutions, tries acquire a type of unity by sovereignty, an individual transforms himself into an institutional individual. But, since the new internal constitution is intended to combat a reemergence of seriality by strengthening inertia and even, as we shall see, by exploiting recurrence in order to consolidate pledged passivity, the interference between these two inorganic movements tends rather to produce degraded forms of community. Degraded, here, does not, of course, have anything to do with a system of values, even the ethical affirmation that freedom is the basis of values. I merely mean that the group whose origin and end reside in an effort by the individuals who are gathered in themselves in course of its in and freeze into the inorganic so to struggle against so gradually gets closer to the collective statute. In other words, our dialectical investigation makes a turning here and goes back towards the practico-inert which earlier, is imagining appear that movement of the may there can he know in fact, that is perceived by the memrs of the group in and through the struggle which they wage against it. It is sufficient to recall the rising tide of mistrust within the convention from September 1793 on, that is to say, from its first we see increasingly of interest emerging within this regularly instituted group. And these conflicts, which reflected the real conflicts which divided the country, inevitably split the elected assembly. But still it is worth noting that the parla system is established the purpose of resolving within groups of electors or elected, the majority decides. This is a serial organization, but this determination and the preservation of unity by action on seriality are nonetheless an organization. Now, on the whole, past and present circumstances as well as the immediate future practically relegate the system of conciliation by vote to the level of pure pretext and replace integration terror. In fact, as an exigency for unanimity and a rejection of opponents as traitors, system voting be retained, and in book il moments it may regain decisive power, but the convention's real action on itself will occur in the heat of the moment, through violence, with the strength of the armed people. Besides, there can be no doubt that, if the Girondins ended up by representing the interests of the conservative bourgeoisie or unwittingly, of a section of the aristocracy, the differentiation of the groups, in particular of the Girondins and the Montagnards, was a slow process, involving a complex evolution whose moments have been described by Lefebvre, in beginning, of federalism, of hostility to Paris, and of social and political views did not arise. Everything was constituted in the course of the struggle and through irreversible episodes. Split in the convention was a legacy of the Legislative Assembly, in fact everything their social origins, their milieu, the professions they were engaged in before the elections of 179, and their education tended to give real homogeneity to the deputies of both assemblies. So it would be a mistake to regard the as primarily and fundamentally divided by social struggles, even class rather than the overwhelming majority in which was constituted by petty bourgeois intellectuals, and contradictions were result a slow evolution, which gave each of them in relation to his group, to his electors, to the nation, and to hostile groups pledged every day, them adopted an inert by repeatedly pledging himself to be other than those others, those enemies who, in inertia, regard as the other. 12t There be no mistake, we are not dismissing the Montagnards and the Gimdins together, the Girondins were entirely responsible fcx the violence of the conflict, first for having thrown the revolution in war, that is to say, for having produced terror as the sole means of government, and secondly Fr_X having been to take an inflexible line, which inquitably led them to become representatives of particular interests, and lastly, the Girondins were bad politicians and the Montagnards good ones. They embodied TLR movement of Recolleton which was being radicalized by the pressure of circumstances, the others embodied the bourgeoisie which was attempting to put an end to the revolution. It was not a matter either of politics or of day-to-day tactics, and in any situation is a result of inertia. The N made, into enemies the Girondins through the development the institution of revolutionary and pledges themselves. There can be no doubt that the essential aim of the May 3rd St revolution, of 1793, was to re-establish homogeneity within the assembly, by eliminating the 20 most prominent Girondins. The new, purged assembly would be able to set up its own apparatuses of control, supervision, administration, etc. Now, this situation of false homogeneity is precisely what concerns us here. For RHE homogeneity of the renewed convention was false, in the first place, as has been clearly shown by Georges Lefebvre, the deputies never for June, were still sitting assembly, until lastly, new circumstances were to create deep divisions among the Montagnards. The difference comes to this, and this is what concerns us. Before the first purge, the antagonistic groups based irreconcilable heterogeneity on of their political actions, whereas after it, the ruling apparatuses gradually produced the unity of the common purposes. But this practical unity was scarcely sufficient to conceal an imperceptible, but irreconcilable heterogeneity which, this time, concerned individual people. This heterogeneity was not based either on individual practice or on organic individuals as factors of numerical multiplicity, it originated in the violence of the past, May 31st, June, insofar as this was as suffered inertia, to the pledged inertia of the representative of the nation, that is to say, insofar as poor as an untranscendable and pledged statute transmitted a statute of untranscendability to them, violence against power becomes violated power which has to re-established in its purity by violence. In fact, what we learn from historical experience, especially in recent years, is that though purges intended to re-establish an internal actually replace and powers of by a diffuse heterogeneity. Thus terror after the purge. Once those who are T again, they vote the same way and are two of the same policies, simul and auteurs, the secret of unity for everyone. Whatever the direct relations between each deputy and the Committee of Public Safety, other relations established themselves if only through the necessity of living in the same district between the deputies themselves. And these relations which are normal while homogeneity is guaranteed appear as relations 594 Book 1 / relations mures, 8 which determine everyone in his alterity, insofar as he is other pure integration, that is say, than his direct relation he relations of a free, practical individual with his neighbor insofar as this neighbor is other, and the reciprocity which is established between them is defined as a reciprocity of alterity in relation to the developing totalization. And since these reciprocities are, or may be, mediated, since they establish themselves inside the group in activity, this means that everyone, insofar as he has no direct relation with his neighbors, but only relations of or of passing ruling apparatus and defined by it, ln-mes to be determined in his common activity, and in his ability to carry out his task, and finally, in the depths of his being in the group, by the direct or mediated relations between his neighbors. Hence a contradiction arises for everyone, as a member of the assembly, between the undertaking of practical which particular individuals favor of an individualization of functions, and circular seriality, which, in the form of developing constantly anticipates group relaxing into a collective unification as an organizing praxis canto elude insofar as he is a unifying agent of the orier relations which the others have with this unifying sin, are they not using to lay a trap for or for other, etc. Far from its unity its efforts to unify it, the convention became an object at precisely the point when totalization broke against recurrence. In fact there was one convention because, in this practical group, The absence of an ontological statute for common individuals allowed the ontological statute of circular serial Y to establish itself, as an indestructible foundation of impotence. There was convention in so far as the foundation of its unity was always based the other, that is to say, in so far as the 71. Its 2 of public safety of a mediated, TW-gative, TLT_I5 actually that opposed other far the as olole its the end, for was and at the end other. Thus the of lay in the of the Debmaries, when this by the c.ity, and deter. 595. Unity fell outside the practical and was in fact, simply the impossibility, endura by everyone, of either pursuing integration or escaping it. At this level, everyone inside, to precisely the extent that all the others were outside, was again degraded and passivist in the collectivist group. Rhe collective object is me in the group without me. In it, I factor as other, and ben-me object of and of unaware, I either bu-rne the passive victim of projects which are concealed from Rho or, without being aware of it, I become involved with conspirators or with suspects through an interdependence which they frame without and knowing and it that within it I be-me an object of fear too, certainly as a means and possibly as a, relative or immediate, end. But it is impossible for me even to determine this imposed alterity in the abstract without effecting a synthesis in mediated reciproc_zity of the social field which passes through the mediation of the organizing axes and which, at the same time, proclaims me in my own eyes as suspect. This practical synthesis is in fact a regulatory action. Hence, in the tension of Ilranen transcendence, I find, in indissoluble not only an of impotence, but also my impossible integration as a danger of exile secession. In the purged convention, the collective manifested from below the impossibility of the group being a subject, contrary to what Durkheim believed, and its degree of reality was directly proportional to this very impossibility. It is on this account that it bad its own structures, and rigidity, it was this it acted its not as a consciousness, nor as a gestalt, but as real object, that is to say, as a structure of exteriority limiting our attempt at interiorization, as an indirect counter-unity which is merely the negation of subjective unification and its inverted image, and lastly as of was not attempted, we would nine back with the pure collective of dispersal prices, the market, etc., and if it were completely carried out which is impose group longer b and in so far every one group as a and in far he reveals the other reality of as and serial to his regulatory action will be subjected in this milieu of alterity, he must strive to liquidate thr other as a factor of dispersive inertia and circular deviations, and as the other is everyone as other, fraternity has to be Book 11 imposed by means that everyone risk radically destroyed in far as he supports any particular embodiment of the is blatant. Integration terror is supposed to eliminate the other, but the other is indestructible. The other is simply a particular Mlarian which manifests itself in precisely those circumstances which also engender the attempt to destroy it. Besides, everyone is other in the other. Thus terror would be a pointless circular course unless it did, in suppress individuals in so far as they are themselves, that is to say, in so far as their free practical undertakings designate them as excluded regulatory third parties, always capable of lending themselves to RHE other. Of the two negations of the group individual praxis and seriality, the first, as we have seen, is accompanied by the realization of the common undertaking. It is both an ontological negation and a practical realization. The second is definitive and it in opposition to it that the group originally constituted itself. Yet it is individual praxis which appears suspect to the apparatuses of terror. But as terror itself is suspect in its eyes, in so far as it the function and power of certain subgroups and common individuals, public juries, in the revolutionary tribunal, the of public safety, etc., it is produced not through deliberations and decisions which themselves create reverence but also through processes which are in tension of immanence. Through a purge of whatever sort, whether exclusion or execution, the purger constitutes as suspect as always liable to be purged, he produces himself as such in his eyes, and it is therefore the freedom of the regulatory third party which he everywhere pursues, confusing it with elusive alterity. And this free practice is undoubtedly capable of regrouping the opposition, of constituting a conspiracy, etc. As such, the moment terror, it appears to the apparatus as intolerable. And if it is at the moment rather than earlier or later, when the regime is more relaxed, that it seems intolerable, this is because, on the basis of well-defined exterior circumstances, invasion, disturbances in the provinces, the revolt in the Vendée, social unrest, terror established itself as the only means, and the danger of famine, 72 of governing. And, whatever the historical context in which we consider it, it always arises in opposition to seriality, rather than to p. I am putting these in any particular simply aiding the freedom. In fact, both in its origins and in its manifestation, it is freedom liquidating the indefinite flight of the other, that is to say, impotence, through violence. In the convention, terror was born of the objective the for a free and indivisible, and the objective but and, indeed, unformulated divisions of a governing assembly which remained chaotic and which was altered by the violence it had suffered. In this fundamental atmosphere free praxis was suspect, seriality mediated by freedom appeared as passive alterity, and practical freedom was this event, which, as we began on July, therefore denounced for generating alterity. All this could live the reality of the group, integration to the in the confined milieu of prisons, detention centers, houses of C&-rection, etc. Genet has suffered and defined RHE permanent X1 urience of terror, fraternity realized itself in only one form, against him. The experience also be had if one experiences in praxis of specialized apparatuses, surveillance, police supervision, threats, arrests, in any case, everyone is both purger and purged, and terror is never a system based on the will of a minority, it is the reappearance in specific circumstances of the fundamental group relation as an interhuman relation. Subsequently, differentiation may or may not create a specialized organ whose function is to govern according to terror. In a terror group, any bond with my brother is terror, the regulatory action by which he unites me to all gives me a respite for myself because I am constitut excel in the group and because my exile dissolves, but he thereby determines it as lying at the limit of interiority and thereby shcvws the infinitesimal gap between the regulatory movement, that is to say, his quasi-sovereignty in the common praxis, and the true sovereignty of the absolute other, enemy group or individual, whose synthetic activity may gather us together from outside as a herd object in his practical field. We are united, but we are threatened by him. 74 Thus as an arbitrary member of the group, I perceive, in the two forms of my praxis, regulated and regulatory, freedom, the of the future which has to be made, as an indication of group non-Wing. And my individual trait or behavior consists in consolidating inertia within myself in so far as this reciprocal practice of consolidation is also realized in the other third party through the mediation of all the others at this level. The appears as a but insufficient basis for common unity, it is the foundation stone on which unity as inert being everywhere has to be based. However, this inert unity, at least as everyone can realize it in others, be vary from serial inertia, since it is the struggle of freedom against an internal revival of seriality. This systematic petrification, that is to say, the 74, in which is with divm against is a mode of it is a tanda which controls and itself, the slights it is by institution 599 struggle, inertia against inertia, ought to be described as inorganic, created, counter-seriality. There would be no point here in describing in detail the well-known process by which everyone tries to expel from himself and from others the regulatory moment of sentence, in order to be able to identify himself purely with the comproducer of regulated modification consists in the regulatory freedom and impossible ontological unity to the of the group as such. Since it is this, and this alone, which creates common unity, and since the group requires the ontological statute in proportion as a revival of it, everyone's reciprocal work consists in unity, practical unity, the being and of the group, in praxis it's as inorganic requires in order develop. And Fredorn resides in the praxis, rather than in each individual action. This structure of group is not the practice of terror, but a defensive reaction against terror. Consists in a relation of reciprocity. Everyone construes the N as an inorganic by of which action is everyone constitutes action as itself in the form of terror imperative. This structure gives a certain amount of vicarious freedom to its tools. But this vicarious freedom is disturbing. It is a freedom onto a particular inorganic object rather than the practical freedom of an individual agent. It is at this level that the institution is defined, or abandoned. Guiding it is at certain practices which are for acquire a ontological statute. 3. Institutionalization and inertia in RHE living moment of RHE group, of fusion. In the first stages of organization, the common individual is not inessential because he is same in, that is to say, ubiquity of group as multiplicity by it would be to say that to everyone, through the community, as a bearer of the sum essentiality. 600 book. But, at the level of the degraded group, the individual, in his terrorist and terrorist negation of his own freedom, is constituted as inessential in relation to his function. Functions and powers are, of course, nothing but concrete determinations of the common individual. But, in the living group, a temporary balance was established, the common individual as a social product and organic freedom as the adoption of this individual power and as the free execution of the common task with the common means. Through the undertaking of the pledge and the determination the future. Through pledged inertia, it actualized RHE power and sustained it in the milieu of freedom, thereby producing common freedom as constituted freedom, and, through its mediation, between the group and the object, it produced the common, here, as individual. On the other hand, it denies individual and the individual from positing itself, producing individuals will perpetuate it, becomes an institution. These purely abstract descriptions may give the impression that this is a matter of the idea working itself. But the changes we have described are, in fact, a product of transformations, one of which is suffered as an inoctony force while the other is a real act of differentiation. First, an institution cannot result a determination practice by itself. And if practice readopts the institution as a against terror, it farcian is a metamorphosis which has been induced, and whose origin is elsewhere. And we are familiar with this origin. It is the re-emergence of seriality. For the institution has the contradictory characteristic, often remarked on by sociologists, of being both and thing. As its teleological meaning can become obscured, but this is either because TW institution is a mere carcass or because our have of its aim but cannot or will not communicate it. In fact, whenever we acquire the means to decode it, for example, whenever we examine the institutions of a contemporary industrialist society, we discover its telekephlogical characteristics, that is to say, a frozen dialectic of alienated ends, liberating ends, and of the alienation of these new ends. On the other hand, however, the institution, as such, has a considerable force of inertia, not only because it is part of an institutional whole and is incapable of being modified unless all the others are modified too, but institution go also, above all, in itself, L_x causa it posits itself, in and through its inert being, as essentiality and defines as the of its perpetuation. But this inessentiality does not come either from the institution to the individual or from the individual to the institution. It is actually practice isolating itself in so fm as it is produced in a common milieu definer by new human relationships. These relationships are based quite simply on serial impotence. If I regard the institution as basically this is my praxis in the group determines itself as incapable of changing RHE institution, and this impotence originates in my relation of circular alterity to the other members of the group. Terror is practiced against suif groups, chiefly against those which might form spontaneously under pressure of circumstances, and to a extent. Against subgroups are organized by a and of the entire group, or against who, as we shall see, are constituted by the authorities as the legitimate organs of RHE entire, and as we have seen, is pledged heterogeneity, merged separations, in the irreversy of produces as a revival of practicio inert in interiority. When a group is invaded in this way, everyone lives mistrust as a reciprocity of impotence, I become suspect if I ask another third party to modify some structure, power, or practice, by joining with me and others. What separates is in fact to be changed so much as the possibility of founding a faction in the group, a negative negated by developing. Thus I do not dare make a proposal, take the initiative or the regulatory action, or, if I do make one, my proposition will elicit no response. Besides, I myself know that other third parties are others, and, with the possible exception of those who are closest to me, it is impossible for me to estimate how my regulatory action will appear to them. That is to say, I do not know with what alterity it will be affected. It will be deformed and diverted, and there is a danger that it will bring about results quite contrary to those I intended. It may damage the common object of the practice, at least, as discover it in my ex rarione, or it may be turned against me to destroy me. And this very concrete reason always tends, according to the concrete conditions of this particular terror, to plunge deeper into. But still this is unimportant, since it is only a matter of individual actions. But let us recall that separation, in whatever form, does a lot to raise book and the of parties, and conjure it is objectively if impossible to contact with them, and those who can be contacted might be unable to reach others. In a degraded group, to sum up, every proposal divisive, and its proposer is suspect cause he offers a glimpse of his freedom and a divider, and any local regroupment, provided it is determined in interiority by the individuals present rather than by the others, elsewhere, who hold power, is a faction, because the inertia of the others will make it into a separate group inside the group rather than a subgroup. Any concrete proposal from individuals will be lost if some are prepared to adopt only possible of within so far as they have already is the of the definitively eliminates order, passed by word mouth. This impossibility of changing the practice in a given domain and adapting it to particular circumstances need not be directly perceived by the individual as a thwarted or failed attempt to bring about some particular change. His attitude to any given common activity, with its powers and functions, may well be positive. If I have stressed the impotence of the third party and treated it as the determining factor in the transition to the institution, this is only because this impotence, as a basic reciprocal relation between third parties in relation to a given practice, necessarily results in a modification of the attitude of each and all toward their operation, and this modification has as much to do with adhesion as with refusal. Both attitudes are, in effect, lived in the concrete mode of impotence. It is too, if I do not agree, I shall have to come to terms with it. And if I'll agree, so much the better. It is a fluke, an accident, crucial for me but indifferent for the practice itself, and might be expressed in these words: since it cannot be changed, it is just as well that I am willing to go along with it. Whether it is an internal practice of organization, coordination, supervision, as aged within the group against scarcity, of men, of money, or of communications, in short, a factor of integration, or whether it is a detail of the common, transcendent action on the object or the enemy, the practice becomes an institution as soon as the group, as a unity which has been eroded by alterity, becomes powerless to change it without completely disrupting itself, that is to say, as soon as everyone comes to be conditioned by the shifting flight of the others. And this in English in id. Metamorphosis does not in any way imply that it has become useless. Of course, it may be sustained either on the real basis of conflicts of interest between members of the group or, quite simply, as an integrate part of a group practice gets older without being able to change, because of balances of opposing forces which reduce the ensemble to impotence in the midst of a society. In the process of these themselves refer from antagonism to alterity, should not be allowed to conceal the fact that the institution, as a detail of common action, can, at level of the institutional retain its usefulness, either for the individuals as a whole, an exogamous system, or for a dominant fraction within the group. Similarly, as a detailed practice, it can and must realize itself through individuals who have been selected or by group. It therefore powers, tasks, a system of rights and duties, a material localization and an instrumentality. Thus it is characterized by the same features that enabled us to define organized practice, but, insofar it is in its being and its strength come to it from emptiness, from separation, from inertia, and from serial alterity, it is therefore tsa other. We have considered active passivity both as the regulated protoclion of pledged inertia and a condition for common activity, and, in the practio-inert field, we have also investigated passive activity as a we consider the in a group as the transition from one to the other. There can be numerous active passivity and it is impossible to know the statute of a given institution. This can be determined by its entire concrete history. The important point is that at least as long as it still has its finality it can never be entirely assimilated to the predict inert. Its meaning is still that of an action undertaken in the light of a certain objective, regardless of what counter-finalities may have developed, but on the other hand, the presence of alterity in it as suffered separation makes it impossible for it to become identical with the inert, if slight, forms of active passivity which are based simply on the pledged untranscendability of certain possibilities. At this level, the group is still entirely practical, despite the seriality which eats away at it, and the institution, or rather the modality of institutional character which is conned by the action is bond the third parties, because its being is based on everyone's impotence, in other book 11 words, on the beginnings of a circular massification whose origin is community's king of RHE institution, as the geometrical locus of intersections of the collective and the common, is the non-ng of the group, produced as a bond between its the unity of the institution is the unity of alterity insofar as it is introduced into the group and used by the group to its absent unity. To one is one of interiority, though it may define itself as praxis in exteriority. In fact, it determines every me both in inertia and in practical obligation. It everyone insofar as it resides in the others, and is an other in and dependent on this unpredictability. On the other hand, as an institutionalist praxis, it remains either power over everyone, in the name of pledged faith, or, if everyone represents and maintains it, his own free power rhe others. This free power is now being challenged, for everyone, along with his power, will appear to everyone in the contradictory unity of rhe same and the other. Thus recognition is challenge, and challenge is recognition. Permanent trade union officials will appear worthy of trust if they put to the test, thus the other relates to the same and, ultimately, to freedom, but if the freedom appears too manifest, defiance be it is necessary to identify a man who is at the service of his function, but the function must always have precedence over the they had deserved and won such trust, they would lose everything and be in danger of possibly serious violence if they were so inept as to oppose some wildcat strike, or to try to impose some unpopular course of action, but by their violent reaction the workers would be acknowledged ng the power that they were challenging, they would react less strongly to the protests of a non-unionist worker. Thus the new statute of PCB*ER emerges everywhere, even in the army, the archetypal institutional group. In the context of the organized group, we defined it as the right to do one's duty, but here it must be defined as the duty to do one's best in order to get one's right to do 76. It necessary to an interpretation, institutions are of KYGRMPS enforced by violence. Since nor only these subgroups, but also as we authority, are institutions, it is still the that including the which maintains it, depends on the origerut or third to through to all. 605. One's duty recognized. Institutional man has to get this recognition by quo opposed and simultaneous author when his institutional power is not directly threatened, his general tactic be to inso to it in the others, the officer who lives with his men and models his whole fief on theirs. On the other hand, in the moment of exercising his power, institutional man will immediately constitute himself as the absolute other, by adopting certain behavior and dress, and he will base the firmness of the power exercised and of the decisions made, on that is to say, on inertia and the total opacity of the alterity which has become the particular institution's presence in him, and, hence, the group's presence as common praxis. At this level, in fact, mystification is very probable, with the institution remaining a prax and RHE group not Ewing dissolved, the institution, in its negative being, which is really only the ubiquity of non-being, appears inappropriate as the statute of the means that it refers to whole of institutional system as a relational anality of the synthetic determinalions of the EVC up multiplicity. Through the power man, T. Humpatwar, who reveals himself through familiar rituals and dances as institution being, the orgamst individual Bultwees he can see himself as integrated into the group through the institutional ensemble, and in fact this is what every sit-in says and believes, whereas the institution can actually appear only at a particular moment in the involution of the group, and as an exact index of its disintegration. And, if the dance has been well done, if the power man has, as he should, referred to the inorganic as the fundamental reality, the order or decision will themselves appear as inorganic, unshakable, and at the same time they be abate in of, that is to say, of the power man, for the who this power, is a pure mediation, the inertia of institution and the inertia of particular order. Is of abstract being transcended towards the but, although is it posit itself, as in exhausts disappears, remaining, for inert of in that it is based on an inert, synthetic determination of human multiplicity and is addressed to the double inertia of organized individuals, pledged inertia based on serial impotence. In this moment, freedom is completely hidden or else appears as the inessential and ephemeral slave of necessity. Necessity, on the other hand, is absolute in the sense that its free, practical form, necessity produced by with its as serial imperative and impotence, terror and inertia are based on each other. The institutional moment, in the group, corresponds to what might be called the systematic self-domestication offered by man. The aim is, in effect, to CRC% men who, as Cormnon individuals, will define themselves, in their own eyes and amongst themselves, by their fundamental relation, mediated reciprocity, with institutions. More than half of this task is carried out by circular seriality, everyone systematically acting on himself and on everyone else through all, resulting in the creation of the strict correlate of the man institution, that is to say, the institutionalist man. In 50 far as the ossification of the ossified praxis which is the institution is due to our impotence, it constitutes for each and for all a precise index of reification. This does not necessarily mean that we suffer it as a constraint, but rather that it is our own inorganic inertia in the social milieu. But the moment of common degradation in which the institution emerges is precisely that in which everyone aims to expel freedom from himself in order to realize the endangered unity of the declining group as a thing. So at this level of involution, under the pressure of exterior circumstances, the common individual tries to become a thing which is held against by OFA institutional group is the forged root. And everyone is implicated as such in institutionality. But on the other hand this is also because they are its victims even before they are. The previous generation already defines their institutional future, as their external, mechanical destiny, that is to say, as determinations of untranscendability, or as determinations of their being, even before they are born. Obligations military, civic, professional, etc. constitute in advance an untranscendability deep inside everyone who is born into the group, and of course, it is necessary to these obligations, not play these roles or adopt these attitudes as the culturalists would put it, indiscriminately mixing up material conditions with possibilities defined by the historical ensemble on the basis of these conditions and with institutional obligations. Being born the group is a pledge by of passage. To make a pledge is to take on the institutional inertia with which the others affect the child, in the form of a free commitment to realize/the institution. From this point of view, institutional being is, in Eurion, a prefabricated inertia of inorganic the go being, and will be transcended by a practical freedom. Woe pledged function will be to objectify itself in this same being, an inert determination of the future. The institution will produce its agents isers and organized, by giving them institutional determinations in advance, and institutionalist agents will then reciprocally identify themselves, in their relations of directed alterity, with the practical system of institutional relations, insofar as it is necessarily inscribed in a complex of worked objects of inorganic origins. Thus the institution as a stereotyped praxis, though, under the pressure of certain circumstances, its efficacity may reside in being stereotyped, atomed future rigidity, and as inert persistence a reified organization within a grouping which might well reorganize itself in any it as and of the past as, and if the developing rearrangements reveal the perpetual changes of this past as signification. 77 For institutionalization and sovereignty, second transformation. The institutional system as an exteriority of inertia necessarily refers to as its reinteriorization, and authority, as a power over all powers and over all third parties thrown jl. These powers, is itself established by the system as an institutional guarantee of institutions. The foundation of authority is in fact sovereignty, insofar as, after the stage of diffused group, it is the quasi-sovereignty of the regulatory third party. Thus the leader emerges at the same time as the group itself and produces the group which produces him, except that at this elementary moment of the investigation, the leader might be anyone. In other words, everyone's quasi-sovereignty is honor of the constitutive irnds of the group. We then pointed out that if certain individuals regulatory third parties or longer periods time others, this was the basis of particular historical as such, of accidental. Lastly we pointed which is while the give ir relation the developing totalizand without touching it. Goji that, in revolutionary periods, groups which appear and disappear within a day are around choir-specific individuals who may be trusted for long periods. Such agitators are regulatory third parties, but not strictly be leaders. Or express for which is everywhere, in the ubiquity of mediated reciprocity. At the level of the pledge and of the organization, we have observed the emergence of powers. At that point we did not describe authority since powers, as reciprocal quasi-sovereignty, do not directly involve the specific power which is called authority. However, we did observe the emergence of a truly common relation of everyone to each and all which is the power of an overtrader, or, in other words, fraternity terror as a basic determination of sociality. This virinaient living structure of coercion is a necessary determination of sovereignty as authority. From the moment in which a regulatory third party, or a subgrouping as a regulatory third party, becomes a pledged holder of the power of regulation as organized function, and when this third PQRTY receives and concentrates the internal violence of the group as a EXOR to impose his regulation, query one's shifting quasi-sovereignty is immobilized and becomes authority as a specific relation of one individual to all. This relation may appear at the level of organized groups, but, in far as the group is alive, and therefore constantly being rearranged, the relation itself moves and passes from one to the other, according to the requirements of the situation. Authority does not emerge in its full development except at the level of institutions, that is to say, a rebirth of seriality and impotence, are necessary for the consecration of power and for ensuring its de jure permanence. In other words, authority necessarily depends inertia and seriality, insofar as it is constituted power, but, on the other hand, its real faculty must, through its coercive strength, tend to increase the PCNVCR and number of institutions, as products of recurrence and massification and as the only effective common weapon in the struggle against factors of dispersal. Or, to 100K edit from the other point of view, the institutional system presents itself, by a permanent mystification, in its inorganic being as the real unity of the declining group. But if the system is simply revealed in itself, it will unfold as a multiplicity of diverse, non-totalinal relations. We have seen in effect that the institutionalization of through the medium of a history, in otherwise disparate mons occurs places, and that the diversity of circumstances and problems necessarily go a local diversity of temporalizations. There are dislocations, delays, asymmetries, in one place the apparatuses of will H, directly established in an institutional form, while in another, never stage of, some disappear, and others survive. This kind of social solidification, therefore, does not present itself as a p-axis, or UN as a unifying process. Thus authority fulfills a definite function, as the synthetic power of a single individual, possibly, though not necessarily, as an expression of a subgroup. It up the multiplicity of institutional relations and gives them the synthetic unity of a real institutions to be the being one of community, the leader to be the dissolution and synthetic of this passivity in the organic unity of the, that is to say, the praxis of the group in so far as it is reflected to him as the common praxis of a person. But this is the essential contradiction of authority, the individual reincarnation of the fused group and of freedom terror. The leader himself as such enters the institutional multiplicity, since he is a real product of an institution. Thus the leader preserves institutions to precisely the extent that he apparently produces them as an internal his interiority, and he in his historical praxis. But this historical praxis as the reciprocity of the sovereign and of common individuals is itself produced by the inert eternity of institutional relations. This dialectical movement must examine more closely, through it and on the basis of it, the search for the intelligibility proper to the institutional group will be completed. Now, the first point to notice is that, contrary to what is so often maintained, sovereignty in itself does not constitute any problem or require any foundation. The illusion that it does is due to the fact that the state of massification is normally regarded as logically and his basic, and that the relationships occur in based exploitation are treated as prototype of the infundamental can ask the type of synthetic relation known as power can set itself up as the bond between the separate molecules. And all means of interpretation except two have been forsworn a priori. These two are, that power emanates from God, and that power emanates from certain intermittent metamorphoses which transform society into a totalist totality, and that it obor expresses of representation, unfortunate God nor group. Actually, if were really necessary to find a foundation for sovereignty, we would searching for a long time, for there is no such thing. There is none because there is no need for one. Sovereignty is simply the univocal relation or interiority between the individual as and the objective feld which he organizes and transcends towards his own end. There is no place for a foundation for the right of praxis by which man reproduces his life by freely rearranging the matter around him. On the contrary, this dialectical transcendence, which shows the becoming praxis, of need is itself the foundation of all rights. In other words, Squirtnti is man himself as actlon, as unifying labor, in far as he has purchased the world and is able to change it. Man is sovereign. And, in so far as the material field is also a social geld, sovereignty of individual extends without over all individuals. These material organisms have to be unified as his means in the total field of his sovereign action. The only limitation on man's sovereignty over all others is simple reciprocity, that is to the total sovereignty of each and all over him. When the original relation is any at every person as an absolute for any other person, that is to say, as the transcendible means which everyone is both the means and the end to precisely the extent that every individual is the means to his own end and for every this way, is the univocal bond already described and the basic relation of reciprocity, co-sovereignty sovereignty within the group. Therefore, DCE, not have to explain its positive power, the negative and determinations to which it is subjected. In fact, we have seen how it became QMSIXoverisnti in the tension of transcendence immanence. And from your point of view, this limitation is still the foundation of Psiruer. The sovereignty of the leader can only be a Kmui Savra, GNTY, since otherwise he would not be a regulatory third party and the bond of interiority would break. An Assyrian king who had his prisoners of war, members of the other army, executed was exercising total sovereignty, but, at the same time, it was impossible for him to treat them as men. His sovereignty could express itself only as a univocal relation of violence with a given multiplicity, invading his practical field from outside, which he had the material means to annihilate. On the other hand, his relation to his own soldiers is one of quasi-sovereignty relation of authority nostru. L_RT there he no misunderstanding, discipline could not be more strict, supervision more vigilant, the organs of coercion more or the forces of order powerful. But the of present or rebels, to Ike the soldiers who shoot them are the madame as those who are shot, and there is no a prior way of assigning a given military soul F group to either of the two categories victims. Makes them into forces of order, and res means that the primary relation of authority is a quasi-sovereignty of interiority, as violence creating its means, with subgroups which either through their interests or through the common interests of the group or through the specific connection their interests and those of the group define their action as a function of its regulatory action. In the same way, the technical and instrumental superiority of the repressive group, in the service of authority, over the group as a whole is not always either obvious or necessary, especially to the army, since the forces of order and the rebels have arms which are priori similar. Of course, the forces of order will always, as long as order reigns, have ravi, common weapons, whether horses, artillery, or planes, but this is precisely relation of to rebels is of the majority of parties, lived and acknowledged by Nana as right duty. A public force support of authority expresses itself as just only in the milieu of and the freedom term which is in any ease going to destroy itself. Freedom term becoming specialized function this, and, as ve shall the seriality of impotence, is the relation of interiority for repressive groups. And interiorist withdrawal is precisely the common milieu of the gn-up which, as long as it remains the same, gives repression a regular victory. The defeat of a rebellion is settled in the precise moment where it discovers its limits in extension, is ranity, and it is and sentence comes fraught on the group. By remaining entirely what it is, an institutionalist group regardless of its sympathies and of RHE individual sympathies, soldiers for within itself group of insurgents as its radical negation. Fact, and precisely to the extent that the loyalists resist any reorganization or the group as a new totalization proposed high RHE Rehel group, that is to say, in so far as the SLR group as a new possibility future, as negating their own future, purely and simply, that is to say, the rigid future, these constitute the group a pure internal weakening of unity, as a negative power, as a threat of and an inert force of negation, so, as they are the party which is linked public of they this annihilation by of fidelity, and, furthermore, they make it materially possible by abstaining lending their support. 78 Thus the bond between power and the regulated third parties, in spite of and of all becasm of the failure to challenge the sovereignty of the leader, is based chiefly on the transformation of total sovereignty into quasi-sovereignty. This simply ends that the leader, as a unifying, reshaping arid repressive function, is inside the group itself. In the group itself, under the pressure of circumstances, from the first stirrings of the crowd which liquidates its to last avatars of a group in of makes himself quasi-sovereign, and this determination in interiority of the regulatory third party, as a transition from the other to the is a fundamental structure of praxis as community. No, it is sovereignty which has to be, or the initial limitation which gives it is constitutive negation. Why, on what basis, in what external and internal circumstances, to what end, etc., is the circular reciprocity of quasi-squarenties sudden why halted, and why is the common individual, or the subgroup, which is the material place at which the blockage occurs? The problem is often obscured by ascribing the sovereign's enormous actual power to him from the outset, and by seeing it as a manifestation of some positive force, as if he were the incarnation or reflection of collective sovereignty. To do this is to forget quasi-sovereignty, like the mediated reciprocity of each to all, is characterized by its ubiquity rather than by some synthetic virtue. 78. Not in any way mean the individuals of the group typolicies of the T, W of the etc. But it regard of uniri danger which might of the end in this apres.lth of reality of unity, it indivi are once again, the meanings which are produced are by the statute of the group. Institution GTJ which combines all the powers of the group. In fact, it is the same ever v here because it is always, for everyone, the possibility of defining a here and defining oneself as a regulatory third party. Quasi-sovereignty is not, and never can be, a totalized power of the group over its members, nor can it be the successive power of each over all. Power enters with the first limitation, that is to say, with the pledge. Quasi-squarrenty was originally RHE following simple contradiction. In query third party, the synthetic power of reorganizing the practical field manifests itself as of the rearranged group, and, therefore, as the in now, thus the praxis is realized everywhere at the tune and it is both means and end. Thus every quasi-squarren, as a regulatory third party, transcends the grouped ensemble by a head, without ceasing to be integrated into it, and, as a regulated third HRTY, he allows himself to be transcended by a himself who has emerged in some arbitrary here. Il sovereign, by contrast, can be defined within the group by a statute peculiar to the of his negation. One can claim that he is outside or that he has ceased to be a third party. Sovereignty institution, the individual who exercises it as a non-transcendable third party, at least in the performance of his functions. If he is not transcendable, and if he still does not leave the PIOP, his regulatory action, either actually performed or defined as an organized operation, is always determined as common laying laws but produces the untranscendable third party as the member of the group through whom this regulation/WS to be out. Thus the existence of a sovereign is based negatively on the impossibility, suffered or agreed or both, this has still to be determined, of every third party becoming directly regulatory again. This does not mean that every practical initiative, every attempt at reorganization, every invention and discover, has to originate in the sovereign. It means that they must pass through him, be re-interiorized by him, and, through him, appear to the group as a new practical orientation. The sovereign can make use of the means of communication, whether roads or canals or the mass media, because he has sole responsibility for communication. We have ascertained how the group, in the process of organizing itself, produces apparatuses of control and mediation. But whatever their importance, these apparatuses are always specialized. The function of the sovereign is to ensure the mediation of all the mediations and to constitute himself as such as a permanent mediation between the Book 11 common individuals. But this mediation is aimed at more than the preservation of the unity of the group, it attempts to preserve it in the light of practical realization of the common aim. Now, the firity of the mediation arises as both a result and a condition of CT-train expropriations which are suffered and accepted by common individuals. In fact, it constitutes the negation of direct reciprocity and the alienation of indirect reciprocity. The negation of direct reciprocity is as the necessity that given subgroups whose practices are complementary should go through the departments or the gunnial in order to adapt their actions reciprocally. The alienation of indirect reciprocity is that mediation is itself a modifying action on this reciprocity. Mediated reciprocity, which is real constitutive structure of the group, is direct and FMC as long as the mediation is done through all, that is to say, quite simply, within common praxis. It becomes an uncertain, other object when the common praxis, embodied in a single, untranscendable mediator, works as an individual activity on the reciprocal relation. In fact, communication may always be broken, by a break of any origin, or altered. Reciprocity may return to EVO1 in the form of a task laid down by the central power on the of reciprocal relations, that is to say, insofar as they are revised and corrected by a third party. Thus the relation of the same to the same returns to everyone as other. And this alterity expressed in its new structure, it is either an order or a defense. The structure of fraternity terror and pledged inertia will no doubt have determined a structure of alterity in practical and will have produced the imperative and power as structuring. Structured relations of the statutory group and the group. But these imperatives through initiatives which were both assumed and condemned, and which were a direct function of the task to be done. But the stratified action of the subgroups on the group as a quasi-object will already be marked by a certain passivity. Through the multiplicity of ments, it is this that transformed what was originally a pure common into a but, in any case, the new mediation emphasizes this movement. Thus the sovereign, being untranscendable, is other than everyone. It is longer possible to say that all refu ire to the between of to uf the betham be. Institution G5 are he same or that every elvware is air. In effect, there is a common individual who, as a member of the group, is all because he cannot become a regulated third party. And this third party will of course be an institution, in that, like all the others, he will be the inert, imperative, unity of all the institutionalist members. But, on the other hand, the paradox of is that it to itself free, organizing to which all are subjected by an other. The PRCN is of the group becomes other insofar as it is manifested in a particular temporalization and as an individual action, or rather, it becomes other insofar as the common project presents itself as and so, third party, the imperative his power returns to him as the will of an other, which he obeys because of his pledge. Is a structure in a sovereign other of the non-imperative, which constitutes the command as such. In obeying the other as other in the name of the common praxis, everyone becomes other insofar as he is the same. This is the basic structure of obedience. It is realized in the milieu of fraternity terror and against a Baxyund of violence. In Everun, inert pledged being is an untranscendable negation of the possibility of not carrying out the imposed action. Refusal would effectively mean the dissolution of the group, both as an organized group and as a pledged revup, but, in far as action is, in this and of an other, vo, ons enter, it introduces an induced passivity into it, arx l comes to an reciprocity, and the refusal to dissolve the group in oneself, that is to say, the legitimation of common violence, as repressive terror, by readopting the pledge becomes no more than submitting to the individual decisions of the untranscendable third party and to his quasi-sovereignty as violence without it is at this level that freedom in itself, and not only in its objectification, becomes alienated and hidden from its own eyes. Task and function, as imperatives, referred only to all and to the urgency of the job to be done, pledged inertia referred to everyone's free praxis, as other, admittedly, but formally, and not as the concrete ephemeron of one other. The imperative in milieu of dialectical and, in the of task, organic, as a the and the of the ln-man obedience to orders cuts out these references. But in spite of all the masks, organic praxis is still the only modality of 616 Buckley action. The most disciplined soldier, when he shoots on command, has to take aim, estimate distances, pull the trigger at the right time, that is to say, as soon as possible after the order, making for special circumstances. But the sovereignty of the untranscendable third party expresses itself as an order through the will of an other, and the pledged, and suffered, impossibility of not adopting RHE order becomes an interiorization of the other will as the real unity of RHE practical temporalization. In the moment of organic mediation, the free project of transcended third with its comprehension as an other project of other, referring the community, to reciprocal powers, and remade pledge but to a which is mine, and which imposes on mine as regulatory, that is to say because of its own untranscendability as an of the common aim. In developing the other's project in terror, that is to say, both under the constraint of the sovereign's coercive forces and in the climate of fraternity violence, the two being ultimately identical, I deny myself in my organic individuality, so that the other can accomplish his project in me. At this a double transformation takes place. At the level of the common individual, my powers are on me by all but only through the mediation of other, their still reciprocal organization, takes the form of a rearrangement without reciprocity, and common praxis manifests itself in the form of an untranscendable praxis of an individual in freedom. 2. At the level of my own individual activity, my freedom is stolen from me and I become the actually alien of the other's freedom. This does not mean that I feel as though I were subjected to some external or internal constraint, or that the other manipulates me like a hypnotist. The specific structure is that my freedom is freely lost and divests itself of its trans as to in my at work, the freedom in so as it is elsewhere, the in far it is lived, here, by me, as an alienating signification, as a rigid absence and as the absolute priority, every air, of interiorist alterity everywhere, that is, except, in the untranscendable other, who is other than all precisely in being alone in being able to be himself. In the light of these considerations, it is possible to establish the original finality of sovereignty as formal conditions of its possibility. The problem of its historical emergence in each case is not our concern. We have seen in -w the Yups common can, through the institutional system, be conceived as its transcendent freedom and at the time as its fundamental being. But we have also learnt that the institution is a practical relation, to the common object, based on impotence and separation, as the reified relationships between members of the group. Furthermore, we have observed that as soon as one tries to explain an institutional system, it tends to appear as an ensemble of relations in exteriority. Praxis as freedom is no then an index of the alienation of our individual freedom. However, the group and practical, the use of the institutional relations which characterize it in order to define a local tactic or a strategy. Wherever common retains its vitality and reality, the constituent dialectic, that is to say, organized practices, sustains the constituted dialectic, even beneath the thick stratifications of serial and institutionalist ensemble 5. Now, the contradiction which is proper to institutional systems, and which derives both from the fact that they are produced as the only practical instruments in the circumstances and from the fact they produced resurrection of, is that, in themselves, force of and permanent possibility that it will break up into serial relations of danger is increased by that a group's tendency to define itself in terms of its institutions is proportional to the importance of the penetrated. In practice, this means that group is constantly threatened by the danger that an increase in its of may lead to function as a pure practico-inert is, and that their practical unity may explode into a exterior dispersal. This it is possible to the function of sovereignty. It is the institutional reinteriorization of the exteriority of institutions, or, in so far as the latter are reaffirmed media between passivist, it is institution of as a mediation institutions. And this no need any group consensus, on the contrary, it is hot on the impotence of its members. Thus the sovereign is a reflexive synthesis of dead practices which were tending to be separatexial in a centrifugal movement. En rough iris personal unity, he unifies them into a totalizing prop which the individualizes them, and this no longer has anything to do with relations tending towards the universal, like taxation system, RHE military law, etc., but instead an individual historical of which every institution forms a part as an instrument of all, and whose totalization is its practical employment for attaining the common objective. Of course, the squirren and his praxis are products of the system, in this participate in exteriority of all the in analytical and in inertia. Only is there an ensemble of laws specifying the mode of recruitment and professional training for the untranscendable third party, but also since in himself he is no more than the institutional system lived in a reflexive synthesis of interiority, the limited field of his practical possibilities is simply a determination of his future by the unifying ensemble of institutional instruments. But we have already seen that these institutions are themselves the practical relations third parties, and that they them in reciprocity endlessly repeated of a single at-level service is objective process which can be studied in exteriority. Each year, at a given time, X young men of such and such an age are called up for X months or X years. It is also a finality in the process of passivist. The national group must be able to defend itself by arms. Lastly, and, from our point of view, most important, it is a determination in inertia of the reciprocity between the people in the group, conscripts, those refused admission, or called up, or recalled, or granted deferment, or released, etc., and this reciprocity is naturally practical because it creates diversities both of passive functions, postings, technical abilities, and of interest. Now, the institutional production of the sovereign represents the practical reinteriorization of these determinations of exteriority. HRST, the passivist end of the military institution, becomes a common objective and means of achieving some specific exterior end. The problem is really to keep the institution inside the framework of a concrete policy and as an indispensable means of maintaining it. If he is not prevented from doing so by his statute, the sovereign must be able, directly or indirectly, to modify the institution, increase the length of service, for example, in accordance with political needs, or to give an appearance of practical reorganization to processes which are conditioned by external changes, the development of industry and of weapons, the reorganization of the army around new weapons. Gut 620 Book IL. Above all, the revival of free as untranscendable interiorization, has the effect of referring this unified activity to the institutionalist third parties as the truth of their institutional being. Without the sovereign, it is impossible to dissolve their passivity. Military service, in fact, becomes no more than a process. But free sovereign praxis presents the of the inert being of the third parties. The institutional group, constituted the dialectic and already distorted by appears in the practical unity of the sovereign as constituent reason. Separation at the base remains necessarily what it is, but it transcends itself, transcend, through yon and returns to the apex, as a consi unity, as a relation of exteriority at the base, is conceived by everyone at RHELWX as a systematic and ordered deployment of the original synthesis. This is because, as we have seen, the institutional group alienates practical freedoms of its members to the of, but this exists only the abstract, negative object of an empty intention. Institution of the regulator has the effect of this common and of giving it an statute of both individuality and generality. In so far as the sovereign is one person in pursuit of the common objective and realizing quite specific activities, this untranscendable third party refers this common action to the third parties who perform it without recognizing it in themselves in the strict form of an individual activity. Such 15 The first relation between the third party, and in one way, it is a relation to individuals. The first, inert and impotent, finds individual action in the second and his justification in the. On the other hand, the sovereign is signified by sovereignty institution as a general and indeterminate individual who simply has to respond to certain conditions, relating to his mode recruitment. And his power, of the institution itself, as a common product of the group as serial impotence, is in itself comment. In other words, the sovereign is, so to speak, a common individual through himself, like any third party. From this double point of view, B tends in exteriority to flee historical, individual determinations, and his authority will always appear to be the of the eternal king is dead, long live the king. Lastly, as he is the product and temporary embodiment of an institution, his institutional being is inorganic inertia, that is to say, the impotence of the others. Thus he can reflect to each and to all the E62 common, institutionalist individual as any arbitrary member of the group. His common reality is institutional being, suffered impotence, pledged inertia, as producing its own power in inertia and freedom, and from this point of view, his actions always have a structure of generality, apply as an individual defined by his function, emanate from an individual is himself defined by his function. The group rediscovers itself through everyone in the universalizing power of their individual actions. Thus the sovereign individual and the sovereign institution are both present in every decision of sovereignty. But the institution of authority cannot prevent the dispersal of as such, in itself, it is strictly with all the others. In fact, the of the universal historical action can re-interiorize the centrifugal exteriority of inertia. Every action practically re-interiorizes the institutional system by ploying it in its entirely for a synthetic complex of historical operations. Every practice itself merely means that the group cannot perceive itself as praxis in the sovereign, except in that highly suspect moment of the undertaking, between common individual and the object. On why sovereign can and must has to produce his actions as moments of a free dialectical development. There is only one freedom for all the members of the group, that of the sovereign. And this is the freedom, in its institutional origins, and individual freedom in of the community. But it is an organizational freedom, it rearranges the group by issuing, and these orders, as we have seen, have the effect of detaching everyone's praxis buried institutionality and at the same time of alienating it, by realizing themselves as other through it. Now, at the level of this alienation, the presence of the other is produced as a substitute for the ubiquity of the same. The sovereign is present in everyone as other in the moment when he is obeyed. and Urion thereby distances himself slightly from the statute of Altruity in relation to the others, because he beckons the same as a bearer of the universal other and as mediated by him in his relations with but the ambiguity of obedient third party, in his to the other will which he actualizes, indicates sufficiently the function and, as it were, the failure of sovereignty as the practical reunification of an institutionalist group. The question whether the members of the 622 book group will be reunited in a common praxis rediscovered through particular orders and sovereign operations or whether they find their unity as organic individuality in the person of their environ, and then accept his own wishes as an non-aim, cannot be settled a priori. Here again we encounter the absolute limits of the constituted dialectic. If RHE group SWKS its common being in the institution of sovereignty, its being will be dissipated in abstract exteriority, if it wishes to grasp its own ontological unity, which, as WC have seen, docs not existe in the cont, it will run up against an organic and untranscendable individuality, and this individuality presents itself as a transcendence of every multiplicity of individuals it really as the group, inside the group. As a fact of sovereignty, production of the group by the group in the form of this particular person, individual characteristics, ailments, this irreducible physiognomy, and of this particular age, is the manifestation of a constitutional impossibility which we observed long ago. It is impossible for a multiplicity, even if it is in of its members to produce itself for itself, in itself, under any ontological statute other than those of dispersal through inertia and organic individuality. The latter form of maintain the institution as a but inadequate to the group, presents itself to every member of the group not only as also as a practical individuality, with every separate individuality, though superior in power, dignity, etc., and as a condensation of common by means of an immense which is transform it into son of the present just been born, the third parties the which they and their sons will compose in the future, in the form of a child. In fact, when the mode of recruitment is defined as the inheritance of functions, the group is reborn, materialist, concretalist, and produced as the eldest son by the leader. It is reborn by the flesh, recreated through the virility of one individual, and, within his reflexive structure, his inert being comes back to him as transcended, and transformed into a living, physical unity. At the same he as in with a common structure. Formal of integration is concretely realized inside institutional groups by the untranscendability of the third party. Thus, in a group which is eroded by serialities, the sovereign, in his quasi-sovereignty, emerges initially as an organ of integration. He is on 62.3 untranscendable, and his quasi-squarrenty places him above Rexer living and one. He reveals common unity the half-dead group as a symmetrical synthesis of the human body. He is a universal mediation, and destroys reciprocity wherever it exists, and relations between parties cannot establish themselves except through his mediation. But in fact he emerges in the moment where these relations are on the decline. His instituted presence undoubtedly contributes to their decline, at least, he re-establishes them as his own products. In other words, he creates a concrete, practical reciprocity between given subgroups or individuals, sovereignly and by order. This relation solidifies in far as its reon lies outside itself in the of the other, and in so far as this is its only reason for preserving itself. But the institutional individual mistrusts theory which reveal the threat of everyone's freedom everywhere as a dissolution of the institutional monolith. He sees integration as a petrification by which Altruity will be merged into an inertia of homogeneity, which he takes to be the rediscovered being of the group. At times of mistrust, the untranscendable third party in the mediated relation is a surety for every third party for the other, and appears to the other as a common project in so far as its details are defined by an individual will. And when the sovereign organizes new 5 UW groups either directly or through official mediation he is RHE body of the constituted body, his decree is the practical, imperative milieu in which every member of the soul H% ropes was reborn, from a point of view which is defined elsewhere, by the other, and with parameters which he derives from the group in so far as they are defined by the wishes of a particular individual. These reciprocities, and limits of competence, etc., as odors, are for everyone the concrete, or life itself, in so far as their still synthetic character and their represent in a protection against seriality, the victory of the inorganic over the practical organism, by the total and of practical organisms to a single last is no longer dust, dust art and unto dust thou shalt return, but the living totality. And, in serial isolation itself, obedience to or reverence for the sovereign saves everyone from his sclerosis of inertia, to sustain relations with or to the inessentiality of his person and the essentiality of the common being. Everyone emerges in respect, fear, unconditional fidelity, and sometimes in worship as an inessential embodiment of the whole, that is to say, of the sovereign. Here the relation is inverted. The sovereign embodied an impossible unity as the 524 Brech il organic, individual unity of all in one, and conversely, everyone can relate concretely to the all-sovereign of whom he becomes both a constituted and an inessential embodiment, and these amount to the same thing though their logical orientations may be different. The alienation of an individual to the individual totality represents a further decline of the group as common praxis. All the time, it revives the structural bond in a bastardist form. This bond defined itself, in practical unity and in it alone, as a synthetic relation of the part to the totalization, and it seems to reproduce itself here as an ontological relation between an element in the process of massification and the totality which reaffirms itself as already created. But the practical perception of inessentiality comes to people when quasi-sovereignty, as quasi-objects theoretically or, though there may well be some of these, but practically, through the perpetual rearrangements which the apparatuses of sovereignty make and are carried out at levels by of each and all. Such a rearrangement should, in principle, advance the integration of the group in accordance with ironquade transcendent objectives. It realizes itself as a means within the closed MRLD which is determined by the pencil of rays which unite the sovereign and the object, the exterior object which has to be produced, destroyed, etc. He praxis in both manipulation and but in of does not matter. This radiates a single it is transmitted by specific apparatuses, and it determines a field of pure will in which every quasi-object itself as a product, a point of application and transmitter of this other will. Important point for him is that will be that its practical development should simply be a temporalization of the organic unity of sovereign and, most important of its be to, by his command, by constraint, and if need be by terror, biological unity at every level of dispersal, in opposition to the multiplicity of alterity and as the ontological statute of the totality. The sovereign is produced by terror, and he has to become the may be said powery essay. This is tale and we shall what are studying here gnty it in a historical a which it f me imtatushi ameling e institution 625 agent responsible for it. Everyone abandons mistrust in favor of the untranscendable third party, on the understanding that he will express everyone's mistrust of everyone. In fact, there is still recurrence, and the shifting NNST grows deeper because it has become power, the duty to betray the apparatuses, the sovereign power to liquidate anyone in particular, and, most important of serial a unity of flight, the object of a permanent, sovereign 01k ration aimed at destun-inflow it. The apparent progress of reflexive tie here is due to the fact that the untranscendable third party, from his elevated position, believes that he has a synthetic view of RHE common field, whereas, in fact, the means of transmission necessarily his information, he thinks he can see but really sees nothing. Apart from other, ready solidified views, provided by others and originating at the common level. The politics of integration corresponds to these synthetic views. Through his apparatuses, the sovereign tries to constitute the group not only as a practical object, but also as a living object. For him, as a product of mistrust and separation, who regards all plurality and alterity as suspect, and therefore as having to be liquidated immediately, the only non-suspect unity is his own practical unity and the ontological structures which develop in it. In short, the unity of the organism his right hand trusts his left, and through an intelligible inversion of the contradiction, this power, which is institutionally defined as a permanent re-interiorization of the group in. Exteriorization, Alrendi represents, both in itself and ontologically, the ability of common being, bull in Rhe name of its practical function. Integration, it makes an authoritarian attempt, using violence if necessary, the organic being which actually indicates the impossibility that the common praxis should be based on a common being, as the common being of group. In the practices of impassibility of giving oneself an statute within the group, a violent and vein of third parties by the regulatory third party to another ontological statute, by definition unrealizable. This at least is what the sovereign believes he is doing, and what he is believed to do. But here we confront once again the contradiction HCTWEC and the two ontological statutes, the mixing and manipulation of third parties with the object of constituting organic unities, actually produce inorganic inertia sovereign orders just as the inertia of wax receives the seal. And the of every third party, as of the quasi-object, moves book from enthusiastic realization of an other will to passive, resigned acceptance of this will. Thus the squirtans praxis on the group, ixing both transcendent and immanent, is expressed, successively, or even, sometimes, simultaneously, in two kinds of determination of be expressed in of unity. The group is a machine which the sovereign sets in motion, parami group itself as an of the that is say, the legs and which he produces in order to realize the common objective. But, in fact, the second formulation relates to sovereignty mystification, whereas the first necessarily reveals the function of the sovereign as dispossession, alienation, and massification. The false unity of common quasi-objects, instrumentality, can in fact arise only on the basis of an accelerated process of so that when constraint is individuals to a molecular dispersal which separates them even more than their previous alterity. Could it be said that the sovereign is the group's chosen means of maintaining its unity in specific circumstances? Is an emergence a sovereign is in fact the of a in circular recurrence, the slightest short circuit will create sovereignty. And such short circuits occur, in given conditions, as reinforcements of the differential by recurrence. In universal impotency, this recurrence will run up against a subgroup or individual with differential characteristics which make reciprocity less obvious, and which are produced as univocal bonds of interiority. In fact, regardless of what these characteristics are, they cannot extract a future squirren from the reciprocal relation until Rhe group is eroded by alterity. On the other hand, in a group which is in the process of being institutionalized, impotence, a shifting separation appears, the actual power of certain individuals not only because serial paralysis prevents every -any from acquiring these characteristics for themselves, but also, and most importantly, because whatever Rhe characteristics may be the group, still effective in its transcendent objective, though affected with inertia in its internal relations, does not in fact have any common power with which to oppose the strength of a particular individual. This is the process, the possible sovereigns are installed and there is nothing for the third parties either to accept or to support, since are incapable of refusing anything. When sovereign rakes power, he has directed transcendence of common passivity, and this will mean the Reamer institution. 627. Gens of freedom as constituent reason within the constituted group. De facto power insofar as it is consolidated by recurrence is prior to de jure hut in order that move from fact to right, power must become institutionalist. Here, through institutions, a kind of passive finality reemerges, the need which everyone feels either to allow Rhe institutional system to lose itself in exteriority without surety or internal unity, or to re-interiorize it as an system in an individual. This is of institutional as practice processes maintained in their being by everyone's impotence and freedom. This means, then, that the movement of institutionalization involves the institutionalization of the practical individual as such as its only chance of completion, or, in other words, the institutionalization of the freedom of a single individual as an institution with the of praxis. In fact, the ability turns in on itself and reverts to being a practical field and an instrument. Thus authority, as the internal unity of institutions, is required by their very being, by the contradiction. BC foreween their practical and the inertia of dispersal. Expulsion of individual freedom by inertia would become the occasion for a relagre, into the practico-inert, unless common, transcendent freedom were embodied in the free praxis of an institutionalist organism. Through the institution everyone sacrifices his freedom for the CK of inert efficiency, but he gets it back at the aggregates in the double, undifferentiated form of common and individual freedom. The order reincarnates it in him as the freedom of an other actualizing itself through him. The purpose of these last remarks is to show that RHE squarrenty of the untranscendable third party arises, in groups which are in the process being institutionalist, when the empty, inert exigency of an institutional system in search of its unity coincides with an interruption of recurrence by some material, accidental superiority. There is an integration of de facto power with the generality of power and, therefore of a process of which constitutes a given man or ensemble from our side as the strongest, or the richest, of he others, or as happened in of as the man with a horse, with a passive finality in the institutional system of the practical character of de facto gives a practical content to the institution, for the institution of sovereignty docs not designate the sovereign as the passive unity of Nook f/the system, but as the unifying force which condenses, integrates, and changes it by making use of it. The institution, on the other hand, far as it preserves the exigencies of terror and of violence, demands force and legitimates it. In the other functions, the power of each specialized individual may involve the right to call on force for support, though force itself is not the content of their power. On the contrary, the reunification of the institutional skeleton requires that the work done by the institutions, and if necessary against THIRD, should EC directly produced by sovereign phi RCE, unifying force is the immediate content of sovereign I wideware. In this way, force is both the right and the duty of authority, it is the concentration in a single individual of terror the struggle, but this concentration be no more than an idea or a material exigency of the system. The regulatory third party already in short sovereignty does not create sovereign strength, but rather makes the strength. However, this positive strength is tiny compared with the real which would have if it were to dissolve its emerging seriality. Thus the relation of untranscendability is originally that of a relatively small strength to generalist impotence. At this level it is possible to discern one of the contradictions of sovereignty. The squirren reigns through and over the impotence of all, their living practical union would make his function useless, and indeed impossible to perform. However, his proper activity is to struggle against the invasion of by, that is to say, against the very conditions which make his office legitimate and possible. We have seen how the contradiction is resolved, in practice, by a new form of alienation, that of end to person. Order to avoid relapsing into the practico-inert field, a object, or an inessential actualization for the freedom of the other. By means of sovereignty, the group alienates itself to a sin-me man so as to avoid alienating itself to the material and human ensemble. In fact, everyone experience his alienation as life, as the life of another, through his own life, instead of experiencing it as death, as a reification of all his. Of this applies to the original in which constitutes itwell f into m cur the of evementi been strictly do _d by tuition, will institution. However, the synthetic relation of the sovereign to all through institutions presents a new contradiction, due both to the immanence et transcendence tension which produces a mere quasi-sovereignty in him and to his untranscendability which, though it does not remove him from RHE group, separates him from all the third parties. As it this quasi-sovereignty, being treats the group as a whole as a field of inorganic materiality or as an organized extension of his organs. The object of the exercise is to a co-objective, and the relation posits itself as that between ZH sovereign and ZH object. There is no answer to whether practical objectification will be that of the sovereign, U1 by means of his group, or that of the group through the mediation of sovereign, whether, in other words, the aim is the object of the sovereign individual as such, in his practical individuality, achieved by common means, by setting to work a multiplicity of common individuals, or whether it is a common aim achieved by common action which has been planned, thought out, and organized by means of an untranscendable regulator. Is the object the objectification of a reign, or is it that of the men who have lived under it, maintained it, and created it? This indeterminacy is expressed in the phrase my people, which means both to and to it would help to claim that the sovereign is a specific product of given institutions and that he sets himself constant aims, defined by circumstances and by the constant possibilities of geopolitics, to defeat the House of Austria, etc., which he can achieve only by using specific instruments, namely institutions. We already this point, is not present problem. Nor is it simply to claim that sovereign, as a product of the group, considered as a practical of individuals, expresses the deep relations, the conflicts, and the tensions within the group, in spite of himself, and that his PNM can be no more than the practical re-interiorization of these human relations. But the problem is not so simple. To judge by the claims of those who wish to dispose of him, the sovereign apparently establishes his authority either over a fused group or over an organist group, that is to say, over free practical men, whose only inertia is pledged faith. If this were so, then the sovereign would effectively be no more than the medium of his group. But the sovereign does not exist at this stage of integration. Since his authority based on serial impotence, and given that he exploits the inertia of internal relations in order to give the 630 Book 11 group possible external that is based on consent a positive act of adhesion, but rather that consent to his power is an interiorization of the impossibility of resisting it. In other words, he imposes himself through the of and everyone accepts as a way of bartering inertia for obedience. This element of nothingness, this devil's share, is the true support of sovereignty. Everyone obeys in seriality, not because he directly adopts an attitude of obedience, but because he is not sure whether his neighbor has undertaken to obey. This is far from preventing orders from being seen as in fact it prevents the question of legitimacy from being raised. So if the sovereign works on the inorgancy, it is not that his group is using him as a reflexive medium, but rather it is himself using his group in order to achieve certain ends, and of course the limits of his options and choices are indicated by institutions which are, that is to say, they are indicated by the petrified ensemble of institutionalist men. But, in the first place, within these limits, his power can vary riding to institutions and circumstances, and power may quite the most important point to grasp is that, in course of the repressive terror which he has to practice in the name of innovation, certain stratifications, blockages, and regroupments constitute the meach of calling a temporary at this level of terror, that is to say, in more or and which, a whole, constitute a passive of the group only the of institutions a sort of geology section which is nothing other than sovereign praxis maintained in its unity by inertia of, and this structured ensemble which is dependent on the practice of the untrans individual is not only a material formation which he maintains and constantly engenders, and which will collapse when he dies, but also the of and paths of his as he reigns. The sovereign increases his power, because he produces the group in his own image narrowly. The converse is also true. The group endenses into the indissoluble unity of an organism, and the sovereign dilates through the multiplicities of the group. Nevertheless, the group, through these acquired structures, perform an extra-institutional task on itself, and this is simply an inert extension of sovereign praxis. And these very conditions of sovereignty suffice to shcw that there is no priori answer to the question. From the point of view of the group, the institutions, the circumstances, the common object, etc., the sovereign posits himself either as the medium of the group or as its end. And, on the second hypothesis, and depending on the situation, he may either posit himself in his practical, free individuality as a goal of the community, or regard the institutional system as essential insofar he himself has the institutional power to re-interiorize it, while the multiplicity of is inessential. Whether it is the man or apparatus which posit themselves, anew for the third parties, provided that the of the really is the common object of the group, no one will have any aim other than revealing the sovereign himself, and you or yon will pursue the common aim, not ex cause it is common, but because it is the object of free so ve reign praxis. This the particular embodiment of sovereignty which encountered in history. Its dialectical reason is simple, and we summarize it here only so as to reveal a few of the formal structures of sovereignty. And in fact our inquiry is leading to a new moment of our investigation, the institutional group coming into contact with the various serialities of the non-gmukt. Several different objectives, in fact, are possible and logically definable. The aim of the group may be the production and reproduction of the life of its members, struggle against some other group, or direct action on collectives. This last category includes agitational and propaganda groups as well as publicity associations or groups of cadres, etc. Now, if a group which is still effective, though possibly eroded by seriality, really acts on serial individuals, its action on the series is due to its unity. At this level, we are now in a position to complete a description which we gave at an earlier and more level of our where we spoke of newspapers and the radio as and this a mistake, everyone reads or listens to the opinions of the others. But our description missed another aspect of its reality, the fact that what lived and as by serial of an organized group, the newspaper, or an institutional group, the state radio, which, in a common undertaking transcends itself, retrails and, towards collectives and inert gatherings as their own objectives. At this level, group is capable of to the it has been through it, and each of its memtakers is himself in other moments, and in relation to other individuals a serial being. Besides, each of them, even inside the group, is already more than half serialist, and finally, in his job may have taught him the effect of a given item of news or a given statement when it is reproduced in the 6.32 privacy of a couple or of a family and appears as a collective opinion. At this level, group praxis, unless it is aimed at the dissolution of inertia cf seriality in a given place, is, in itself and for all its members, a rational employment of ruerency. It is by starting from impotence and separation, in the knowledge that every thought in every individual is a thought of the other, that they manipulate the inert material of their work. The group, as a practical totalization, which organizes itself in the unity of its directives, the practical thought which veils and combines the elements of alterity outside it, becomes the free, synthetic unity of alterity as such, that is to say, it relies for the effectiveness of its action on the impotence and dispersal of its objects. An advertising project, or a film which has to be seen, or a view which has to be establishes itself in every other with its own ccc afflicient of alterity which, as we have seen, shows that the other thought in seriality, has to reinteriorize and reactualize the thought of the other. Thus a group which works on an inert gathering produces itself both in relation to this gathering and in itself as sovereign in an institutionalist group, except that, in our examples, its action is not institutional in character. This does not mean that can be to one's wishes. On the contrary, as we have seen, these serial flights have inflexible laws, but regardless of his range of the sovereign cannot manipulate the group as he wishes. Any then or technicians can do what they like with their tools and materials. This is not the issue, point is that the group is and that the practico-inert man is object not as an other. It is also important that the action which rearranges the practical field has the result and the of W working inert so that the force of the inertia should itself intended result. In this way, an organized group can exercise roverisnty over collectives, since it treats them as an individual treats the objects of his practical field and because it acts on them in accordance with their laws, that is to say, by exploiting their relations of exteriority. In this sense, in the case of an institutionalist group which has a sovereign in some form or other, he becomes the sovereign the collective in so far as he is the sovereign of the group. But there is one all-important: this sovereignty is not itself, this is not important. Hearst, the of press in America, with his newspaper chains, over which he exerted authoritarian control, was sovereign and reigned over public opinion. Besides, the institution 6.13 an inert gathering is likely to accept the of the sovereign when it thinks of in serial and through indefinite alterity which renianes that he abhors to query member of the series as a benefactor of the indefinite recurrence which is known as public opinion. The sovereign is both man and infinite, he is outside the practico_J in air, and his freedom opposes the suffered alienation of ALTERITY. The action of the group on the gathering has to be conceived synthetically the basis of the and it is serially through the directed and controlled serialization of agents. But when, in a gathering, separate individuals rise from produced seriality, press, radio, etc., to an individual who directs the operation, this other, who is other than all of them because of his organic and practical unity and his power, seems to them to determine and actually does determine their indefinite fight, so as to occasion an abstract, totalizing unity in it. The whole indefinite series of the newspapers and the other readers is condensed in him, and, in him, recurrence is free. Temporization, in him, public opinion is one individual, historical thought, a free determination of discourse, though without ceasing to be multiplied to infinity in the practico-inert. All I have wanted to show by these formal remarks is that the unity of the sovereign, as the sole practical freedom of the occasions and phantom unity within the series, and that relation is really no more than a degradation of his relation to the third parties of the community. For this reason, when an emergency threatens a concrete ensemble compo *d of a group and a gathering, the raw material of the group being the gathering, or when the division of functions makes *gme regulation necessary, the group may claim the power to distribute tasks to the members of the series, and the members can accept them, without escaping FMR and seriality. In fact, it is worth remarking that the presence of constituted groups except ones which are explicitly aimed at the dissolution of seriality prevents the forma of fused groups of, or at it makes it more difficult. Induced unity is sufficient, ALTERITY is liquidated when there is no of struggle, and other is a group. Orders are accepted partly from a simple inability to refuse and partly because the transcendent unity of the group creates an economy of dangerous unification for every other. The mobilism group may impose its institutions on the series because they are homogeneous with it in so far as they are still practices of impotence. But when they become serial, institutions decline a little further and they become Book 11 suffered processes whose concrete meaning is dissipated in the milieu of exteriority. For every other in the gathering, it will suffice to KNCRV the institutional takes a meaning for sovereign. In this sense, collectives and inert gathering, never legitimate either sovereignty or institutions, they them of impotence and because they have already been legitimate by the OT/NRs, in the group. LC one way, in the milieu of ALTERITY, the mere fact that a group exists outside them and in its synthetic unity constitutes a basis for legitimacy. Not for them, however, for it. The group is legitimate because it has produced itself by a pledge in the synthetic milieu of practical freedom, that is to say, in the milieu which rejects the gathering on principle. In fact, through the other of ALTERITY, the group Yukai, as its own production from the clay of seriality, 15 legitimate, because it both realizes for itself and manifests for all, by determining impotence in depth, the action of freedom in opposition to necessity. This means that, through the group, the sovereignty of praxis over the practicoinert manifests itself to seriality as a basis for, and an impotent rejection of, passive activity. Free activity is manifested EU/WRE to passive activity as the absolute reign of law, and this absolute reign, as a negation of the practico-inert, involves, at least as an abstract connection, the univocal core bursting open the chains of seriality in every other. In this sense, although the collective has no ability to confer sovereignty, and no structure to enable it to do so, it can grasp it as a mode of existence proper to certain practical forms of sociality, and may even, with an institutional group, go back to the origin of totalization, to individual freedom conceived as the will of all. And its relation to the group or competition, etc., may be a capitulation co-inertia, on why because is manipulated in and group in and through as creating itself, its legity and all and, in the gathering as in principle foreign to every statute of, neither justified nor unjustified, question of not arise, afar as it is besides, though as an inert and as an other, manipulation not change other, the intention of producing an effect by transforming the whole series may occasion, in the very locus of ALTERITY, a kind of transcendent unity as other, the relation of exteriority, worked on in the collective by the group, takes on a synthetic, impractical/y meaning for every other, in so far as the group deigns to use it for its unitary undertaking. This the institution 635 index of separation becomes, out there, in untranscendability, a hidden unity of five states and societies. These remarks have nothing to do with the historical origins of sovereignty, but only with entirely abstract logical and dialectical relations, which must, however, be present the intelligibility of any historical interpretation. Within sovereignty is in fact at least relatively simple. But the in which sovereignty, in some form or other, manifests itself in its full development and power are societies. And we have already established that a society is not a group, nor a grouping of groups, nor even struggling groupings of groups. Are both the matrix of groups and their grave, they remain as the indefinite sociality of the praxico-inert, nourishing groups, maintaining them and them everywhere by their indefinite multiplicity. Where there are several groups, the collective is either a mediation or battlefield. Our dialectical investigation has, up to this of its approached very yields up its structure, in the material of needs, dangers, instruments, and techniques. There can be no such thing as society unless there are, in some way or other, human multiplicities united by a container or by soil, unless these multiplicities are divided, by historical development, into groups and series, and unless the basic internal relation of the society, whether production, division of labor, consumption, type of distribution, or defurks against the enemy, division of tasks, is ultimately that of groups to series. And among the many differentiations of this internal bond, one of the easiest to grasp is the institutional ensemble, cloaked and reunited by the squirren institution, by the state, in so far as a small group of administrators and propagandists take on the task of imposing modified institutions within collectives, as serial bonds, which in short, what is known the state can never be regarded as the product or expression of the totality of social individuals or even of the majority of them. Since this majority is serial 636 book 11 anyway, and could not express its needs and demands without liquidating itself as a series, so as to become a large group, which either immediate _RWS authority or else renders it completely inoperant. It is at this of the large group that dissolving permits concrete needs and objectives to constitute themselves as common realities. And the idea of a diffuse popular sovereignty becoming embodied in a sovereign is a mystification. There is no such thing as diffuse sovereignty. The organic individual is sovereign in the abstract isolation of his work, and in fact, he immediately becomes alienated in the practico-inert, where he learns of rhe necessary of impotence, or of impotence as a basis of his practical freedom. At the of the juridical and power is completely denied to human multiplicities by the very structure of their relations of exteriority. Thus, inert gatherings do not have the power or nature either to consent to or to resist the state. Sovereignty does not rise from the collective to the sovereign, on the contrary, sovereignty, as command, as a phantom of unity, or as the legitimacy of fmedom, descends through the sovereign to modify collectives, without changing their structure of easivity. As for the institution as such, and the concrete power which fills it, it is clear that they arise in the group when it institutionost, and that what ensures its efficacy is a which preserves a certain unity in the community which is being serialized. Thus, within a given society, the state cannot be said to be either legitimate or illegitimate. It is legitimate within a group, because it is produced in a milieu of pledged faith. But it does not really have legumery when it acts on collectives, since the authors have not sworn anything either to groups or to one another. However, as we have just seen, the other CIO claim is at least long as they still CIO constitute a group. Do make such a demand, this is, in place, out or impotence, as a series, they have no means of either contesting or establishing legitimacy. Secondly, it is because the group, whatever it may appears to establish its own legitimacy in that it freely brings itself into being, when it is seen by the other in ALDERID as the synthetic signification elsewhere of his bonds of exteriority and as the abstract and permanent possibility that the collective too should become a grouping. Something like acceptance may therefore occur, but in itself this is ineffectual since it exists in query other only as an potent recurrence. I do otherwise, and in itself this confers serial on the sovereign, his power to proves that a nature from or, in other words, that he is if I were of the group I would somehow further my freedom in that of the sovereign and even, as we have seen in the alienation of the third bulletin tie to the living organism of the untranscendable third party. Thus I am in league with the sovereign, and I pursue his ends as though were ends, and therefore as my own, even if, for me, he is already, as the pure unity of integrating violence, untranscendable end. But, given that the institution maintains itself in the series as pure inertia, and given that once a skillful practice has imposed it belongs to the world constraints, given that it presents itself an exigency rather than as a synthetic signification within a totalization, it produces itself within the collective, as inert repetition, purely and simply as a reality, a de facto constraint, while retaining a character of sacred exteriority in so as it relates, through empty intentions, to the free fulvial ration which created it. It is the element which predominates. Resistance is futile and there is no point in trying to comprehend, that's how things are. From this point of view all negations which reduce to impotence are assimilated to one another, whether alienations originating in seriality itself, impossibilities resulting from the economic and social system in the conjuncture, or enforceable or sovereign orders. Reality, as Mascalo rightly observed though he did not understand why it was so, is, for the exploited, the unity of all the impossibilities which negatively define them. The state is therefore a group which is constantly reorganizing itself and altering its composition by means of a partial, discontinuous, or continuous, renewal of its members. Within the group, the authority of the sovereign is based on institutions and their exigencies, on the need to ensure the strict unity of the apparatus in the fair of the dispersal of series. In other words, this integrated GYOPTS itself the aim of manipulating the collectives, extricating them from and of establishing its power over the heterogeneity of its being and of serial being. The impotence of the series as ALDERID in flight is both the origin and the limit of state power, always living, always commanding obedience here, authority is always threatened elsewhere, and in the very moment when the other who is here offs it. This radical heterogeneity of the state and of inert gatherings provides the of the historical of sovereignty. If classes exist, that is to say, if practical, historical investigation reveals G3's book them, then, effect, the state institutes itself in their struggle as the organ of the exploiting class, or CSs, and sustains, by constraint, the statute of the oppressed classes. In fact, as we shall soon see when we finally reach the concrete, classes are a shifting groups and series, within each class, practical which attempt regroupment, under pressure from certain specific emergencies, and which finish by relapsing, to some extent, into seriality. But if, as we have been assuming, such regroupments occur inside societies in which dominant and dominated classes confront one another, they differ radically according to which class they are in. If they occur within the dominant classes, then, what are their aim, they in process practices of, and if in classes, will tend, or in the light of developments, appear as complete betrayals, contain an initial, abstract negation of clan domination as one of their basic determinations. Of course, that problem can arise within exploited classes, at least when they in order to intensify the class struggle, but it does imply that the formation of a state, as a permanent as a imposed by a group on all serialities, can occur only through a complex dialectic of groups and series WTRHZ and the dominant a revolutionary organisative sovereign. But the state itself as a between conflicts within the dominant class, insofar as these conflicts run the risk of weakening it in the face of the dominated classes. It embodies and realizes the general interest of the dominant class over and above the antagonisms and conflicts of particular interests. This amounts to saying that the ruling class produces its stale, that its internal struggles produce the possibility and the exigency for a group to arise to defend the general interest, and that its institutional strukturwillen of reality is, say, in the analysis, in terms of relations production. In this sense, the 19th century state reflected the unity of society. Its and its of non-intervention were not based on the fact that the statute of bourgeoisie was given, cm exigencies of a complex process which div 01 kd industrialization through an order here is identical the general of as a negation of the powers of association and organization of the exploited the institution classes, they are realized in the relation of the dominant classes by means of a strenuous effort to subordinate the strength of the landed aristocracy to that of industrial and financial capital. Lastly, within the class, they consolidate already been proclaimed at least, it was in France before 1848 and ensure the bankers' control of the country as a whole. This means that they absorb their de facto power as untranscendable third parties and transform it, through new institutions, into de jure power. Thus Marx was right when he wrote only polare il superstir, on still imagines today that civil life must be held together by the state, whereas in reality, the contrary, the state is held together by civil life. Marx was right, subject the qualification that there is a circular process at work here and that the state, being produced and sustained by the dominant, rising class, constitutes itself as organ of contraction and integration of class, and of integration place and as a but still, it takes place through the state, at least in part. Thus it would be wrong to see state either as reality, as Hegel apparently wished to believe, or as a pure, epiphenomenal abstraction merely passive expression to changes effected by concrete development of its real society. Is important in so far as state cannot take its functions without positing itself as a mediator between the exploiting and exploited state is of the class, and this determination is conditioned by class struggle. But it affirms itself as a deep negation of the class struggle. Of course, it derives its legitimacy from itself, and series have no alternative but to accept it. Moreover, they ought to accept it, it must appear to the dominated classes as their guarantee. It is absolutely wrong to ignore of the convention, that it was the of legitimate interests of people, or nation, as a whole. State therefore exists for the sake of the dominant class, but as a practical suppression of class conflicts within the national totalization. The term mystification is not appropriate po contradiction, in a sense, of course, it is a mystification, and the state maintains the established order, in class conflicts it intervenes to tilt the balance in favor of the exploiting volume 4, 40 euros book 11 classes. But, in another sense, the state produce a national institution, in a privileged, it a view of the social ensemble, it sees beyond antagonistic individuals, and devise a paternalistic social policy it will impose on the dominant classes, though it is in their interest. Lenin when that stare arbitrates whenever power relations tend to a state of equilibrium. But this means that it posits itself in relation to the class which emanates, this united, institutionalist and effective group, deriving its internal sovereignty from itself and imposing it as accepted legitimacy, tries to produce itself and to preserve itself in and through itself as an essential national by acting in the interests of the class from which it emanates and, if necessary, against them. One need only look at the policies of the French monarchy between the 14th and the 18th centuries to see that it did not confine itself to providing mediation when forces were evenly balanced, but rather created this balance by of that the bourgeoisie and the aristocracy would control each other, so as to produce itself, on the basis of this deadlock was partly social and partly to the economic of the government, as an absolute monarchy. Formal point of view, and of the historical reasons for its development in any particular society, the state belongs to the category of institutionalized groups with a specified sovereignty, and if, amongst these groups, we make a distinction between those which work directly on an inorganic common object, those which are constituted to struggle against other groups, and those whose objectification demands the manipulation of inert serialities, etc., it is obvious that the state belongs to the second class. Having emerged from a certain kind of seriality, the dominant class, the state remains heterogeneous with it, as with Rhe-dominated class, because its strength is based on its impotence and it appropriates the of others, the dominant class was, over others, the dominated classes, by interiorizing it and transforming it into right. It sets the unity of its AD4. In fact, the categories are always complex, inorganic, the P, etc. Al P at the same as the of an army in territory shows. What is to us is of terromplegery of at the praxis in opposition to all classes, literally, perhaps, at least in capitalist societies, in opposition to employers who have long been by their mutual antagonisms, than to the proletariat, which is very to attempt to replace seriality by unity, that is to say, by its and there can be 110 private interests can always influence its decisions, as can the totalizing evolution of circumstances. Coalitions of the privileged may destroy it or put it out cf action, but on the whole its autonomy is prisum ad beaus, for the oppressed classes, it is the organ of legitimacy and because, in so far as they agree that it should be its own legitimation, the privileges and inequalities are also given a juridical statute. Whenever a ruling class has wished to attack the state, the ruled classes have quickly formed group, and carried forward the liquidating action against the classes which began it, the best known example owing the aristocratic which, in paved way to the bourgeois revolution, which in the popular revolution. The of a state normally takes place within the state apparatus, a crisis of sovereignty. The bourgeoisie was able to when the of the terror had lost the Committee of Public Safety the support of the sans-culottes. But 9th was neither a surprise attack, a day, unlike the days of May 2nd June, were popular and revolutionary. It was a legally and institutionally crisis of within the government apparatus. There are many transformations of the possessing class, including ones which occur in the concrete domain of real society rather than in the abstract domain of civil society, which have to be publicly realized by the state acting on the citizens. And, until the exploited classes reach full revolutionary consciousness of themselves, this is because the passive legitimation of sovereignty by the popular classes becomes the state's guarantee against those who hold power. Though it is imposed by the exploiters as a cloak for exploitation, it is also guaranteed by the exploited. This position of autonomy, and heterogeneity of structure, and these possibilities of maneuver, lead it to posit itself for itself as the nation itself. It tries, as a sovereign institutional group, to become the creator of the objective which is common to all, the designer of the plans through which it will be achieved and the manipulator of all the series, each as a function of the others and simultaneously. This does not alter the that mediator or of the dominant classes the expense of the others and classes. And we are in a position to add the crucial point that the institutional group, in so far as it aims to preserve its being, in the organic being one of the sovereign, wishes to carry out its policy as a means of developing the milieu of sovereignty, rather than to put its sovereignty at the service of a policy. The real contradiction of the state is that it is a class apparatus pursuing class objectives and, at the same time, positing itself for itself as the sovereign unity of all, that is, in the absolute other being which is the nation. Other direction, the top 10, racism and. Having reached the complex level here, the group becomes a mediation between collectives, and where collectives as intermediaries for groups, and where the immediate, or even absolute, goal of certain communities is the manipulation of series and of the masses as such, that is to say, of the practico-inert field in so far as men within it mediate between worked objects, we must now define, in their abstract intelligibility, the resulting new model of common praxis and the new long-term effects on the sovereign group. The principle of the new praxis, propaganda, agitation, publicity, the diffusion of is more less or at ivus selected with a view to action rather than truth campaigns, slogans, the touted orchestration of terror as an accompaniment to orders, stuffing people's heads with propaganda, etc., is to exploit seriality by pushing it to an extreme so that recurrence itself will produce synthetic results, or results capable of being synthesized. The sovereign will rethink seriality in practice as a conditioning of indefinite flight, in the context of a total undertaking which is controlled alternatively and by we should be accustomed to this contradictory tension which constitutes practical thought. He will define the operation on the series as a unity of action which is serialized in the synthetic context of a Berrater totalization. Thus serial reason becomes a special case of dialectical reason. But this practical view of a transcendent series cannot arise in a dialectical context unless the non-synthetic unity of ALTERID is reproduced in the practical scheme with at the least a appearance synthetic unity. It must be possible to this in the unity of a circular. This act is given in the group itself as a developing of the still efficacious effectively. The sovereign is born of circular recurrence and arises as an obstacle within it, and the relational system which constitutes the skeleton of his practical devices implies a constant incurvation of recurrence. It is by passing through blocked, circular recurrence towards indefinite seriality that he becomes able to see the seriality as the ubiquity of a circular, infinite recurrence whose center is everywhere but whose circumference is nowhere. In fact, however, this seriality is not really of this kind. Nevertheless, this is how institutional agents the orders of the sovereign will on a basic foundation of they will it an artificial statute will in that through the mediation of a directed operation, everyone's alterly by and everyone will present itself as the index of refraction of a united social milieu. Holm law is that each of its practical features is produced through the determination of every other and through the others, and conversely. This unitary to exist through recurrent dispersal, it is necessary and sufficient that every other should RMKE himself completely other, that is to say, that he should direct his FME praxis onto himself so as to be as others. This is what various American sociologists have aptly called other direction. The third party, in each of the groups under consideration, effectively presents himself as inner directed, by which I mean that his powers and actions are determined for him on the basis of an interior limitation of his freedom. And, through reciprocity, the other, as the formal ALTERID of my freedom, certainly figures in my pledge as pledged inertia. But it is still true that my own praxis, in so far as it is strictly subordinated to the interests of the group, is produced from within, on the basis of limitations and powers. It is set either to do 10 like the others, but simply to remain the same here, through imposed by and manipulated on other hand, has no common aim which is appropriate since its metamorphosis into a group is necessarily and fundamentally the beginning of a revolution. It derives its inertia from its impotence rather than from a pledge, and people are involved in it only in so far as their actions and thoughts come from others. The David Yale et al. 11. Nax, S of the sovereign group therefore consists in conditioning everyone by acting on the others. But this is not sufficient to create the Fs of quasi-unity of other direction. In order to realize it, it is necessary to fixate every other on an illusion, the totalization of ALTERITHES, that is to say, the totalization of the series. This is the trap of other direction. The squirren intends to act on the series so as to a total action from it in itself, but produces idea of practical totality as a possibility of the series totalizing itself while remaining unity of whereas in fact the POSSI of the inert gathering in dissolving seriality in itself. These considerations may seem very formal. I shall now give a simple example, which will illustrate two characteristics of other direction, the mediating action of the group which conditions every other through all the others, and everyone's practical fixation on the illusion of totalized seriality. In 1946, when I was in the United States, several radio stations broadcast a list of the 10 best-selling records of the week every Saturday and, after each title, they played a few bars of the record they had just mentioned, usually the tune. A series of test K and comparisons revealed that this program increased the sales of the 10 records in the following week by between 30 and 50%. In other words, without the program at the weekend, the number of buyers for the 10 records would have been between 30 and 50% less. Thus the program tended to preserve and lyrgituate the previous week's result. But this result was itself statistical and serial. No doubt it was partly due to advertising campaigns, but these campaigns were in competition with one another, or at least as when bands belonged to the same company they served several records at once. were attempts to action in everyone, that is to say, to define a practical field. They did not give anything, everything was in the future, the record which you like, or else related to action of some small group. Top record prize, for example, tried to persuade serials that the specialized HVUP which awarded the prize was simply a for of the of in case there was already an attempt to establish an equivalence between a synthetic unity and alterity. The jury is the public. But the public does not really cooperate, except for a few prizes or choices whose legitimacy it accepts and.is subjected to. In any case, its relation to the small 645 group is complex and ambivalent. The decision of the group must signify both the judgment of the nation as a ser, eally of serialities, and the decision of those competent to judge. In one way, the jury represents the great dispersals of alterity in the astringent milieu of the group. It establishes how one should behave. Thousands of people are prepared in advance in way, buying or giving, and it remains abstract in everyone, as a fleeting relation of reciprocity, in so far as lacks an end. Therefore appears to end, indeed, it docks the power to choose which record will be inapt. It should be observed that this power, like all powers which relate to seriality, is conferred on it by a small group, namely the group which organized it. The public merely accepts it. No doubt the public could have remained in a state of negative inertia, neither challenging nor accepting this legitimacy, which was none of its concern. If it chooses serial docility as other, this is on account of concrete historical circumstances which we need not go into here. Formally, this very symbiosis is the beginning of fixation, and this is what gives it its hold over the other in inert gatherings. It apparently gives two different statutes to the same act. Buying, he recalled, because one always buys the prize record, and giving it is the new year present for fans. Here we have a set of alienated actions on his AC. By the by, will hear the record at a later date, as belonging to this year, and when we meet he will expect me to have heard it. Illy's behavior not only constitutes the prim as an eternal return, and a socio-natural one, it corresponds to the beginning of winter as a social season, by making it on every year in a form, but also leaves open TLAE purchaser's value judgment, a different act, concerning the object he buys. As an act, the prize is other and indeterminate. It is the annual, and only, relationship between persons and by a group. And here we encounter the second characteristic AF. The group as seen by the it is a group of. This means the evaluation of is their profession. No one the record is really the best of, at least it be worth to. The an expert sovereignty in the milieu, that is to say, it is transcendent of seriality, and this sovereignty, which is expressed in one specific act, flows into one object and becomes a definite power in it, a right over a certain category of serial individuals. Here we can see precisely the mirage in its elementary form, the record. 646. In a shop window, fresh and new, unique amongst the other records, is individual unity of interiority, objectification of the individual who produced it and oft small group which chose it. If I go into the shop, buy it and take it away, it is a record seriality, a record which I must have because the other has it, a record which I listen to as an other, adapting my RT perceptions to those which I anticipate in others. 88 Mirage and metamorphosis. Synthetic unity can manifest itself as an abstract determination, in a transcendent milieu, for individuals in an inert gathering, but once an object which has been produced in this way is introduced into gathering, its structures of end becomes, in itself, a factor of alterity. But this initial the object which is or acclaimed is totally alienated, it does not determine the actions of small groups or of practical individuals, in so far as these elementary units lie below the level of seriality. There is a kind of pleasure or displeasure in the listener which, apart from his alienated evaluations, expresses either his personal valuation, that is to say, his power, in so far as it relates to some group to which he belongs elsewhere, or in so far as his free practical activity turns to evaluation through the very alienation which takes it away from him, or, perhaps, that of his family group. At this Dialectical, the group's choice is never in dispute. In order to be able actually to prefer another record, one would have to have heard it, and the opportunity to read 2 or 3 potential winning books, of trying to anticipate the decision of the academicians or to prepare oneself in advance to criticize it, is obviously confined to a very small social category, the liberal professions, certain housewives, etc. But their pleasure or disappointment are expressed slow in their assessments in rather the same way as by lovers of Burgundy. There are good years and bad years. The Prix-Goncourt, for example, is an annual product which exists in its raw state before December and which is worked as a result of December's activities, and the deep identity of this annual product, a product of vegetable spontaneity and human labor, is subject to the same yearly variations as Beaujolais. The Goncourt's pretty boring this year. Oh, I quite liked it. 86. If a has been socially, it may unite a few isolated by étoffe, by reviewing, throughout this to gamely as a common object. But if a book is acclaimed, when open it is by the other as a serial of ALDE writing. Institution. This last observation brings us back to the example of records. The Prix-Goncourt, the Prix du Disque, the Prix de la Chanson, these initial operations extend the group's action a distance on series through the sovereign unity which it goves itself and which is not challenged. It could be challenged, in fact, only by other, more full, more numerous groups, etc., and the fact that it unchallenged appears to serial impotence simply as a security, and other, as an alienated individual, in any case incapable of making a challenge in practice. But if real practical groups are either neutral or in favor, sovereignty as a sui will radiate from itself, up above, at the level of the jury. But this initial unification is of other direction. It conditions the series by producing its unity in transcendence, but it not employ intra-serial behavior as a unitary and physiing of conditioning of other behavior in everyone. But with the radio program, everything becomes quite different. The reflexivity whose only truth lies in the group, and then only at a given level of development, enters the series. An action group, in this case concerned with advertising, rouse the series what is dang, of which it was necessarily unaware since every other was list in the milieu of the others. In other words, the initial reaction of series, to external and transcendent conditionings, is reflected back to it through the medlanon of a group which is itself transcendent in its basic structure, and which is capable of establishing the fleeting series of actions by the means appropriate to seriality, statistics, averages, etc., and of totalizing them into one action, as far as its structure and its totalizing function permit. The becomes aware of what it has done. Thus it is produced as a whole, through the mass media, for each oft others who compose it. Cardinal becomes ordinal, quantity, quality, quantitative relations 9 tween the sales figures of 2 or more particular records suddenly come to indicate a preference, and objective ranking of the records sold becomes the objectivity of a system of values proper to the group. The systematic transmutation of quantity into quality is completed by connecting the name of the work, usually a catchy name, with its individual quality, RHE fragment of a urn, and with the names of RHE performers, singers, etc. A song a certain quality puts it at of an hierarchy. Sees the hierarchy as an expression of collective choices and as a unified system of values. The two aspects complement one another. A serial action expresses and sustains a hitherto hidden hierarchy. 648 Book Il in Rulity, it is that the group is lying when it tells the truth. The figures are correct, but they have no validity except in the domain of the other. Of course they may result partly from various unities of preferential choice in the individual eases of particular individuals or small groups. But, apart from the fact that as such this choice is, the other choice forces itself on one as a choice of the other, through circumstances and through the concerted action of groups, propaganda, the failure to make any comparison with total record sates for the week, for it is crucial to know whether the record which is placed first represents 55% of all the records sold, deprives this exception, if indeed it can be considered in isolation, of any, that is to say, differential significance. In fact, the result that is given has no more than the false appearance of interiority. It is neither the choice of the group nor the choice of the others, it is the other as choice. In other words, it is the negation of choice as such, as free choice, or alienation produced as freedom. And its totalization is the result of the hidden work of an advertising group which gave it its structure of inertia and of practical, but we should remember that this YADIO program is addressed to others in separation, as we above, that it is aimed particularly at two categories of listeners, those who have bought the top 10 records, or not all of them, and those who have bought them, or at least depending on their resources, who have bought some of them. For the first group, the top 10 is an exigency. It indicates to the temporarily isolated individual that a broad social process of unification and agreement has taken place this week and that the listener at whom RHE broadcast is aimed has not taken part in it. This spontaneous phenomenon is over. Wages are received weekly in the USA, where the week is a unit of consumption. Calculations are made by the week and not by the month. The week closes in on itself and displays the unity of the others to the non-buyer in this small individual exile, which becomes the expression of seriality for all exiles. In reality, the factors which prevented the purchase are purely negative. The man was sick, or absent, or busy, he did not notice RHE advertisements, etc. Or rather, the question has not arisen so far. His circumstances and behavior presented themselves as a sort of positive relating it is of the totalization serial results by the group that he now feels the need for an explanation. In relation to the number top records sold, the words, did not notice the take on a negative meaning of quasi-interiority, whereas without the top 10, they would. 649. Indicate a mere relation of exteriority. But now, hearing the first bars of this guaranteed music, the serial individual experiences the information as an accusation. He was out of touch. If he did not buy any records that week, he had no taste. If he bought others which did not get into the top 10, or he was unlucky, if he did not notice the ments. Fortunately, records last more than a week. Their owners will not tire of listening to them within a week. The guilty party can still make up for his mistake on Saturday afternoon. He will buy one or more of the records mentioned, depending on his resources. It is true that this serial action is not in time with the spontaneous ceremony of purchase, but the ceremony of listening rat mass of alterity is always possible and he can repeat it on subsequent days as often as he. The contradiction here is due to the fact that the totalizing power of the ceremonies comes from the mediated and actualized reciprocity of all the members in a group, but the isolated reactualization of a unity which has never existed except in the concerted efforts of an advertising group, succeeds only in depicting unity and in renlisting alterity as separation. For the individual listens to the selected record through others and through himself as other. The top record prize leaves a little independence, of he is by the opinion of the exlerts, but as we have seen, his own reaction takes the form either of mute dissatisfaction or of wholehearted endorsement. Case of the 10 is quite sincere. The mystification in once he has bought the records, other as it were his be no doubt that action of the advertising lout produces in him the vague project of uniting with others by what they have spontaneously in the depths of his own spontaneity, but the realization of the project leads to total alienation, since the isolated ceremony consecrates him as ot/ur even in his own failings. This operation will trick him even in his social relations, because when he is in the office, or with friends, he will take himself to be communicating in reciprocity with me other who has also bought the record, whereas as we have seen they are really just the instruments of well organized, but what is important for IIS is the of the group. Goal is synthetic, to sell as many records as circumstances permit. The means is to manipulate the practico-inert field so as to produce serial reactions which will be at the of undertaking, that GSO book il is to say, rehaped, and like inorganic matter. And the means to this tn.nns is to constitute the serial as a false totality for everyone. Recurrence, controlled from outside as a determination projected from through others, into false of a geld and, in reality, into pure reflexive flight, is what we shall other for Erectian, l'extero conditium on. This has two complementary aspects. From the point of view of the praxis of the transcendent group, it appears as a labor which transforms seriality into antiplysis, FRRN, and the point of view of serial individual, it is an grasp of unifying itself in the totalization of the common field, and the realization of radical alterity, directed by the outside group, in him and in all the others on the basis of this illusion. In short, other direction takes alterity far as it can go because it makes the serial individual do the same as the others in order to become the same as them. But by doing the same as others, he loses the chance of LW coming the same, except in so far as everyone is other than the others and other than himself. Now in the field, lines of night appear, as reflected by the mass media, as characteristics, or as habits sense of by capitalizing on their impotence everyone be affected by habits and are in unity given by the external group, as structures of for the others is gradually constituted for him, and introduced to him. If he listens to the radio Saturday and afford to buy weeks no, I will end up with the collection of the other, that is to say, the collection of no one. But the reflexive action of advertising group, as it affects gradually brings together and everyone's in the stare of right surance, in effect, statistical results as such were not worked systematically and no tendency perpetuate, or themselves, if figures for record sales in the United States were not then if one studied annual there be priori reason for supposing that overall should correspond to the contents of in fact it be necessary to distinguish categories, levels of education, social contexts, fashions and the sectors where they were promoted, etc. Thus there would be several popular lists, and not just one, or rather, buying one or might appear incompatible with buying another, in a given social milieu. But the fact that a single list is constituted and carefully diffused every week has the effect of breaking down social and rural barriers, of creating homogeneity, by a double movement, TXYTH upward and downward, and of gradually assimilating regional lists to a universal list. Ultimately, the record collection which is no one's becomes indistinguishable from everyone's collection though without ceasing to be no one's. The interest of this praxis immediately obvious, at least in contemporary societies, transcendent action on seriality, in advanced capitalist controls, tends to constitute a for the market, for your own and no one, and therefore for every individual, and a control of consumption. Rivalries between advertisers then become irrelevant. At a national level the different sectors of industry and commerce reach a more or less tacit agreement to take advantage of rising incomes and to drive the, as inert, to consume and, to adapt budgets not only to their needs or tastes, but also to the imperatives of national production. If a wage earner, with long habits of prudence and, where possible, of saving, inner direction, retains his thrift when wages use, the techniques of other direction will have to replace his inner directions by those of the other. But this is not really possible unless the serial individual has been produced from childhood as other directed. It has recently been shown, in fact, that in infant schools in America, and, of course, throughout the child's education, everyone learns to the expression of all the others and thereby of his whole social milieu, so that the slightest exterior serial change returns to him and conditions him from outside in alterity. Everyone has seen the newspaper cornistitions in which the names often buildings, arns ts, or cars, etc. are listed in a random order, and the object of the competition is to guess the hierarchy pattern, which really means the average hierarchy, which will be established by collating the replies of the others. List is closest to this list is the winner. In fact whoever wins, that is to say, is chosen, selected, named, and rewarded, so he has been more perfectly other than all his practical individuality, in the milieu of his ability, in this situation, to the other as a unit of the of. Should we say that he was already mediumistic product of, or is it he pure prediction? The answer is, both of them inseparably. The ambivalent statute of prophetic being and passive activity is simply that of every inher-directed individual. This never arises at the level of production, even B11 alienated production, even within an exploitative system, simply because work defines itself in terms of need as a free practical operation, in spite of, or even fact that it may the worker as a hostile force. But it would be a mistake to suppose that this is to in any society which is haunted by the need to predict and mutually adjust production and markets from a particular point of view. Other-direction plays an increasingly important part. It represents a real and NEV of the massified individual, namely the direct hold of and distribution groups. 10. Treat this relation between the group and the as created X and matter, be a standing of dialectical rationality. What is new is the historical content and the circumstances which determine it. What is a lead, but permanent, is the synthetic form of unity which appears here. This formal link has in fact always been filled by a content, but what is apparent to me, at this moment of history, in which RHE structures of other direction are more manifest in and around us is, in fact, the crucial importance of these structures for the comprehension of historical events. There has been a regrettable tendency to see certain collective actions as RHE product of suddenly formed groups of mass spawn or simply as the result of the more or less disguised activities 10 ID of those in power. In many cases, both approaches are misleading. For example, there is the seriality of racism, which I have explained. It is always the attitude of the other. But seriality, though it may cause lynchings or pogroms, is not a sufficient explanation of, for example, the active anti-Semitism of the German petty bourgeoisie under the Nazi. Now some highly ingenious recent have shown that anti-Semitism as a historical fact has to be interpreted in terms of the systematic other direction of the race in oft osier, that is to say, in terms of the continuous action of a group on a series. And this action is defined primarily by its reflexivity. The GSUK demonstrates racism to the series by producing within it practical signs of its hostility to Jews, or by causing them to be produced. These signs caricatures, definitions endlessly fed on the radio, in the newspapers and on walls, tendentious information, etc. ultimately play the same role as standard and one. Ignoring for the moment their deliberately Manichaean, projective and sadistic char, they are designations of a particular monster and the created formula of the series as an indication of the mass as a totality. Me hatred which these dummies excited in everyone belonged to other, but propaganda constituted this hatred into other direction as an exigency of a totalizing ceremony. It depended on, that is to say, on the which it brought elsewhere to others, and it then as a possible unity of all through the mass media, whether the circumstances for this totalsng ceremony would be created, that is to say, whether the petty bourgeois would become the practicoinert agents of an induced pogrom. Anyway, the arrest or execution of a Jew on government orders passively realized the same ceremony of Altruity in the masses. Every act of violence was irreversible, not only because it destroyed human but because it made everyone an other-directed criminal, adopting the leader's crimes insofar as he had committed them elsewhere and as an other and an other. Conversely, the acceptance of the sovereign's acts of violence, as an excess and the milieu of other direction, may always, through the transcendent action of the directing group, be reconverted into a pogrom, as the passive activity of a directed seriality. And this excess, along with the practical process which its reconversion may produce, remains a false unity for two essential reasons, both of which are dialectical in character. First, even the most enthusiastic consent only means the inability to offer resistance, and therefore separation. B1 Secondly, and most important, the serial acceptance of this irreversible other direction itself increases separations, impotence, and the real index of Altruity. In fact, both with an approved action and with the practical process, senility re-emerges, in a moment of looting or execution for example, as a force for separation, simply because there has been no real resistance from a hostile group, and no practical totalization through threats of extermination, to occasion, as real negations, dissolution of the serial in the others. On the contrary, looting and firing of undefended shops are in themselves dispersive acts of destruction. They have nothing to do with unity of agents. On the contrary, violence is engendered by disorder, and, from outside. 87. This does not mean that it for a particular individual's _wall of the arts of tuan of a chal leng of miss in intensifying in every so that thr or unity is manifested on the any unity the of b11 they into the other is for the maximum violence committed in the other. At the level at which is serial responsibility, its acceptance or reaction by a given other are simply two contradictory expressions, in discourse, of one and the same fact. And this serial responsibility as the projection of a precise, totalizing policy in the milieu of altruity increases the power of the sovereign group to precisely the extent that it deepens everyone's impotence while sustaining the misleading scheme of the totalizing ceremony. With this example, I have tried to show what differentiates a racist excess, which is what is usually studied, from an anti-Semitic movement. I have tried above to indicate that apparatus its subgroups for constraint and propaganda arcs refool not to occasion what might be called organized action within inert gatherings. Every organisation disturbs them in so far as it dissolves seriality. Thus the real problem, at this level, is to extract organic actions from the masses without disturbing their statute as non-organized. At this point, the problem of organesque spontaneity, l'encadrement, is bound to be raised. Modern societies, both East and West, provide the example of organized a procession on May, July, October etc. Gives a serial public the spectacle of strict organization. An order is given, soldiers, workers, peasants, intellectuals march in Peking according to some pre-existing plan, there are leaders i.o. the march, its speed, the number of stops, etc. But these supposed groups, in same as the until his action by that of the others, and whose leading feature is sheer quantity, have nothing in common with the structures of communities. It is true that the anarch is regulated from outside, but the result of this transaction of group is to keep them under the statute of other directedness. These few examples, though very superficially studied, enable to see though the point cannot developed or proved here that the relation of the state to concrete society can never, even in the best of cases, transcend direction. Thus a sovereign group increases the inertia of collectives and governs by means of it. As I said above, it will be worth giving a brief account of how on the are already too many on it, so dwell on it for long. As we have seen of the subgroups and constituted bodies, forms a complex system whose apparatuses, at the base of the hierarchy, are in direct contact with the masses and constitute what are variously called, very misleadingly, cadres, nuclei, liaison organisations, etc. In reality, these are inorganic instruments whose very inertia constitutes the surface which is in contact with serial inertia, and their role, defined by superior groups, is to manipulate the other directedness of others. I have already observed that these subgroups are surrounded by series, and in separation, as I have shown, they in turn everyone sovereign to in the milieu of the other, the sovereign is other. On the other directedness is on the passivity of the but this passivity conditions their own passivity. First, for THCR, who are other directed they Thirnwell vs Beckern the embodiment of the standard lists, solidified exigencies, etc., and, in the unity of a single Petrofirashi ort, the representatives of the law that is to say, of sovereignty as an individual in so far as this produces itself as a universal power. By this double vitrification, they mean either to eliminate change or to control it, depending on these subgroups retain as long as they really act as a mediation the central authorities and the series, but such mediation cannot establish itself as a permanent function. A group may become the mediation between zero groups, an individual between two communities, but mediation between the series and the sovereign cannot continue if the sovereign praxis is determined to keep the series in impotence and be dotsable of a will is grouping the inertia of and against the sovksainty which is on there as a elections may awing changes of ly, but can claim policy, unless the which accompany it such as to modify it anyway. 656 Book 11 Altruity. Needs will be determined and, where possible, satisfied from outside, in so far as they can be measured by biologists, doctors, etc., but not in so far as they are the object of a genuine demand. This is because their serial structure prevents individuals from forming a group the basis of a demand, and because the task of other direction is constantly to raise the threshold for effecting reupment. In the of the other, which is of government, exigency and even but disturbances, which are quickly repressed, never serve as a lesson, or as an indication of the depth of popular discontent, precisely because it is always the other who rebels or makes a demand, the other, the alien, the suspect, the troublemaker. The notion of a troublemaker, in particular, is senseless except for a member of RHE sovereign group, that is to say, for a functionary convinced that RHE only ontological statute of human is other-directed passivity. This passivity in light of the interest, and troublemaker is an anti-sovereign who controls the same passivity in the light of his individual interest, or other sectional. At this the leader who is criticizing the troublemaker makes a self-criticism on the back of an other, is to say, as muse there can never be any such thing as popular discontent from RHEP, into view of the subgroup which is immediately responsible for arrangements, and this is reason that discontent is the practice and excess of a group and that the serial statute rules out the possibility of regroupment. The relation between subgroups and series becomes reified, they no longer do anything but act materially on the series by means of the serial combinatory, that is to say, the schemes which arise a serial and make it possible to interpret actions of the difference between and the lead individual is almost imperceptible, they are both serialist, and both of live, and think serially, the leader of the other and acts serially on other directed series. Thus nothing can be transmitted from the local level to the top because there is no longer anything being transmitted from the popular series to the leader whom they have serialist. It is precisely for this reason that, for his superior, the local leader is the object of a sovereign and univocal praxis. He is a tool for stirring the human material, and no more than a piece of inorganic matter. His autonomy and powers could give rise to reciprocity, if, in virtue of his function, he were to express the people's demands to his superior as human exigencies. These demands and the institution 657 exigencies do not exist, which simply means that they are still the product of the living, suffering individual who is paralyzed by ALTE. If at some time in the future they do manifest themselves, it will be as those of a group which rejects all mediation and constitutes its own sovereignty. Demands always become known too late. This is either because they have no ting, and emerge as revolutionary, or because depending circumstances. For his superior, the local leader is an inert guarantee of the inertia of the masses, and he becomes such because they do not offer him, nor does he accept, the of making to the sovereign on illis. The multiplicity of subordinate agents appears, to the next level up, as a superior instance of, and their passivity becomes a material to be worked by other direction. But this by no means prevents everyone from being suspect, in that his OV rations could be carried out as a free, practical initiative, or, in other words, assert them as an individual's individual sovereignty, the which is practical field. Both other direction and terror have the in relation to leaders, of replacing real activity by the inert of worked matter. At thus each level treats the agents of an inferior level as inorganic OBCTS governed by laws, and loses their guarantee-free support in relation to the superior level. It, too, in so far as it is that the hierarchy, objects which are governed by laws of exteriority govern other objects which are placed beneath them, according to these laws and other inorganic laws, and that the combination of laws which, added to the material on the inferior level, is itself produced within the leaders C and this level by a combination of their laws which was created above them. The paralysis of the system necessarily rises from the series which are led to the top, the sovereign alone, whether a small group or an individual, remaining unaffected. Or rather he is affected with passivity as a totalizing individual, he becomes inorganic from below, from the depths of the hierarchy, but there is no superior who can transform him into a thing. In this new constitution of the group, we can observe the following characteristics. At every level of the hierarchy, everyone is a possible sovereign over agents of an inferior level or a posse regulatory third party, taking the initiative in agitation or in the formation of a group, but everyone denies these possibilities out of mistrust for his 658 Book 11 and fear of iring in the eyes his superiors. Towards his enemies, indeed, he adopts the attitude of the pledge and binds himself to inertia in order to able to lay claim to theirs. Skvration and Rexer both encourage re-emergence of multiplicity, which of his equals unravels plurality into relations of exteriority. The exteriorization of relations which we observed above is realized in the one who the institution, and through all his peers. But the structure of sovereignty produces itself at every level as an institutional re-interiorization, and so everyone, towards the superior level, demands ritual integration from the sovereign. He dissolves his organic individuality in himself as an factor of with his peers in the organic unity of the superior, finding no guarantee for his individual existence other than the free individuality of an other. It is this triple other direction of the inferior multiplicity, mistrust and serializing, and serialized, terror at the level of the peers, and the annihilation of organisms in obedience to the superior organism constitutes what we saw it emerge sovereignty when sovereignty was no then an institutional moment of the group, and we now see it asserting itself as a total suppression of the human, except at a minute point at the top of the hierarchy, as a result of inertia at the L_udum. Its firm and dialectical meaning are obvious: impotence of the support of sovereignty, and sovereignty undertakes to manipulate them by means of mechanical laws, that is to say, of other direction. But this voluntarism, that is to say, the affirmation of the practical sovereignty of man over man and concerted maintenance of practico-increte statute at the bottom, necessarily implies the mineralization of man at every level, except highest. It asserts itself everywhere as opposite of freedom and tries with all its strength to destroy itself. Thus the impotence of the Renashkes becomes the impotence of the sovereign. It becomes impossible for the half-parallel man or subgroup at the top to maintain pyramid of mechanisms, each of which is supposed to set the other in the historical conditions for a bureaucratization of Istwares are of defined in the course of the historical process and through temporal totalization. But this is not our subject. What relates to the dialectic from the point of view of temporalization, can be expressed in a few words. Where the state is an apparatus of constraint in a society divided by class conflicts, bureaucracy the constant to the sovereign is easier to avoid than in the building of a socialist society. Tensions between classes, partial and more or less organized struggles, and groupings as a developing dissolution of serialities force the public powers into a more complex action, and confront them with communities, however ephemeral, which challenge the sovereign. Il has to define a flexible, living towards them through the other direction. Others, the scintillating life oft-fused group will either old worm-eaten sovereignty of the bureaucracy, if it has already itself, as a permanent danger, it will prevent the sovereign from being constituted in the most bureaucratized form, namely, as ikjlis. The omnipotence of police, as an absolute petrification of the functions of the sovereign group, is based on the separation of impotence. Such separation must exist for the police state to maintain and use, in a society which is hot in Levis-Ross's excellent phrase, that is to say, in a society in which all of class struggle are perpetually alive in the statute of seriality, among the oppressed and the oppressors. Action of the sovereign will be a repression, though always in the background, will not be used as much as antagonisms. Other direction will partially disappear and re-emerge in the classic form of divide and rule. Tax and strategy will have to be worked out by apparatuses, and circulation of sovereignty will have to in both directions. A functionary is not, of course, to expose the demands of popular groups, but to inform on and, in particular, ODA demands. Will assure him a sort of quasi-mediating function. The permanent danger that seriality will dissolve around him may confront him with a vital hostile praxis whose menace and urgency demand immediate action. Even if no such thing actually happens, the subordinate agent is to find his possibilities as capable of taking. On the other hand, a particular contradiction sets the sovereign group, as the unity of the individual and the universal positing itself for itself, in opposition to the dominant class which produces it and sustains it, pays it, as its apparatus. Of the sovereign is, as we have seen, beyond doubt, but so too is the perpetual affirmation of autonomy with respect level. This leads to a which varies with circumstances, and which can determine various in the of the dominant class, regulated exchanges between government officials and economic groups, infiltration, influence, direct and indirect, etc. The sovereign group defends itself against these methods, which are in general aimed at altering its internal composition, by perpetual vigilance. Note this vigilance, white terror, does not have the paralyzing effects of real terror, since, in this particular case, the problem is to defend the sovereign against the over-solicitous concern of his original allies. Of course, they dream of denying either his legitimate sovereignty or the correctness of his praxis in the long term, but they do try to set aside, or suggest, short-term objectives, to propose some operation, etc., or, if a rebellion has been crushed, to push for sharp repression. All this has to be integrated by the sovereign group. It may take over the proposals, dissolve them in its praxis while appearing to accept return, etc., but it can neither reject them a priori nor ignore them. This bond of interiorization between the wishes and common demands of the dominant class, as expressed by pressure groups, on the one hand, and sovereignty as praxis on the other, represents, so to speak, the class existence of the sovereign. It requires certain subordinate agents to become real mediations between at let WT1 serial ensemble and the top, and this serial ensemble is just the dominant class, insofar as pressure groups form within it in order to create in opposition to the policy of the government independent sectors of other one direction. These remarks are anti-FT designed to prove the superiority of sovereign groups in bourgeois democracies, but rather to show that they derive their life from the social contradictions they express. When a sovereign with its implacable homogeneity, has integrated every practical grouping into itself, in other words when sovereignty has the monopoly of group, and when this grouping of groupings define, itself in the last instance by direct hold over passive and its strict practices of other direction, and when this sovereignty is not a class product, like a monarchical or bourgeois state, and is necessarily recruited by co-option, producing its legitimacy by and for itself, then the Joviral pyramid will turn on itself in the void, regardless of its transcendent tasks. It will elude the control of a dominant class, for example capital, and will have to struggle only against itself, that is to say, against the dangers of separation and institutionalization, and it is precisely the struggle against itself which will lead to bureaucratization. No one today could believe that the first stage of a socialist revolution realizes the dictatorship of the proletariat. But, in a state of emergency, in light of gigantic tasks, a revolutionary group has institutionalized itself and as such has produced its own legitimacy as sovereign and, monopoly % the possibilities of grouping, it has set in motion and arranged serialities by practices the institution 667 of other direction. It should ir understood, in fact, by means of dialectical itself, that any creation by a sovereign institutional group of a supposed regroupement of serial individuals, whether trade or other formations, can be a lion and extension of the group itself to the extent that its members are all-bearers of the sovereign LWER and that regimentation, even at the lowest level, DCRS not transform other being of serial individuals into being in the group, but rather, by means of a false, fixating totalization, defines a new sector of intensive other direction. The limit on the real power of the most dictatorial state is that it cannot a group outside itself, all it can do is, when circumstances permit, grow to some extent and differentiate itself, by producing new subgroups. The only effect of the determinants which it directly produces within inert gatherings is that it transfers them in a given PLX, and situation from the serial level to that of an other-directed zone. Every group, in fact, insofar as its own totalizing movement contains the abstract possibility of establishing its own sovereignty, constitutes itself either outside the state, even if it is more or less directly connected with it, through subventions, official encouragement, etc., by positing the autonomy of its praxis, or, primarily in opposition to the state, as a denunciation and rejection of its transcendent sovereignty, through a practice of abstention, passive resistance, disobedience, or revolt. The internal contradictions of the socialist world bring out, through progress that has objective exigency for, and this last term should taken to mean that the government must gradually its of the group, the at the of workers. In fact, in the USSR at the of the Soviet bourgeoisie was completed long ago. This means that the dictatorship of the proletariat was an optimistic notion, constructed too hastily through misunderstanding the formal laws of dialectical reason. There was once a time when it was too soon for such dictatorship in the USSR, the real dictatorship that of a self-perpetuating group which, in the name of a delegation which the proletariat had not given it, exercised power over the L_bourgeois class which was in the process of being destroyed, over the peasant and over the working class itself. From point of view of sovereignty, or this group was neither legitimate nor illegitimate. Its practical legitimation was due to the fact that the sovereign constructed his own illegitimacy by his mistakes and crimes. This is the judgment of history. Today it is late, and the problem which really arises is that of the gradual ithering away of the state in favor of broader and broader and the reason why the dictatorship of the proletariat, as a real exercise of power through the totalization of the working class, never occurred is that the very idea is absurd, being a bastard compromise between active, sovereign group and passive has first in the construction of socialist society to consider it at the still abstract level of power. Could only be the indus-level arrogation of bureaucracy, of terror, and of the cult of personality. This first stage seems to be approaching its end, despite some terrible setbacks, and, in any case, wherever a new socialist regime is established today, the developing socialization of half the world will produce this revolution in a conjuncture and historical totalization quite different from those which characterized the revolution of 1917. From our point of view, the impossibility of the proletariat exercising a dictatorship is formally proved by the fact that it is impossible for any form of group to constitute itself as a hyper-organism. Bureaucratic terror and the cult of personality are another expression of the relation between the constituent dialectic and the constituted dialectic, that is to say, of the necessity that a common action as such, through the multiple differentiation of tasks, should practically reflect upon itself so as constantly to control and unify itself in the untranscendable form of an individual unit. It is true that Stalin was the party and the state, rather, that the party and the state were Stalin. But his violence is an expression, in a specific process, of the violent contradiction between the two dialectics, that is to say, of the impossibility that the group as constituted _RRS should transcend the statute of this organic individuality which it contains within itself, and transforms and transcends in so far it is, in common interiority, a function of multiplicity. However, RHE untranscendability of RHE ontological and practical statute of the third party is a de facto and therefore unintelligible limit assigned to communities. We have Hewitt in the of the critical investigation, in the course of development of the constituent dialectic, as a free, organic praxis and as a human relation of reciprocity. In other words, the constituent dialectic, while producing itself as RHE reason and realizing its structures in the light of temporalization, already determines the possibilities and impossibilities of common praxis. It naturalizes the Insryrurian 663, nature, constituted reason. Thus constituted reason derives its very intelligibility as the structured logic of common action from constituent reason, and if our critical investigation enables us to grasp the formal genesis of the second dialectic, in its double character as praxis and process, with its scope and its limits in terms of the practicoinert field and of dissolutions of seriality, this is enough. Our investigation has now arrived at a shifting fight of elucidations. The practical unity of the group which organizes itself lies in its object. In groups to it passes through every participant in an undertaking excluded third party, tiers, and it resurfaces theoretically and practically in the activity of the sovereign. But it is never really given ZNSIDE the group itself, in the way that the unity of the moments of an individual action lies in the unity of an active development. On the other hand, we can immediately see the true power of the group in the impotence of each of its members. This impotence endows a material of inertia, turns them into hard, heavy organs which are capable of striking, crushing, etc. Thus the true efficacity of the group, as a praxis bogged down in matter, lies in its materiality, that is, in its becoming process. But, in so far as praxis is process, goals lose their character. Without ceasing be genuine they destinies. 7. The place of history. Dialectical the of history 7 he reciproc of G ropes and co-electives the group emerges from the more or less complete dissolution of collectives and in the unity of a common hearts. And the object of this previs can be defined only in relation to other groups, which may or may not be mediated by series, or to an inert gathering, which may or may not be mediated by other groups, or to worked matter, which may or not be mediated by series, and but if the collective from which the group erisres bears at some superficial mark of its dissolving praxis, then the result of the common action, regardless of its other characteristics, must also be a determination of the collective and of worked matter. Thus, in a sense, the VE reality of the group, its practical objectification, is the collective and the inorganic. In other words, looking at the praxis of the group outside itself in the transcendent milieu of its objectification, we can see that it is defined by three principal characteristics. I. It practically realizes new and unifying realities in soul and physical material which constitutes its practical field. In the friendly or hostile groups which are adiac.cnt to it, it directly produces certain modifications which are both suffered and readopted in the course of internal rearrangements. By its mere presence in the common field, as a practical field at various levels, it produces transformations that is to say, induced rearrangements readopted by distant groups through the totalizing transformation of the field. Since the field is, effectively, a synthetic unity of practical totalization, the distant appearance of another group as a non of diversity, and a mutual reconditioning of elements in a mort of formidable, fleering autonomy, confronts each group with RHE permanent threat of a radical of CD/RHE internal references of the and thus of the modification of the itself through at least an unrealizable signification. The question whether these results represent a partial failure or a success need not concern us at present. What is obvious is that the efficacity of a praxis is directly linked to its concrete objetive, and the different actions which it performs are unified within the field by IPS present. 2. Synthetic results are although the where alienation appears is that in which objectification alienation of a free, isolated as it occurs in the practico-inert field has to be immediate because the pseudo-isolation is already in a statute of impotence through the mediation of the inorganic. But the objectification of praxis be in success, since the group is the negation of impotence, its CCTSS is conditioned by the reigning relations of an army may annihilate an enemy army and entirely occupy the defeated country. But insofar as this objectification is ultimately an inert object and an individual reality within the developing totalization, it is necessarily appropriatecal and alienated. Even defeated groups in the practical field can manipulate this field itself, and endow it with a real polyvalence which deprives the object of any univocal, uncontested signification. In other words, the OBECT which is produced 15 in itself pluridimensional, and there is no guarantee that its different will not be contradictory. It is also clear that they present themselves to the group as unrealizable significations, related to an elsewhere. By means of an indirect, antagonistic reciprocity, the object returns marked by the developing totalization of the totalizing groups, the common field as a pluridimensional insecurity, the mediation of the group. But since the truth of the group lies in its object, the practical plurality of the objective dimensions of the thing which is realized turns back on the active community and modifies it in turn, to precisely the extent that its own victory has modified other communities. This does not mean that we have to return to historical scepticism on r/v contrary, but we must recognize that these multiple significations can be integrated only from a point of view in which it is possible to 666 Book 11 integrate the groups of the common and its practical deter, that is to say, from a view if the group this practical, and even if it organists and maintains, we abandon any idea of historializing itself in the development of a single temporalization which began with the first men and which will finish with the last. The dialectical investigation establishes that here, in the absence of a tenoxyral hyperorganism, we have treated diachronic totalization as though it were a free, individual temporalization. Humanity treated as one man. This is the illusion of the constituted dialectic. The mate in fact several what have in mind our ties, as each is a natural and social product of the previous generation, but each generation separates itself the previous one as a condition of its praxis, trans the objectification of previous praxis, that is tense, the being of the previous generation, in so far as the sixingvixernes, through this very transcendence, an inert object which needs ten be rearranged. The temporal development of the obitative process to which the group gives birth entire y eludes it as one moves further away fmr, and the moment in which it was realized by praxis, it nine corns the condition for a new praxis within this praxis object, the conditi or one of a condition, material, etc. Of tour asterisk this does not that generations can, by their own praxis, arbitrarily assign it any signification and use, but it does mean that rigorous its objective features, they will acquire through meaning only in the course of a process of dialectical development, of the totishing synthesis of various circumstances, which, bang dialectical, must be not only inflexible but also, from the point of view of the first generation, completely unpredictable, at least given a certain time lag, whose length will vary according to circumstances. The plurality of temporalizations together with temporal unification, a synthetic unification of the antecedent by the consequent, a present unification of the new multiplicity through old frameworks, actually constitute the evolution of humanity as the praxis of a diachronic group, that is to say, as the temporal of dialectic. Synchronic groups are a work of unification of simultaneous multiplicities in the light of a common objective. Diachronic groups are the result of thus the temporality of a nation, for example, as a created unity, and a constituted dialectic is to the living temporalization of the members of place one generation what common is to free organic practice. We shall return to this point. What is certain is that the result achieved by the original group, original in the sense of being first on this occasion, rather than absolutely, is a quasi-object for the young and passes progressively to the total inertia of the inorganic object. Similarly, the living temporalization, or rather the mediated reciprocity of temporalicidlans, which produced it, is transformed by the transcending praxis of the newcomers into an inert and finished determination of temporality, as a and a diachronic unity. Produced by the praxis of their parents, children reinteriorize their praxis, divert it, transcend it and make it other through its results, they appropriate it. And there is no reason to suppose that defeated groups will not produce, through changes caused by their defeat, sons who will take advantage of it and wipe out their conquerors. Illus objectified praxis must necessarily allow itself to be modified by a double alienation, both synchronic and diachronic. The costly French victory of 1918 was expressed on every level by a multiplicity of social transformations. Let me describe just two of them, perhaps not the most important, to illustrate these points. On the one hand, RHE first occurrence of total war, or national war, as it was called at the time, was expressed after the peace by a demographic fact which was, at least originally, of an almost mechanical nature: empty classrooms. Practice known as the of a strategy du millim des hommes, re-emerged, alienated and passwised, as a simple numerical relation characterizing the succeeding generations. But this numerical relation was itself preserved by the Malthusian practices of the survivors. And his practices existed at the level of pure of religious and political prohibitions, but through the alzerity of they helped give the result an appearance of analytical necessity. The conditions of the war and of the post-war years, which were very different in Germany, led to in the superiority the German population. Thus the victory of 1918 created in the common feld of Europe the possibility of the defeat of 1940. On the other hand, for the French children born between 1914 and 1920, the war lay behind them as a hideous object, a project of paternal madness. Most of them transcended it towards a militant pacifism or a dream of universal peace, precisely because it had ended in victory. The German defeat, in contrast, was transcended as a revolt against the defeated fathers and as a wish for revenge among young Germans. Book 11 through the practice of Narrium. This reversal, which is often remarked on, therefore express 5 a double alienation, synchronic and diachronic, of the French victory. Thus group action is always doomed to synchronic alienation except when the practical community is identical to all the individuals in the common field, then it is doomed without qualification to diachronic alienation. On this basis one can counter finalities re-emerging at the level of group praxis, and tearing up the common field, empty classrooms, insofar as they produced with the mediation of Malthusianism as recurrence, manifest themselves as a counter-finality of total war and of victory, its ob. 3, but, apart from these interactions, group action is of itself a radical transformation of the common statute insofar as its results, without losing their synthetic unity, imprint themselves on inorganic matter or the strict determination of any practical unity of the group and the free-pledged inertia of R to it as the inorganic passivity of a pure physical or materiality which in itself and in the exteriority of its parts, the false unity of a seal. The group was constituted in opposition to recurrence, and it becomes the means of determining a serial process through the knowledge and application of we have seen the paralysis of rises from other directed gatherings towards the sovereign. But the of powers is a special case. As a general group develops counter-finalities which elude it in far as it acts on the inorganic, or through the mediation of insofar it acts indirectly on groups and brings about a serial process in a gathering. Such, ultimately, are the limits of its praxis, fxxn to dissolve series in the living synthesis of a community. It is blocked in its spatio-temporal development by the untranscendable statute of organic individuality and finds its being, outside itself, in the passive manations of inorganic exteriority which it had wished to repress in itself. It is formed in opposition to alienation, insofar as alienation substitutes the practico-inert field for the free practical field of the individual, but it cannot escape alienation any more than the individual can, and it thereby relapses into serial passivity. 8b By this I do al follow ilia y, had it will in the of the and of its we have seen as petrified practice. But if we were to make a simple investigation of the social field eroduldas, we svold find plenty of examples of even more extreme petrification. In the extern case, the group, as a praxis of other direction, merges completely with its object, that is, it is not its praxis, but itself which passes entirely into objective being. In particular, I would single out the studies of shop workers by American Studies in the USA have examined the practical of workers, as agents integrated into an organized economic group. Today they must undergo a real apprenticeship in order to learn techniques of manipulation. The customer, as a serial object, must be manipulated as a complex apparatus according to certain methods based on certain laws, which are also serial. But in order to manipulate his customers, the employee must first learn to manipulate himself, change his mood, put the customer in the right, etc. The operation itself turns out to be the same, one manipulates order 10 manipulate others, or manipulates others in so as is for, ulti to manipulate as the study clearly is, for the employee without to have man's ed, apprenticeship, in such a way as to adopt practical self-determinations in for a given aim. This manipulation, as a determination in X's of manipulative being, L et Romanoplazor, relates to two indeterminates of seriality, one vertical, the hierarchical UP, manipulations of etc., and the other horizontal, the series of the but of them relates to the other, and ultimately manipulation, which was originally simply a technique of treating the universal law of only difference the in-group and the manipulated series is that in the latter alt is the constitutive law of the prakrico-inert field, and therefore a law which is obeyed in whereas the group it is the radical exteriorisa of a which is in interiority, but which allows to be defined entirely by its object. Of course, the group's ruersein to the collective statute does not 90. Is to is which as a this prim. To be by him as an ochre and, fcw purpose, it is necessary apprewh him as in as the into to his mug the simple repensity of relations. Book / necessarily take any particular period of time, it is determined by the historical process as a whole and by the special features of the undertaking. Nevertheless, if the group were not already dissolved, constituted temporality would tend to make the group as an inert instrument of passive action equivalent to an acted on gathering the end, reason, and means of this pretio-inert connection. It would be easy but outside our subject to show how the generalist practice of other direction tends, in economically advanced societies, to constitute a new objectivity of the social object as in 0b/c of external, infinitely infinite conditioning, every part of which is itself induced in other objects by other conditioning. The absolute destruction, even in the conditioning groups, power groups, propaganda groups, pressure groups, etc. of common, totalizing praxis, and its metamorphosis, through the cis of the group and the multiplication of series, into a fleeting unity of have of the unitary of manipulation into the and vertical multiplicities of infinite, at this the image of organic individuality as the schema of the constituent and constituted dialectic either dissolves or remains as a crossroads of serialities. The dialectical structure of action will also have inscribed itself in inertia as its law of exteriority. And the example of Taylor, as we have seen already, shows how a dialectical operation can be divided and redistributed between pure, organic inertias, specialized machines, through an analysis by positivist reason. The total objectivity of man for himself, in so far as he is an otherberg for and through the other, is not yet reinteriorist as a pure, transcended condition for a dialectical and unified act of integration. On the contrary, any employment of the other field, champ or, transforms RHE group into an other, that is to say, into a prakric-nert unit of the historical practical problem does not concern us, though it is of the point of view of real activity as concrete what was to lead the group through the triple character of revelist praxis to RHE last of its incarnations, that is to say, to see it dissolve into seriality. Pxg 7.2 The circularity of dialectic al investigat I on this enables IIS to concrete at last, that is to complete are we now not the real which can only be historical, the set of formal structures and conditionings milieu in which the historical concrete must, or rather since nothing is except we are at last encountering the set of structures of which historical praxis transcends when it produce, itself as a constituted dialectic in accordance with laws imposed by the constituent. Dialectic on the basis of this transcended being, so as to constitute themselves as the conditions for a praxis, with the same statute of if it is asked investigation, can completed, that is to say, since it is also a praxis, why it can be plotted and entirely identified with its results. Our reply is that the obvious criterion of its totalizing value is its circularity. In fact, we have seen how the first and most concrete characteristics of the individual and abstract reality lie in alienation to the practico-inert, but the practico-inert, as a non-dialectic 11t kenning of being, enables sociality to be, create excel as the common work of groups on series, and allows alienated freedom to reappear as a violence exerted upon necessity. And this common praxis gave T.S. practical truth to the field of serialities, IR unveiled it and constituted it as to dissolved. Our study of the different structures, in an order of increasing complexity, shown inertia reappearing inside groups, at as violence of freedoms against freedoms and then -ming non-being in a reciprocally created inertia. Illies is what we have called freedom as necessity. On this basis, and through the force of inertia itself, this freely accepted under the of increasingly urgent circumstances and in the milieu of scarcity, becomes pled-iled faith, and an agent of the re-exteriorization of interiority, organized and in stitch relations, until the extreme mode of exteriority, the institution, produces in its own institutional statute the conditions and of in fact, sequence of the dialectical investigation has shown sovereignty as an agent of and as an essential factor of increasing seriality. And this seriality is not simply the formal development of pledged inertia in material conditions which it, separation, etc. insofar group constitutes itself in direct contact with inerted from its material. Elauver just as the group as work as / reciprocity is a human product rather than a given of nature, so its action on series form of work seriality which we have called other direction. Nos the difference between a group whose unity becomes more and more like a seal impressed on a human wax which is solidifying, and a gathering whose very inertia is source of in so as it is exploited serial actions by a unity which is induced within to disappear. It appears that we left collectives in where the group was extricating itself from and where the initiative, through its half-failure, practical or at least possibility of practical sulksome, but ontological failure, forced us into them, to the extent that the necessity of freedom implied the progressive alienation of freedom to necessity. But when we reach the end of our investigation, we not find collectives as we left them? The mere constitution of a group at the epidermic surface of a senes constitutes for other layers of seriality a kind of abstract, negative unity, that of the non-grouped, at every of investigation, a groups and manipulations certain of series by employing recurrence as a mystifying synthesis in RHE form of other direction, in the petrified groups collapse series, there having become an inert seal of pure these way series preserve significations, totalizations which are either dead or else have become false totalities, as work matter determinations produced work or, in other words, series, in certain sectors, inorganic, materiality. To go back to the deepest origin of the group, there can be no doubt that, whatever its manifest all may be, it produces itself through the project of taking the inhuman power of mediation between men away from work matter and giving it, in the community, to each and to all and constituting itself, as structured, as a resumption of control the materiality of the practical field, things and collectives, by free, the pledge, etc. Its first appearance the erosion of the it is possible in it to terminology the project of removing man from the statute of alterity which makes him a product of his product, in order to transform him, hot, a chard, by appropriate practices, into a product of the group, that the place of Hutter y is to say as long as the group is freedom into his own product. This double concrete undertaking is realized, of course, I see concrete circumstances and in the basic context of need and scarcity. But this is a dialectical development, it asgrts itself and gets lost in the anti-dialectical being of the practicnert and produces itself anew as the very negation of this being, and consequently, although this conditioning by need is both indispensable and strict, directly or indirectly, it does not explain, in the sense of positivistic reason, the constitution of the particular reality which is the group. And, indeed, have seen threats and needs can give rise to a negative unity in those layers the gathering are inert in so far as are unified, by the enemy, by a natural but etc. and it is on the of these significations of synthetic unity that every other acquires the ability to liquidate the in thus, in serial impotence, the negative possibility of the group produces itself everywhere as that which denies this impotence, or as that which is made temporarily impossible by this impotence. The group defines and produces an instrument, but also as a mode of existence, it posits itself for itself in the strict determination of its task as the free of relations, and on the basis of it produces a free common individual, and confers thus the group is the of controlling the surrounding materiality in the con of scarcity and the end as pure liberating from alterity. Are intended to the basic reciprocity between groups and the CN lectives. Since, in effect, the group U institutes itself with the A/VRS of the collective, all the imposed external characteristics of the collective are transferred TW the group itself, or interiorized and, having been adopted through RHE pledge, determine it in interiority. A revolutionary party, intent on liquidating certain prejudices and ideological tendencies, imposed on the exploited class by the exploiting class by means of propaganda, will be formed through the union of the exploited who are determined by such an ideology and such prejudices. In the concrete domain of the group, passivity presents itself as an inertia in and which to be liquidated as by everyone and by specialized organizations. A resumption in freedom is therefore characterized in this example by rearranging the group so to destroy the inherited characteristic. In this sense, it can be said 674 BMKIL that the tangle of passive determinations which constitutes the TIV, is entire Y reproduced within T group as a perspective for acting on itself, positively and negatively, in the context of a objective. Il and temporalization of a practical community is characterized from within by the evolution of restructured alterate es insofar as this evolution is conditioned by practice, that is to say, by acting objective and by its reactions. Meuse, the First French Republic was proclaimed by royalists, or rather, at the time of the flight to Varennes, the assemblies, clubs, etc., discovered their royalism as an unnoticed inertia and, in the course of the following year, reclassifications, liquidations, schisms, and purges, conditioned by the movement of history, led these power groups, and to conversely, in far as group emerged from it, is profoundly determined by this separation. The unity of the grouping movement is perceived in alterity and negatively, it creates fear, and every other imagines he will have to pay for the others, and the action frightens the torpid. But, at the same time, it establishes its own legitimacy by reasserting its freedom and, at the same time, designates the excess of the other as the inert ensemble which engulfs it in senility, and which must either be liquidated or readopted in freedom. Now, the alienation of the other is sustained and lived by everyone through an alienated freedom, alienated in its objectification, in its results, etc., but free and constituent, in so far as it is ext so that the other can exist. Thus for every practical freedom which exhausts itself in order to produce necessity as alienation, the group is the free possibility of integration, one can own it or sign on. Thus it depends, in alterity, on everyone's choice. And this individual in the series will thereby initiate, by himself and for himself, through the mediation of the group X a liquidation of alterity, according to circumstances and to RHE particular history, and the who group will adopt if it were result a free have to as if a system values a practical and he thereby negatively reflect the action of the group and contribute to the dissolution of alterity. An osmotic nature therefore occur between groups and serialities, the series infects the WAUP with its passivity, and either the group interiorizes it and transforms it into instrumentality or it is ultimately destroyed by it. The group, in all its forms, forces the statute of alterity to emerge from imdacy, and prod reflorum in the collective such. But we should not forget that the opposite reciprocal relation is possible. The series Renai show by still isolated agitations that it is approaching the point at which it will dissolve into a group, thus it may exert real pressure on the active community which represents it, and the group which is in the process of petrification may become an obstacle to the dissolution of seriality in the collective on account of its own inertia. In any case, a directing group, as an epidermic emergence from RHE collective, produces a double structure of in it, one is positive illusory, is mirage of totality in the milieu of other direction, the other is real but negative and ambivalent, and is the totasation of the non-grouped by their non-membership of the group, which will ultimately be lived by everyone either as an impotence which has to be transcended, a negation of the negative totalization, or as a practical refusal to own the group constitution of alterity into a practical and totalizing bond of interiority. Countergroups. And through its decline and relapse into seriality, the group, at a distance, causes or negatively synthetic riottions in the collective. The induced, phantasmal unity of the collectui from which a fused group has just extricated itself as the immediate connection of impotence to action, of free praxis to suffered alterity, etc. Clear and completely different FMR and the unities of other direction. In so far as a small group knows how to produce them according to rule, it can use to exploit the potentialities of an indefinite series, in transformations of as to bring about specific changes in the field by thus the group, praxis, reproduces itself at every level with the countergroups he groups, when the sovereign into of in the minj of a they may as directed, with etc. but despite of there is still if they into with ya immediately the and simply due to the fact everyone who is marching in step with others, and, in ultime telly by a myopted but to adopted, are it is which, outside, to while the this adopted alde writing. Nothing is adopted, it is to of the why that they statute appropriate to each, in one case other direction, at a lower level pure and lower still, the strict, two physico-chemical states. The preceding paragraphs can be summed up by saying that the constituted dialectic presents itself a double circularity. The first circularity is of a static order. We can observe that the group's structures and lines of action are defined by the features of the collective from which it has extricated itself, and at the same time, in its practical relation with the collective, the group reproduces itself as directed alde and as the exploitation of passive activity at every level until it becomes purely and simply RHE movement of machine, and the rhythm of second circularity is the perpetual movement which sooner or later degrade actual groups, cause them to collapse back into collectives. I will recall here that this circularity is conditioned only by the movement of history, and that, regardless of their statute, groups can't either arise from the Geld or reabsorbed into it, and there is no formal law to compel them to pass through the succession of different statutes described above. A fused group nui either dissolve instantaneously or be at the beginning of a long development which will lead to Savre, 41 Thai, and in the complex world glimpsed here, the sovereign group itself may ons directly from the collective itself, or rather from its sector of other direction. But it cannot really unless all the formal rules of its statute, separation, the institution, the exteriorization of practices, and reinteriorization by the untranscendable third party, are given simultaneously in their mutual conditioning. But in ITWLF this should cause no surprise, and only RHE whole historical complex can determine whether the group will emerge already half petrified, since in concrete reality, that is to say, in every moment of a temporalization, all statutes GRWZPS, whether alive dead, and all, with their induced unities, whether illusory or real, whether negative or positive, are given together as a tangente of strict relations and as the dispersed material of the developing. Thus every pledged group, which forms free Y at the expense of a series, necessarily relates in itself to some less differentiated structure 9. In the of the common group of its objetivity inflictedly, but this HCW percentile is too obvious to what is important of 677 and ultimately to the fused group, which is its fundamental form and its surety. As the totalizing moment of the regulatory/regulated third party, takes place in the pledge itself, or rather in the moment of the decision to pledge. The first third party to raise his hand immediately gives the series everywhere the opportunity to dissolve, and it dissolves through the pledge as the stage is not missed out. It is the basis of stage if this of the etc. In the same way, fusion, and the with their masked crude violence, sustain the feeble CN intra-etual link of a group in the PN cessive or muon. In fact we shall encounter them again in the intransigence of colleagues and in a panneau of rearrangement. It should also be added that, although all forms of group are in themselves created products, produced by human labor, each of them itself in practico-inert gelds and in common fields which are already determined by analogous forms, dead or alive, and under the direct or indirect influence of their presence, and in fact we have just no group of any kind social, and that is either negatively positively, by unitary schemata which will be taken up again by the movement of Riegsuk-Menel. It is this double circularity, static and dynamic, in so far as it is manifested in shifting relations at every WEL of URI social concretion, which constitutes the final moment of the dialectical investigation and, therefore, the concrete reality of sociality. This concrete moment of the investigation reintegrates all the abstract moments which we have reached and transcended one after the other. It replaces them within the concrete in their concrete function. In the first place, the free praxis of the isolated individual loses its suspicious appearance as a there is no as an individual is a structure of sociality. But within the historical totalization, the real disappearanco of the isolated individual and his vital other or by the individual is based on organic praxis both as constituent dialectic and as a mediation, at another level, between function and the transcendent object. We will never an isolated individual accept implicitly and negatively, as a relativity of the constituted dialectic, that is to say, as a basic absence of a group ontological statute and as the shifting exile of common individuals, fraternity terror, and in the paradox that the group tries to dissolve the multiplicity of persons in the cult of IVIS only. Thus we can now see that the concrete dialectic is that which is revealed through the praxis of a group, but we also book 1/know that for a union of individuals, of transcending organic as a strictly individual is condition of historical rationality, that is to say, that constituted dialectical reason, as the living intelligibility of all common praxis, must always be related to its ever prectant but always valid foundation, constituent rationality. Without the strict, permanent limitation of relating the group co this foundation, the community is no abstract than the isolated individual dual. There are revolutionary on the group which are the counterpart of but, in the same way, examining groups independently of senes would be just as abstract as examining series independently of groups. In reality, the historical production of one or several groups determines a kind of practical field, which we call the whereas seriality defines the field which have called practico-irreard. But the circularity which we have just explained makes it possible to see why the as of remains on questions of priority. There is actually no a priori ground for supposing that is an statute than the group, although it is true that the group itself in and it winst it. Not only do we always find and gatherings together, but also, on dialectical investigation and experience will enable us to determine whether the seriality in question is an immediate gathering, whether it is constituted by old groups which have been serialized. Indeed, we have seen that sooner or later they return to the statute of inerte. But are we to regard the stuff of seriality as the inorganic as a foundation of object sociality, socialite.pure, or should it be reduced to a dust of degenerate dead organisms? And we perceive it in everyday experience. There not a perpetual double movement of regroupement and petrificatio? We ignore such questions, our purpose to explain the intelligibility of these possibilities, and this we have 3. The working class as institution, fused G-rope and series at this level. It should be observed that the complex forms assumed, in and through circularity, by what are conventionally social place of his realities, need not be confined to any one specific level of intelligibility, and that it may be impossible to confine to any particular practico-ontological statute. This is not just because groups have a seltile destiny even in the moment of their practical totalization, or because a particular seriality may, in some circumstances, be transformed into a community. The most important reason is that the group is always marked by the series, that it becomes its reality in the milieu of freedom, and that a series is determined, even in its totally inorganic layers, by the sovereign self-production of group. It is of a specific statute certain realities whose unity is manifested as a bond of interiority between commitment and serial. This applies, for example, to social classes, when defined within a system of exploitation. We have shown how class being, for example, in the working class, is defined by the seriality of impotence insofar as it is qualified and determined by practico-inert exigencies, the primary, negative relation of the worker to the machine, non-ownership, the mystification of the free contract, and labor becoming a hostile force for he worker, on the basis of the wage system and the capitalist process. All this takes place in a tunlio of serial dispersal and antagonistic reciprocities on the labor market. Alienation as a real and strict process within the system in and through as infinite it abstract structure in an entirely concrete historical movement, but the dispersive skeleton, as a relation of fleeting impotence amongst the workers themselves, is a necessary part of this concretization. Indus produces its proletariat, it drains it from and its birth rate. As elsewhere, a statute of impotence is through the of proletarians. But this serial, practico-inert statute not lead to class struggle. The permanent possibility of dissolving the series were not available to everyone, and we have seen a first, abstract determination of possible unity emerges interest, as a possible negation of destiny. However, the transformation of a class into an actualized WOP has never actually occurred, even in revolutionary periods. But we have seen that seriality is always being eroded by action groups constituted at various levels and pursuing variable objectives. Trade union organization, as we saw above, is typical of the Orgamst group, but it applied to or ethnographers' primitive societies. Book 11. Which an sovereign is in constant danger of. Can be that in its free production of it the inert which in untranscendability, the class being of workers. I have tried to demonstrate this, in particular, for anarcho-syndicalism. The redoption of a constitution generally in ignorance helps to define inert limits to common action, this TM we have seen. Thus, the entire class is clearly present in the group which CNN styrut Euro-S itself within it, and its seriality as a collective, as a limitation, is the inorganic being of its practical community. It is genuinely a case of the E/S having two forms. The community is not to be regarded as a Spinozan mode of the proletariat substance, because, on the contrary, it constitutes itself as its, but the relation between such apparatuses and the rice from which they spring is more complex than is often supposed. Clearly it depends the of production, for there is a to these constantly. Changes the type of in fact. With the universal we that trade union practice was by the workers themselves as they there the series appeared to be an accomplished but really there was created at the top, it was that of the working class elite, skilled workers produced by the universal machine, and each of them, as a member of the sovereign group, third-aimed him the unskilled laborers who helped him in his work. But he did not form a true practical unity with them, in union struggle, because they did not constitute a group in themselves and bulletin as they did not produce it inside GN-up, instituted sovereign. In fact, trade unions as a union of the elite constituted their sovereignty in the very which produced them, and this sovereignty, for unskilled workers, neither legitimate nor illegitimate, it belonged to another world, that of the group, and in this other world it produced its own legitimation, and could only plead in impotence in serial world. Grouped from by their foremen, Vvrierskeruin, the laborers remained serial first among themselves, ren in relation to other foremen, who, as the leading group, refused to allow into the then in relation to other laborers, in other workshops and other factories, linked 10 through of a group of which of them were inernbers, thus they were doubly serial because exploitation was always based on their competitive antagonism and serial and trust for other by other laborers. Conditioned their trust WRE, participation in the strike, etc. It would therefore a mistake to claim that, in the first years of this century, the French working class itself had produced its APFRS off protection and that a union militant, as a common individual indistinguishable the worker, as a mern ECR of a passive, exploited serial at be in fact, a particular category of the foremen constituted themselves a sovereign group, of working class the medialion of its local agents. This GMUP imposed a common will on an unintegrated sub-proletariat, whose class being was seriality. And the between TWO was so that the never noticed the new workers emerging from and amongst the unskilled labor force, the products of the second industrial revolution, the specialized workers who emerged as a result of the deskyling produced by specialized machines. In this sense, the development of the working class in the 20th century, the NEV characteristics of labor, harassment, etc., and the disappearance of a sector of skilled workers, in France, gave to a new formula for unity which has wrongly been supposed to radically different from the preceding one. Work of the union militant and that of the specialized worker are practically incompatible. A specialization is required. The working class produces its own monent 9 idol equals me trade union. Therefore for the conservatives, a group which was foreign to the working C/as. It is true that the permanent official is no hanger a worker, this is a ton lizern, sinti he no uxture works as a worker. Besides, he passes into he ranks of the, being an integrating part of the sovereign group. But we have just seen that the only way an anarcho-syndicalist skilled worker could turn class into a group was by deciding that he alone was a worker and by excluding 80% of workers the proletariat. Difference is entirely in the interest of the permanent officials who made the proposals and address everyone, whereas the anarcho-syndicalist imposed the decision of the few on the majority. ILA's permanent officials avoided the statute of workers precisely to the extent that skill in work was no longer the basis of their demands, to the extent that individuals who are interchangeable in function recognize that they have the same needs. IL sovereigns' attempts to manifest a KVND of authoritarianism reflect the very interchangeability which makes it necessary to tighten discipline and to carry out truly massive actions to prevent the immediate replacement of strikers. And this authoritarianism is simply terror. It exists in the when they dissolve their serialty, by means of a strike or demonstration. The permanent official is therefore precisely the product of the working class insofar that class is a inside sovereign group, a real exigency of situation which mass constitute of groups by liquidating in a part a few special due to trade union and sional ensembles which he represents. He is simply the sovereign, abstract invitation to his very universality to, i.g. interchangeable, as a official is the transposition of certileasing interchangeability into the necessity for practical totalization of the masses. Thus one can distinguish two stages, depending whether, in a working class city at work when RHE class is a collective he represents possible unity in the abstraction of his institutional being, and is characterized by his relations with Paris rather than by his relations with the locality, or whether he becomes, in a tense situation, the practical end of unity is B. However, when this unity is achieved, it excludes him. He listen to, provided his views with those of the constituted group, but he will be transcended and left behind if he tries to divert the group from its course. Is therefore useful consider working class as defined by variable statutes. In space or trade union is the working class exteriorist, and possibly but to eyes realizing itself as a pure practical schema of unity. It is the sovereignty 95. And the multiplicity apparatuses in France, for example the divisions of the divergences of within proletariat, into this M divisirms, live HL in seriality of by become practical antagonisms when in groups. Of history of class, but it is cut from it, and produces itself elsewhere. In the pure snilio of common praxis. This group defined by a stature of permanent officials who go to Paris from time to time, controlled on the spot by Missi Dominici, etc., usually has no control over masses in serial fight. In favorable circumstances, every agent attempts to determine local disturbances, improvised meetings, posters, etc. This is what is called agitation, but in fact, such disturbances are simply circuits of recurrence. In this moment, the working class exists under a double statute since, in its dispersive seriality, the union officials, de/eager, are guarantors of its possible interiorization. When, in a period of social conflict, the workers of a given unite in atmosphere freedom, public onto in unanimity, RHE working class exists in fact as a practical totalization. It might be disastrous if the movement were not taken up in other cities, but, a formal point of view, through praxis of a strike or is enough it's to the as a permanent statute proletariat, though, the actual proletariat and in present circumstances, this group itself a fused group, or at a pledged group, and maintain its systems of organized, institutional relations outside itself, in fact it will never reabsorb the union or the instructions of the unionists, apart from the fact of hiring. Institutional, permanent officials seem rather similar to the agitators whom the people required to reflect their practical thought, between 1789 and this will lead us, as a synchronic determination, to treat the working class at any given moment of the historical process not only as an institutionalist organisational group, the cadres, but also as either a fused or a pledged group. The CN institution of the in 1905, appears as an intermediary between a pledged group and an organized group. And is still inert sectors, which is profoundly affected by the negative unity of the pledged groupings. IL institutional G4T up, as an abstract skeleton the united class, is a permanent invitation to unity, indeed it is the sovereignty of the class if it is entirely trial, and, secondly, it may reflect their absolute sovereignty to the fused groups, and to their concrete developments, and display their decisions to them in the framework of a more distant future, in relation to indirect objectives. But this reflection is not done by a regulatory third party to a group to which he belongs, 684 Book 11, but by of a insofar as he is the of the group to another group which produces its own sovereignty. In other words, the appearance of group as a developing totalization of the working class even at the work of the unions, and even though the group may set itself objectives which are laid down by central organs immediately makes union sovereignty redundant, but without reabsorbing the institutional group, and it will play a part in the material organization of strikes and in establishing contacts with the employers. IRIS his semcrete group, in fact, which becomes the concrete sovereignty of the working class, and which exercises it, the material conditions of conflict, and relations other the apparatuses of which it produces are all strictly determined through it, and they define the situation itself, as a relation of sovereign groups embodying hostile classes and as a relation between these groups and RHE serialities from which they arose. In effect, the real efficacy of the common praxis here will depend the abstract, totalicinal % action of the fused group on the series which surrounds it. In fact, each member of the group is, through innumerable complex relations, also a memekr of the at the same time as belonging to the group. One can easily see this when one remembers that the member will belong to a family, to a residential area, to various associations and, through all these more or less inert communities, to series of alterity which extend everywhere. Thus if he is a member of the group this will these practically, though abstractly. Similarly, RHE mere production of the group, insofar as the organs of diffusion, possibly of the institutional group, spread news of it, becomes RHE practical sovereign reunification of the working class in a here for any of the series. Process a whole will then be either through serial passivity of large working class concentrations through a shifting agitation begins to dissolve collective impotence into a truly revolutionary unification. But the important point here is that the practical constitution of the group, that is to say, the apocalypse, is in itself and in its being outside itself the production at a distance, through the series and throughout it, of a schema of totalization as an abstract ubiquity, and a rigid obligation for you or yon to adopt either seriality or unity, even if, in the place and function he occupies, his impotence is insurmountable. And the new groupings which are to constant opposition to, and within it, differ the first E685 at least in that they are induced, and in that the totalizing schema was already present in every other as the possibility of rejecting all. Of course, this does not prevent the groups producing anew, in separation, and in the variety situations, of interests, of circumstances of struggle, and of power relations each group determining the other groups as others by its limited as we saw in the problem. It was this which aborted the peasant movement in Luther's Germany. In the ease of the seriality of groups, the trade union apparatus regained its importance, and its coordinating, organizational activities transformed isolated groups into but in itself it an other group, group autre, rather than an interior sovereignty. Similarly, the dissolution of series may often be the result of a serially propagated contagion, as with the strikes of 1936, when the working class came closest to a total synthetic unification. In this situation reflexivity does not till in milieu of the group, and the structure of a massive group, that is to say, a group which the end is of has post-studied separately. It is not by a deep integration, but on occasion, by real separation. Factory occupations in 1936 showed this double character. The occupation of a particular factory occurred within the practical awareness of totalization and ubiquity, it the un, everywhere the dot rune, here. But they also made communications between subgroups difficult, many intermediaries were necessary. But the rebirth of seriality in its very dissolution may in turn occasion liquidating actions. I mention these abstract possibilities only in order to raise the question of the intelligibility of the concrete in this case, of class. Of course, the terms of RHE problem are clear. Class manifests itself not only 96 as an institutionalist apparatus, but also as an ensemble, serial or organized, of direct action groups, and as a collective which receives its statute from the practico-inert field, through and by productive relations with other classes, and receives its universal schema of practical unification from the groups which constantly form on its and three simultaneous 96. On the of simplicity, I of or of within of historical are themselves does make any 686 Book 11 statutes arise in practical and dialectical connection with one another, through a percus which is itself conditioned by the historical juncture as a whole. In fact, language always presents CLAS simply, either as always united and ranged against the exploiters, or as having relapsed into may it not be that these imperfect incomplete concepts are an reflection of our inability to understand this unique triple reality of a developing historical class. May it not be that in this confrontation between groups as constituted dialectic and as series, as anti-dialectical, we run up amps the very limits of intelligibility? I do not think so, and the incompleteness of these concepts or determinations of language simply expresses political attitudes, that of the militant, that of the oppositionists, etc., which as such do not concern us here. But this presents no difficulties on either the ontological or the practical plane. On RHE ontological plane, there are not three beings, or three statutes of being. Class being is practicanert, and defines itself as a determination of as we have seen. Kinds of group, fused and pledged, organizational and institutional, have no inner group being, their statute is that their being outside themselves, the only group and lie, in the series from which they have emerged and which sustains them, and which affects them even in their fluidum. Of course, the fused group negates the series within itself since it dissolves it, but it also relates to it ontologically because it is its actia lj as a series, the activity for RHE whole series in a particular sit-lion of this moving, changing, violent formation, WHCSC future is still indeterminate, but which the audacity of the series here, the success or failure of all who reject impotence, mossification, and alterity here. In other words, the group's class being lies outside it in the series, and inside the group the series is both the negation and affirmation of its being through practical transcendence. We have seen how the practical always class being in everyone, a working class Svaman who has an abortion carries out the sentence which the exploiting classes have passed on her. But in a common action, whether reformist or revolutionary, there is both a realization of class being and freedom. The working class woman now recognizes her ben whether we dealing with a trade or a party, what is the of TW class. The of history worker defined by her wages and her work, and she recognizes it in the transcends it the way it is practice about a general change, and above by grouping with a view getting sal the dissolution of the serial may in certain cases be the act of uniting with others, or a total liquidation, at least a temporary one, of the previous seriality, especially in the case of what contemporary sociologists call micrlf organisms, but then it is inst a matter of transcending seriality. However, this transcendence may be intended to last longer than a demonstration, or it may manifest in a rebellious practice, and become a revolutionary action, and on this if is not a failure, develops into its own laws, there will be a radical metamorphosis, and everything will shift into a different social world. But with the struggle of a dominated against a dominant class, seriality will always be the product of exploitation and the statute which maintains it, and more internal dissension. It is seriality which must be overcome in order to achieve even smallest result as averring too rapid a fall purchasing, but it is which sustains the group making demands, in very as a source of possible energy group, in practical of view of its action, can no longer conceive it except in the synthetic form of gunenshallery. It is seridiary which appear, to it to the extent, as I have shown, that it is still engulfed in it by other serial of members. It which group exteriority, that is to say, for the group and in its connection with in so as the unity, of dispersal, in terms of the dialectical reasons which engender it materially and dialectically of capitalist process. Lastly, it is in the perspective of union of defines its resurrection, the group WII dissolve into seriality when the workers victorious or defeated resume work, and it will be reborn from seriality when, HAV1NG learned from this experience, the workers become active again. 898. Although the lie is purely propaganda, it is in a bias of skilled it is do which, of cantilist exploitation, live, to social remain, and a past as shall see, and so Docs Book 11. This means that CLW being, as past, present, and future seriality, is always the ontological statute of the worker, and that group as a surface dissolution of the relation of alterity inside the class, and welfare on the surface in RHE worker, and as a conservative transcendence serial is either present practical of the common individual, his possibility as insignification and abstract unification to the series the of the as for the group, etc. It practically represents this possibility in its permanence, and this means that task of the institutionalist third parties who compose it is not only to maintain, through separation and by means of their centralist unity, this possible unity as a sovereignty, but also to realist, as far as possible, and in all circumstances the local conditions which make this unity possible. From this point of view, the apparatus as a whole is the practical on the of each, and but it is either a e or a to claim that this which the threshold of the dissolution of is crossed, or in he of who are 10 the factory this is nor of I do not need to determine whether they do or do as a pure problem of ineligibility. The unity of interiority, realizing itself locally and in successive tem, it is the sovereignty of the united militariat, in so far as it prod itself in the milieu of integrating totalization when it is in the milieu seriality. But this objectifying exteriorization, on the terrain of being, DCRLS not raise any new questions. This institutional group has no king one. If it were a fused group, its being would lie in inert seriality. Its apparent autonomy is due simply to its seriality. In effect, union, as an group, in itself presupposes structures of engrounded 0-11 separation circularity, and these groups were investigated above. But the insurrection of its is simply inertia and can never act as group being. This inertia, which has nothing to do with the way they apply themselves to their task or with their results, is precisely the basis of the permanence of working class unity as a possibility which is always accessible to the series. The permanent official himself is this unity in so far as his mandate, whatever the mode of recruitment or appointment, is not connected in its institutional duratin either with individual characteristics or with organic praxis. Elected or appointed for a 2-year riad, for example, his activities, whatever their nature, are an affirmation of a material and institutional inert unity which is the other being of the sovereign in his agent and the of in of its 50 far as become other. The being a permanent official is nothing like the being of an institutional group. This group being has no reality, but as such RHE serial being of the local official acts as an inert support, like to a seal, for the synthetic sovereign unity of the CLZWS as a permanent possibility, that is to say, as the abstract, passive perseverance of being one in his being. The unity of the exploited class is in fact practical, but if it is maintained in opposition to it, it is given an inert support which makes it resemble ontologically. The situation is perfectly simple. Between trade unionists and the working people there exists an agreed inertia, class air.g, which is serial, is inert conditioning and tends to make unity appear as an other ontological statute, the being unity of the class, the true tension which determines the and the which receives the inert of unity, makes the liquidation of under specific permanently possibly. It is on this basis that a group which exercises 690 Book 11 its own sovereignty appears and destroys trade union sovereignty. It's as stature of an agitator the permanent official. At the same rhyme, IR throws back its inertia into the depths, but at least retains its all in the of transcended and preserved class being. Practically, their problem either, the action groups will define itself dialectically in terms of seriality as resistance which ji has been or 15 to transcended, and in terms of trade union instructions, as external obitive significations which have to be either rejected, interiorized, or transcended. The important point FCRS is that in everyday action, the working class defines its practical unity as of inert practical issuing a sovereign who himself exists only in exteriority and as a patient dissolution of serial forces of inertia which are also no more than the class its in course of is at a transcendent objective which has to be defined. Working class is pure nor pure passive dispersal nor a pure apparatus. Is a complex relation between different practical forms each of which completely recapitulate it, and whose true bond with is, as a which each induces in the others and which is reflected by each to the others. From the point of view of dialectical intelligibility, the differences of statute which separate and unite this single reality in its various forms imply, in the first place, that a single praxis even though the objective produces itself differently at different practical levels. This means that even in the exceptionally simple case in which it remains unchanged it will differ at every level through temporalization, speed, rhythm, etc., in organization and internal structures, in its real bond with its objective, through all RHE means involved, and, consequently, in the very objective which ensures IRS unity. And this objective itself refers, according to its to other more or distant it is as if activity had a statute of plurality, with large social ensembles, and in every dimension it is single in a period works the series, in same one can say that wood works le hois travail l, and which manifests itself in activities of coordination and organization which have in a chapter and diachronic in two we shall we the of the group. The place to unionists up improvised, impromptu meetings, discussions of objectives with representatives of pledged WOPs, the determination of a practical plan, which will probably never be carried out, attempts to define the state of the forces involved, 50 as to give information to RHE musses, or, depending on the situation, to it Paris general objectives concerning the French proletariat and local concentrations with their own interests, etc., and which is encountered again at its own level. Full activity, with no inertia other than pledged faith, in the common practice of workers. In these three forms, it is also indispensable to the practical struggle, in each of them, at various levels of practical importance, and with an omrerance which refers to relational systems, alterity, concrete reciprocity, organizational systems, the same relations to the object, to the future, and to the transcendent world recur. It is just that the production of such relations in these practical milieu with their different indices is different, and their reality therefore licomes a heterogeneous and irreducible Protean refraction in everyone. The direct, concrete bond between action GMUPs and the series from which they emerge is expressed for and in the GMUP internal production and by the reflexive grasp or its ontological connection with the proletariat. It is the proletariat, simultaneously active and inert, acting as a perpetual transcendence of its inertia as an exploited class. And this ontological structure of immanence ranskens occurs in the really practical milieu of the determination ends, to RHE extent rat ontological and practical statutes condition one another in the closest unity, the latter being the practical actualization and of the it is lived and as a hierarchy of objectives, or fidelities, etc. RHE group defines RHE struggle it will wag and its exigencies, and it itself at a inner turn paratur in with its serial being outside itself. It is the above all it is the struggling in it, the suffering class transcends itself wards unity in struggle. It shows it to be a serial totality to the extent that the group totalizes itself through the dissolution of seriality. In pure recurrence, in effect, reality is, at most, lived in alienating dispersal. Thus the serial class is the group itself, as practice, and also more than the group, as a much larger gathering. The serial class, for the group, is its very action, its struggle as of its of the in its sovereignty. The serial class is it is faithful to the book class in so far as it is an absence, in so far as it does not manifest itself entirely at its level of unity in stroll, and its danger, it must itself unite against eroding it may lose its battle echoes of seriality, not here hut over there and where, of support. Group, unites the particular objective the demand with the total objective, the mobilization of the working class. But the connection onces directly infused and pledged groups, it is an ontological connectio and transcended as a practical connection. In acting for the common interest of some local workers, the group acts for the whole class, the class action. It cannot even conceive of a direct, violent action betraying the interests of the working class. If it can be done, then it must be done, class exigency. Conversely, it is also unable to recognize seriality except in its immediate environment, in the others it is in with as of struggle by the class, in so far as it prevents undertakings from concentration to have assured their victory. In fact, a deep relation of identity, of practical ubiquity and of contradiction in movement, and, as a developing process, this is what, in Marxism, is called proletarian self-emancipation. But, in this ease, although the most comprehensive and abstract objective is here, as with the institutionalist group, a foundation which will be determined by the immediate objective, the overthrow of the bourgeoisie and the accession of the working class as the meaning of the struggle arc de turn NCD by the demand for a particular WACD increase, as the specific possibility which has to 9 realized in the existing context of struggle, the within combat group is immediate and always positive, the possibility that an action in support of some demand may go against general interests the proletariat, that it may compromise for the present, though not FCR ever the struggle fix its accession to power, cannot he produced by the group and in the interiority of the group as a practical, reflected possibility, as a possible determination of the action undertaken, that to say, as the object of a practice of control and study. On other hand, a permanent official, in so far as he is sovereign in his institutionalist and in so far as he is in communication with PANS, that is to K, with the center, produces himself in and through the organization for which he is a local agent as the permanent working class. Inert and prodigiously active, functions, and of which relate to the that to say, to the place of history 69.3 partially indeterminate possibility of demands link him directly with the class as a totalized inertia. He produces himself as the possibility that the class will challenge and destroy destiny of the workers. Thus the law/official is where, because he is the class itself, or in other words because he is everywhere in the form of another monant official, an institutionalist being whose unity is with all TLWRLRs in Paris. The class in movement pre-exists in him in its being everywhere, at Oyonnax or Le Mans, at Nantes or Ailes, in all the local agitations which have ten be considered are judged in themselves. The opportunity of a local movement therefore appears something which to be in of the overall situation, power relations France between the working class a whole and other elites, etc. In short, the permanent official is identified with the class itself as a passivity of which he is the active sovereignty, and he himself as being to judge the immediate action of the class. Moreover, inertia as serial class being cannot challenge the sovereignty of the institutionalist group. Thus the union produces itself as the permanent sovereignty of the. On the other hand, the fused group puts paid to trade % union the permanent official more than a temporary agent. A contradiction is immediately established between the institutionalist and sovereignty and the living combat group, by its very action and producing through agitation its free, fraternal sovereignty. This group, from the standpoint of the institutional group, will appear a particular determination of the class, and therefore as limitation and finitude, and as having to be governed by the sovereignty of the trade union institution in accordance with the general interests of the class itself. This conflict of sovereignty therefore implies not only that praxis is different at airy level, but also that these are produced fundamentally as contradictions whose effect is to constitute living oppositions, conflicts, transcendences, and struggles between the forms of a single action. In short, to constitute action a dialectic in and through the of which it in relation to its. On this basis, comprehension becomes increasingly complex each level of praxis, practical development. At the level in question, produces itself as a transcendence of certain structures, institutions, seriality, etc., which themselves express certain material conditions at level. Book 11. But as an transcendence in a moving field of forces, in a directed transformation, it is determined from outside by each level, in so far as the whole process produces itself there in another form, at a different degree of calm. Pression, with other rhythms, etc. For example, the practical process of the pledged group, in the very milieu of its development, supports an activity. It supports this activity because it is itself produced as a transcendence of a material situation through the reorganization of a common field which is by the sovereign as a which has total objectivity. Thus the group is defined from outside through and by institutional practice, trade union practice. For example, it sustains it within itself as a determination of its actions, and from this aim, the group may either support it as inertia, as its own inert exteriority, which may end up by dissolving it entirely and liquidating Rhe exterior squarin, or interiorise it as one of the internal relations of reciprocity which condition the development of the process. In effect, this interiorization can occur only as a determination in reciprocity, since Rhe group is always by its, but there is nothing about the projection of the institution into objective. It simply occurs, in particular conditions, when certain third parties, whether a or a minority, the practical of exterior sovereign y1 and make him into the reciprocal connection which unites them within the pledged group as an organizing sub-up. When this happens, it is possible to see how the subgroup may impose its common will, that is to say, the palantoisra of the objective other which has become a reflexive structure within the community. It is also possible in the absence of any complete determination that the interiorization of transcendent sovereignty in on far from giving an untranscendable authority to the subgroup thus constituted, occasions contradictions, violent or otherwise, and obstacles or splits within the pledged and, with other factors, leads it to a revival of seriality. These determinations in the important point is that are possibilities and that the significations within the is not by of analytical dialectically. For, ultimately, the practical signification of the transcendent sovereign is sustained and produced by the fused group of the pledged group, as a part, by a living totality, whether this signification remains on the surface of the group as irs exteriority or is integrated into it as an interiorization and a free, and insofar as he group is structured on the basis of inert characteristics which it has readopted in freedom, the sovereign action whether or is itself by curvatures of the group, and can be determinate only by conforming to the lines of action, the practical vistas and the webs which constitute as of its but the time, as a determination which has been adopted by agents as common individuals and in the free reciprocity of internal exchanges. It is impossible that the sovereign action should not be a factor of constant modification both for the common praxis and for the curvatures of the internal space now. Be added that this institutional action is a passive determination deriving its only practical reality from the pledged coronanity and living in group. The group, it is in praxis, is the praxis in the abstract of external institution. Thus its reproduction or reinteriorization by the pledged liup produces it not as the product of the group but as an intrusion into the group by an alien intention, by an alien free project. In so far as for very simple, material reasons, that the permanent official has supporters and contacts them, and that they establish a line of action within the pledged community, etc., Rhe action of the other group, that is to say, of the class as other, is necessarily produced inside the pledged group as the emergence and of an other freedom, every which is directly produced by the common freedom, of every third party as the same, and, conversely, every initiative of Rhe same can either transcend it, change it into a reified signification, or liquidate it. But insofar as the sovereignty still has to be supported by third who tend themselves, as the same as all, through this interiorized project, the struggle place between each of same ils the other. It is concrete, material which will determine the winner, the compromise, or the balance of impotent and. This last remark is simply meant to indicate the ambivalence of sovereign freedom when repeated inside one he combat group. It is both the actual freedom of an other and the imminent project of the third parties. The subgroup which proposes it as its own is the same as all, book il, but each third party knows it to be his own insofar as it is that of the other. But there is nothing incomprehensible about this, the contrary, and everyone has experienced it. It may be asked whether, given the formal intelligibility of these dialectical determinations, it is now possible to grasp the reciprocal transformations to which the two practical modalities, in our example, the institution and the struggling community, subject one another. Or should we now admit that they elude the mind because they complicate it? The answer must be no. In fact, any reproduction, whether external or interiority, of the sovereign action must he. This means that comprehending union instructions by reference to ends, to the future, to the relation to the working class both as an institution and as seriality, is no different from producing them as a plausible regulation. But is the of common, of the pledged group, and so, though its principle may be invariant, the dialectic itself, it particularizes itself through practical schemata which express an inert or quasi-passive constitution. Thus the first necessity, for the situated investigator, assuming that he has the information and that he is approaching facts within a period whose main features are already known, is to comprehend the comprehension the regulatory third party. He must grasp it as a free group praxis, that is to say, as a transcendence which precepts the conscience it transcends. Furthermore, he must comprehend the project of the other, of the institution, in its real unity, within the institutional group, and on this basis he must be able to grasp the transcended conditions, in a new comprehension, as a determination within the pledged group of the comprehended project by the comprehension which reproduces this operation hending rhe comprehended signification to the degree that it is furricularied by the particularities of a comprehension, is simply comprehension itself. There is only one single dialectical process in this grasp of free reproduction, and only the rigidity of language could make one suppose that there is some redupliation of comprehensions. The limitation of the power of comprehension here is due to the complexity of the object, but to the ofte server. This means that his comprehension determines a double objectivity, his own and that of the group which is his object, but this de jure and de facto limitation does nothing to diminish intelligibility. On the contrary, for the dialectic, if it is not to sink into the dogmatism of exteriority, the place must produce itself as a practical relation between free, situated organisms. Moreover, in the present case, it is clearly as a situated that, through my situation dioting my project, I comprehend the comprehension of the other and his dependence on his. On this basis, the conception of the pledged group milieu comprehends, makes it possible to treat the dialectic of projects, of the institutional project and rhe pledged practice, as an antagonistic relation of partial significations within a development totalisation. The shifting oppositions between regulatory third pares within mediated totaliza themselves in these conflicts of significations, where every project I1ds to become identical with the signifying milieu as a whole so as to dissolve the other in itself, and where everyone who is reintegrated into the other a negative force in him and destroys him. Prudence prevarication of the unions may, in a given case, reinteriorist and become, within a more militant praxis, a system obstacles and diversions. Conversely, an attempt to contain mass enthusiasm may be interiorist and act a negative schema of, but it is by virtue of this that an insurrectional movement may suddenly erupt. In fact, counter-finalities have practically the same structure as teleological practices, so even if they am not produced by any human intention, they may have the structure of a prolect and of intentional transcendence. We discovered this when we were dealing with the practical inert field. Thus there is difference the comprehension of a finality and that of a counter-finality, except for one crucial point, the second has tc include the negation of every author. Nut. It is possible to comprehend, determination of a level of action by an other, rhe signification and objectives of the reinteriorist praxis, the movement of dissolution which is initiated, contained insurrection, and the counter-finality of this reinteriorization, rhe exasperation of the demonstrators, etc. This is to prepare, or of the despite everything to sovereignty unity from there the etc., and, on this basis, to comprehend, at least in so far as in its agents, the signification either of the slowing up, the defections, and the total or partial failure of the undertaking or, on the other hand, that of the sudden eruption of an insurrection, of its propagation, and of its partial or total success, etc. However, if every moment of this development is in itself Intel 698 book IL ligable, and if historical rationality is simply its comprehensibility, it must be acknowledged that the total development of the process is in danger of becoming non-dignifying. But this is by no means necessary. The action group may submit completely to the authority of the union leaders, on the other it may eliminate them and its own regulatory third parties. We will find either obedience, as the unity of institutional groups, or PRCN9 infusion, as a perpetual recreation of praxis by the group through the third parties, and in either cas, we shall be dueling with what we have, but unity at one level of action means suppression of the other level, when the levels of action remain alive and practic *L during the entire undertaking, the plurality of signifying systems and their perpetual attempts to envelop each other produce results which belong to no system, not to those which are in conflict, nor to a new one, since C%QCH particular moment of such a praxis is constituted by non-totalisable complexes of significations being half in the demonstration will not violent as demonstrators wish, and neither will it be as calm and level-weighted as union leaders recommend. It will achieve its goal but will give employers an opportunity to drive the to repressive policies, but not be either sufficiently serious or sufficiently clear-cut to be comprehended in reverse as a counter-finality. It will then become clear that the entire process, in its futility, with lost hours of work, possible demoralization, etc., is practically devoid of meaning. This means that the synthetic ensemble of directed temporalizations will ultimately apply as a thing, or rather, as a series of transformations in a physico-chemical system. We should then return to analytical reason. In fact, it is on the basis of these designified processes that positivist history establishes its causal sequences. It does not treat human non-signifying as a collection of truncated significations. On the contrary, it holds that signification is an epiphenomenon, an morphic illusion, and that the processes without meaning are the visitive truth of supposed human action. The positivist point of view has to be accepted as a negative limit of constituted dialectical reason, at the moment where, in strictly defined eases, the objective process, considered at one level of history and Fn-m beginning to end, effectively appears in itself as a non-dialectical of an interior dialectic has devoured itself. But this divergent of view corresponds only to an arrest of the total process of comprehension. It should be noted, in that we have treated the action only at one level, that of the pledged group, and that we have examined it at this level only in so far as it is conditioned by one other level, without reciprocity. Now, it is obvious that the conditioning of the institutionalist agent and the combat group is reciprocal, the fate of the sovereign as such, and in relation to the central apparatus itself, depending necessarily on his relations to the pledged group. Thus, the success or failure of a particular strike is not just an essential date in working class history. In general, it is also crucial for the history of the trade union movement in a particular country. Bulletin T. We would come back to the irrational here, the chance of the positivists, if we assumed that the fate of a particular social movement depended simply on the relation between the leadership and the demonstrators and strikers. In fact, the events we have studied occurred at a particular moment of the historical process, in a particular practical field defined by class struggle, and class struggle itself takes place between in and who are produced by the contemporary mode of production, and is determined by a situation itself relates to and power relations. Conver why the working class defines itself by and by its degree of, that is to say, both by practices and by of to same thing. But in truth, the militancy of the proletariat and its degree of are not by the nature, differentiation and importance of the apparatuses, unions, etc., but also by the more or less immediate opportunity for Syria to dissolve their seriality in combat, and by the violence, tenacity, and discipline of these groups themselves in the course of the action they undertake. All this, of course, relates to class-laying not only as a passive constitution of the proletariat by the machines it uses, but also, as a consequence of what I said above, as a material condition of everyone's situation within a class and as a limit of his practical comprehension. We earlier that, in relation to itself as a rapid regroupment struggle, the working class and being for adopted a particular altitude we arbitrarily to be that of prudence with fact, the attitude of a class institution the is always strictly conditioned by the entire process, by the relations of both to the a union and workers who unite in order to strike must necessarily pass through its relations to the non-organizo masses. The percentage of workers 300 book il unlonest, their union practice and experience, discipline and aggressor all are important, is deciphered in the light of recent struggles. Conversely, a tradfuni or one militant will calculate with more or less precision the influence of the institution on the masses and, in particular, that of RHE tactics o Fajrarian and struggle laid by the organs. To working class, and ignoring its power relations with employers in a particular ease, the entire trade union will define its attitude to various groups in accordance with mass attitudes towards them and it. It may fear that in a period of decline, the most militant instructions will not really be followed, or equally, that some popular, wild power that CF agitators, always the same but newer elected or in any way institutionalist may substitute itself illegitimately for the legitimate sovereignty of the Union Confederation. Or else, in contrast, it may notice too late for its liking that the wild elements have acquired an influence which it would ir impolitic or disastrous to oppose, etc. In his sense we say the trade as is produced the of as class being. In so attain moments, and in certain periods, the proletariat tends to blame its representatives for everything because the situation makes it initially conscious of its impotence. This very impotence is communicated to the and the institutional group becomes bureaucratized. In a fused proletariat, the trade union agents either disappear or obey. They always represent permanence, and they L the gap. Their policy towards the pledged group faithfully represents their comprehension of the situation. Contradictions will be sharper die more uncertainty there is in various quarters as to the general possibilities of mobilizing the workers. If there is a temporary disappointment, the officials will use serial AVMTHY to discourage group initiatives, but if there is agitation on a national union resistance, if there is any, will be dissolved in the MBAT groups. In fact, a wild group itself it's as in as it has it as a group on the basis of self-production implies a comprehensive either of the they have or else of and help they have received. They still feel in themselves the clay of which they are made. And this comprehension is a precise index of their militancy, that is to say, of their relations to enemy class and to their own class as an institutionalist group. Thus the non-signifying process which we just now located at the basis of analytical reason, as a residue of contradictory of 70 interactions is of meaning stops at it. If we pursue it, however, the is in itself the most valuable of indices, it defines the working class's deep relation to itself, that is to say, the relation of the institution to the wild groups through the mediation of seriality and conversely, as well as the relations of wild groups to seriality through the medium of unions, etc. From this point of view, non-meaning itself has a profound urbaning, the greater its contribution to the practical result, the more uncertain of itself the working is supposed to be chance not a disorder of but is, rather, by a common attitude. On through we are referred back to the objective structures of labor, to the instruments, relations of Pöckchen, etc. and, at the same time, to real wages, standards of living, and prices. At the same time, as I noted above, the indecisive nexus of active groups is recapitulated in seriality as increased impotence, and this means that, in so far as he is other than the others, everyone feels in the failures or semi-failures of the group the impossibility of dissolving the Seria 5. On the other hand, since it manifests the real timidity of the wild committees in relation to the permanent officials, the failure strengthens the institution and or TCMDS to bureaucratize it. Practice is therefore still entirely comprehensible, at which we have provided chat, having studied it in itself to the point of gliding this final residue, we perceive in this residue an indication of the task to be done, that is to say, of the interpretation in totalization. At whatever level it is taken, class action is not intelligible unless it is interpreted in terms of all the other quells and unless it is itself regarded as a practical signification of the relations between other LELs. And this totalization which completed an initial approach to the concrete does not fall from the sky or from any pre-established dialectical law. Class is praxis and inertia, dispersal of alterity and common field now, under pressure of need and in the urgency of RHECLAS struggle, groups, whether spontaneous or institutional, which form it can emerge only by it. It is not only their praxis, the infinite material of their practical field, and therefore the OBCT of the IR totalization, Bulletin T also the possible totalization still inert, Bulletin T eroded by phantom unity which induce in it of diversity and separations. For situated observer, the is in any moment of class the practical action is always the of proletariat. 702. From this point of view, the various levels of action readily yield up their intelligibility, once it is understood that the praxis is both same zena at every level, for in fact this vertical hierarchy dissimulates the reciprocal unity of circularity. The situated researcher short, the action at has, so in abstract superficial incomprehensibility are they waiting for, are disperse without instructions, are they to given that another one makes it superfluous, etc., which relates to comprehend depth, the determination of the action at each level by its mon-Ln production of itself at CWCRY other level. This comprehension would frequently lead to a new incomprehensibility if it were not that it rewells the circularity of the conditionings and if RHE action produced at every level did not manifest the real tensions which determine the class as a B. Thus the hierarchy of levels, a pure system exteriority, curve VCS in and their circularity. And the various embodiments of the action, at catch level, are superimposed in appearance, for example, for employers who sack workers but that is a dispute the only people worth to are the may, in the abstract, grasp the hierarchist unity of the different levels of action in the practical bond with the transcendent objective. It must be because of the increase in transport costs the class in a particular locality is affected by it at every level and especially in its passivity as a collective. The common project on the municipal authorities to make them withdraw their pernicious measures, or on the employers to make them adjust wages to this NEV rise in the cost of living, may be treated in exteriority as present at every level, lived as impotence to as in support of demands at the level of groups, argue a particular local objective which, in its urgency and in its relative importance, has to settled in terms of more distant and more fundamental objectives, the working class in locality, its chances of victory, the importance of this particular struggle for the future of local struggles, the struggle of the French proletariat as en France, at the of apparatus. Same it is clear the of this intelligibility lie in the hierarchy, after all, is it readily the object which is seen in the immediate struggle an absolute exigency for the pledged parties while it are seen by the permanent official, even if he is thoroughly informed, as an immediate, limited, and relative o**tive. Of his three in fact, intelligibility is re-established if the structure object, as determined by the sovereign, is regarded as defined in actions, des Ding, whether the union supports or obstructs the action in support of the demand, and once it is recognized that in this way it in fact relation of the of workers to the French proletariat as a and the of the same proletariat, as abstract practical object and as its institutionalist being, by the union leaders of the locality, and thereby by the sovereign. Then it must understood that class action cannot acquire its complete signification comprehension and grasps action its development, it is not the pure production of a group by a and of a praxis by a group, a combat group, a wildcat strike. In the human context or in opposition to it, class action constitutes itself in its reflexivity through the mediation of the permanent officials, as a local reflexivity. Tactics or realistic demands are determined within the actual power relations, spontaneous action becomes experienced. At the same time, depending whether it is helped or hindered by the actions of local or national union leaders, this absolute, immediate urgency itself into the tactical and strategic ensetunbel, which is the practical determination of means that the here receives its abstract knowledge of its inexteriority, either it a mark or it. But, at the same time, action involves in itself a comprehension of the proletariat, not only as a dissolving a practical group, which is not distinguishable from the production of the group as itself, but also as a seriality without a future and which has been, we shall come back to this, and whose acquired constitution as the present condition of its being determines and particularizes the permanent possibility of its separating itself from its other being, rate of transformation under a given pressure, in given circumstances, the possibility of horizontal and vertical expansion, etc. In one way, this comprehension has the object as the abstract knkrv of the sovereign, since, in Elphict, it is this object and knows ir only in so far as it produces it in producing these two totalizations, each of which comprehends the other, may conflict even at the level of the pledged group. Indeed, there is no reason why they should have the same content. But if it true that even contradictions and confrontations threaten to make the process unintelligible in its residual abstraction, it is also true that the 704 Book 11 hension which is given in the group and which corresponds to its transcendence of, and the preservation of this as the bond of an immanence, through practice, involving either with or resistance to sovereign, involves of which is a transcendence of its immediate presence proximate to being. This is obviously a simple abstract form, but, if, for example, it union plans, its interiorization realizes the real action of the combat group as aware of itself and judging itself in relation to all the forms and practical levels of the class. This does not mean, of course, that the practical knowledge, as a system of real possibilities of distance from oneself, of withdrawal, etc., cannot manifest itself in a dangerous action based on mistaken calculations. But practical knowledge, in so far as it regulates action in pursuit of demands by itself on the basis of a future totalization of union new IRGC and of the living comprehension of the group, relates to the developing experience of the aserial being, itself not only, and in mutual conditioning, as of the collective as it produces itself in and through its relations with the sovereign. 10 years of union practice have taught etc., but as of interiority between the group the series, the former lies in the latter lives transcendence in interiority, thirdly, and of negating itself and negating its impotence in of common in short the intensity of the forces of massification and reification in so far as they are lived by everyone at the level of alienation. Obviously this third experience is also conditioned by the other which the has of groups which arise from it, and of their strength and multiplicity. At this level, the other becomes no WN in the collective through the undertakings of groups. And to become KNCVN obviously means knowing oneself deciphering, through the groups themselves, through the multiplicity of actions, the violence which is still CN-entained in impotence and the historical conditions which, for example, give a revolutionary aspect to the situation, but above all it means making oneself own the insus of the circumstances which condition the development. Thus praxis as totalization has both the sense of a particular operation involving more or less important personnel and defining a historical moment by defining the practical signification of a bet which as a result of the inadequacy of the withdrawals, of ambiguous experiences, even more than contradictory ones, I indicated meaning of such in the of 705 method, and of distinct practical structures each level must engage with the reactions of die other two, in which its own function figures as it knows as the object of a bet. Is this one of those circuits of alterity which we noted in the practico inert? Anticipation of answer is no, for there is constant communication and the other may always become the same, perhaps at a meeting of workers who require the union delegate because he is to of a third party, or in the reciprocal relations of two workers one of whom is committed to action while the other is still hesitating. In fact, this bet is made by the class on itself, it is the diction as a transcendence of an imperfectly known given and as a totalization either in the negative unity of the conflicts, errors, and failure, or in the mutual reinforcement of partial bets, at different levels, through the developing objectification and the final success. The action which forms the object of the bet in effect totalizes itself in so far as it is determined not only as a short-term local undertaking, but also as RHE production of a concrete and temporalist relation between class collective and class conflict, and as the signifying of the at a national, an index, and the totalization refers formations to the comprehension reciprocity, which has a free, practical, who a permanent and resigned, performing, in his whole praxis, even if it is a praxis of pure obedience, a totalizing transcendence of every level by the other, and in the unity of derisions. In so as every practical organism remains inconceivable for the investigation, except abstractly and negatively, and concealed behind alienation, seriality, and the pledge or sovereignty as an institution, there is never a totality, but only a developing totalization, and we cannot discover any totalizing apparatus and interrupt the circularity in it. Let us be quite clear about this. This totalization is always an attempt to dissolve the other in the same. Even the resignation of a sick or old man is realized only through a totalizing evaluanen and hen negated, and it is performed on synthetic schemata of unity which have penetrated right to the depths of seriality, on the basis of a common past. We shall come to this shortly, etc. So it is certainly a constant totalitarian, though it necessarily contains complexities of its own, which have to be in this sense the working be said be a developing at the present level of our investigation. This does not mean either that BOA 11 it must or that it can attain a higher degree of integration or militancy, but it does not mean the opposite either. It is simply that we are not equipped to consider such a possibility. Before the of a history are given, adquiloping totalitarians that all levels of praxis are everywhere mediated and totalxed by the inaccessible practical organism which they seal and which, by means of its fray individuality, sustains alienations which away and all the common functions are imposed upon it, and therefore groups in so far as they integrate it in fraternity terror. The totalization of the working class is therefore comprehensible. The synthetic acuon by which the situated witness or historian totalizes effectively does no more than reproduce a praxer of totalization or and various objectives, on the basis of given conditions. This totalization consists not in transforming an infinite series into a group, but in creating a circularity of control and perlextual readaptation for action through the of possibilities at every level in accordance with the others. 111e action is controlled in that, for example, the Reich, as a national collective, is the arbiter and mediation in conflicts between local leaders and spontaneous groups. This means that the final action, whether an ordered praxis or an apparently disorder, is a process where the meaning of each dimension in the other quo. It is possible a working class, that is, possible for leaders to do so, but only in some eases and through the dispersive complicity of TLE, and in other it is impossible the same, that is to because of the synelfiction assumed by the local ment within the national possibility, or does not affect the leaders and strikers from outside, aphism. It realizes itself practically as their comprehension of their situation within the class. In other words, they do whatever they can CMD no more, but it is necessary for them to go is in the dialectic over reciprocal and antagonistic PRCN 9, which, itself, is experienced by the freely totalizing individual within serial alienation and totalized either as a rejection of seriality or as a resigned surrender to impotence. Let there be no mistake, in so far as the action of impossibility which is adopted by institutionalist and action groups is manifested by a disorder index of praxis, it turns on and is readopted within it in its serial dispersal as a new determination, but it is not possible to determine a priori whether this negativity of will or will result in a reinforcement, in the series, of the negation and passivity of E of 707 which it is the index. In fact it may bring about a positive regroupment. Only the material past and the praxis of the can, in each and in the context of a concrete historical development, provide the elements of an WER. What the formal investigation has to say is simply that class practice, even strictly localized actions, is comprehensible in a circular totalization, as a new type of praxis, the praxis whose unitary and dialectical temporalization, on the basis of its objective, develops in the unity of pluridimensional reciproquities between heterogeneous structures, each of which contains the others. Or, metaphorically, the action of the free, practical organism considered in itself and in the abstract has depth, and is in a space. Class action, even ignoring class or diachronic determinations, develops in an adimensional space. We have 3R is not relevant here, but the second is as comprehensible as the first, since, ultimately, it is produced by us, and, also, we are TW pluridimensional space in which it temporalises itself. And this comprehension is based on the fact that everything is practice, that is to say, that the class practically recapitulates its class being and all the practico-inert characteristics it has given in the very movement of praxi_s as its anentarian and its individual practical esqnceitie innovation of occupations, for example, as a tactic in the struggle, is practice which recapitulates and transcends the passive constitution of the proletariat collective following industrial revolution, that is to say, here, the interchangeability of specialized workers. But as this is clear, it is the very limit of its intelligibility. The plurality of its dimensions conflicts with the untranscendability of free, organic practice as constituent dialectic. This is precisely the free praxis which is praised as a totalization of multiple dimensions in mediated reciprocity. Depending on the point of data, this means either that it stretches into the multiplicity of the dimensions and, in being stretched, preserves the organic unity of reciprocal, circular determinations, or that it folds itself back a dispersal as a reintegration of RHE signifying unity of interiority we in we d that the of class is it lacks or of etc. Through a retotalization thnu m1 the various dimensions. And there is nothing surprising in this, since free praxis, as a dialectical temporalisa, in a plane apace, is a rearrangement of the transcendent through a three-dimensional practical field IOC. This is why we have referred to class action as praxis praxis, as a practical totalisarian the hension of it fx the totalising praxis of an individual witness, ver in far as this its very objectivity it might to situated in a space with I dimensions, eludes the agents as the we can grasp it process, that to a limit of dialectical comprehension. The n-dimensional observer does not and cannot exist, and, if he did exist, he would completely alien to us. Yet it to him alone that practical reality of class would manifest itself as hyper-atheriorganic. If only this were not an absurdity, it is to him alone that an ontological statute of intelligibility might appear which would be inaccessible to the agents within this reality. For us, situated inside or outside the class, the hyper-organic statute DWS not exist. It does not in fact manifest itself in any practical effect either the agents, but in order to its total it also be to be able to totalize outside, that is to say, a space of which the social space would be a particular case, the necessity and impossibility of grasping the class in struggle as a total objectivity produce within it negative external lerut or, so to speak, the possibility of having an exterior. And this exterior, as an abstract frontier which in principle, non-signifying series or determinations in exteriority. However, precisely because of this indeterminacy, it presents IELF as the abstract possibility of the unity of all these characteristics, a strict and directed development, the complete determination of the present by the past and, equally, by the future, and therefore, over-determination, absolute necessity and free finality, a totality is given, as inertia marked by a seal, and produces its temporality in practical inertia as the of the undertaking and of the outcome, and the unity of passive activity and passivity. Thus, as a result of the multiple passivity which reinvades the level of the group and intensifies in a class, penetrating vaxis with various layers of inertia and restricting it to its statute of constituted practice, as a pure of becomes, many anthropologists, the other side of the obverse which they will reach one day, or which they believe can be reached, the hidden reality and societies, in which all contradictions merge into each other have together by any synthetic transcendence. That inhuman objectivity of the human in which finality and causality, necessity and freedom, exteriority and interiority interpenetrate this hidden reality, a fusion of meaning and non-meaning. Is almost indistinguishable Fn-Rn Spinoza's substance. But it is absurd to processes, giving to an abstract limit of comprehensibility and prematurely eliminating the contradictions in the investigation by looking at man from the point of 6LW of God. The process is inseparable from the situation of the agent or observer. The process defines their situation negatively by reference to its limits, and we cannot grasp it in itself without desituating ourselves in relation to Yururing. It also demonstrates the impossibility of integrating the project of a multiplicity except by comprehending an schema. It to exteriority which transfixes interiority from all sides, and to a set of facts which are purely physico-chemical, or at least capable of being abstractly treated as such, transmutations of energy at other levels, the destruction 7.0 book and expenditure of energy in the practio-inert field, appearing as the projection of which are only but organic and sxial, into the inorganic. It represents, as it were, the impossibility of grasping common action in terms of its multiplicity and passivities by means of a constituent, dialectical comprehension, and, on a practical level, it indicates the risks of any common action, which it may itself produce alienation, and the collapse into seriality. However, this presence of the anti-dialectical, the practice inert, and the non-dialectical, analytical reason, as a permanent threat to the human cannot be grasped except from standpoint of situated being, through praxis, and as a living contradiction between Sion's rituant limitation of comprehensibility can be revealed only in and through total practical of comprehension itself. And I have made remarks at this point because this is where they can have their simplest, most abstract form, but we shall have to return to them when discussing the historical process in order to avoid both relativism and dogmatism. For economism, materialism, and dialectics, but we have not yet left abstraction behind, since we have spoken of the internal relations to itself at the level of class struggle without introducing into of intelligibility the hostile action of class, or classes, i.e. duality for sake of simplicity. Now, it is quite clear that, its social struggles, class is both an interiorization and a transcendence of the material conditions which produced it and of the characteristics occasioned it by other, and it is equally clear that particular objectives, as well the means of struggle, tactics, etc., are always determined in the reciprocity of conflict and on the basis of an even more general of interests. Thus where class is present in the other in 50 far as the praxis of the other tends, either directly or through the medium of a contested object, to modify it. But is there any intelligibility here? We have how a totalization occur in the working class because it hears on the same action at different levels, and because RHE secondary conflicts are, hypothesis, subordinated to a basic agreement. But how can we the compare lend, that is to say, unite within a single totalization, the results of an action by the employers and which the praxis of the bourgeois class produces as alien realities within the proletariat itself? Above all, how can we assume as dialectical rationality that there is a larger unifying hostile, in negative reciprocity itself? It is to this problem that we now, the point is to whether their Engels makes fun of Düring for speaking somewhat hastily of in trying to correct to the opposite economism. If both classes are in themselves an inert, or even practico-inert, product of economic development, if are created in similar ways by transformations of the mode of production, the exploiting class bearing its statute in passivity, as a constitutional law, the potence of the haves reflecting that of the then struggle will disappear, the two serialities will be completely inert, the contradictions of the system being realized through them, that is to say, through each and other and resulting ists. And wage earners does net merit the name of struggle any more than that the shudder the it beats against. In takes ideas to extremes, and go so far as to disband struggle in the where rising class, securing the development of the means of production, gmups the whole of society around itself. Disagreements will appear gradually, and the gap will widen until it splits the whole of society, to the extent that the mode of production itself produces and develops its contradictions. it would then be possible to speak of struggle in the narrow and purely metaphorical sense of molecular agitations tending in two opposite directions and producing an average Israel once the contradictions become explicit. The rest of the time, history would be determined by the development of the mode of production in its fragile unity, and insofar as the consequences of this development prod differentiations within classes and cause various transformations in different human groups. Unity between two activities which are equally passive, induced, but one of which determines a particular action among workers while the other a particular type of reorganization of means of production amongst them would be quite simply the process. And, in a sense, this m-old provide history with complete intelligence that the opposition between phenomena B27Z2 book il the action of a single set of external forces on various objects. But this economistic intelligibility is a mere illusion. In place, it takes Engels back to analytical reason. The dialectician crowns his success with the splendid result that kills the dialectic twice over to make sure is the time by to have discovered it in nature, the time by suppressing it within society. Result of attacks is the same, claiming to have the in physico-alchemical sequences amounts to the same thing as claiming to be a dialectician while reducing human relations to the functional relations of quantitative variables. But, secondly, we do not even get the real direct intelligibility of number and continuous quantity, for we are thrown straight back into the practico-inert field. In other words, the conventional transformations and definitions of economic thought acts intelligible long as they are supported by the concrete movement of a human, historical dialectic, provided they are not seen as any more than a temporary employment of analytical reason, and that analytical reason is itself presented as an abstract moment of dialectical reason, the moment in which human relations are alienated and reified, and can be treated in exteriority, from the point of reinteriorizatio, but when they are presented as basic definitions, and when strange quantitative inversions are treated as natural facts, rather than as an aspect of social facts, language itself to signify, economic inversions the determinations of discourse to which they form on the basis of physico-chemical and laws, but without it being possible to identify any dialectic of capable of producing this mutilated reason on the basis of other. In short, analytical is to without losing its rationality, it must within dialectical reason, and as produced and supported by it. Thus economism as a fundamental rationality collapses into empirical irrationality. His houdings obviously this does not mean dissolving objective, material contradictions, proactive forces means of production mode of production relations of production, etc., in a kind of dialectical idealism. It is a matter of reinteriorizing them and making them into the motors of the historical process in so ear as they are the of social modifications, as fundamental determinations of RHE relations of reciprocal interiority combining free, practical organisms in the episodic tyroirs, field of scarcity. But this itself the place 7r transforms their signification, the line of economiston thus resembles the skeleton which of an exogamous draws out sand ethnographer. Their concrete, intelligible mailery, at the level of praxis, is worked matter as a mediation between practical organisms and the alienation of one to the other, or, in a word, of the collective. And the collective is neither dialectical nor analytical, it is anti-dialectical. It does not appear initially as a fundamental structure of human relations, but it constitutes itself through a complex dialectic, whose course we have tracer as the dialectic running around and turning against it short, as the anti-dialectic. And this anti-dialectic would not be in we did not produce in of false material unity, of alienated labor and serial flight. The practico inert can be treated us a prioris, and this is already far removed from the pretensions of economism, for economic facts were simply phenomena made unintelligible by negations of interiority parading as determinations of exteriority, but this process, in so far as it is action, presupposes, as a relation with the material, practical field and with the others, which it reabsorbs and transforms in the object, while still being based on its real, abstract in short, if the mode of production is the infrastructure of every society in human history, this is because labor as a free, concrete operation which becomes alienated in the collective and which already produces itself a transcendence of an earlier alienation to this collective is the infrastructure of the praktiko-inert, and of the mode of production, not only in the sense of diachronic totalization, and because a given machine with its special exigencies is itself the product of labor, but also synchronically, since all the contradictions of the practico-inert and especially those of the economic process are necessarily constituted by the constant realienation of the worker in his labor, that is to say, by practico in general in this other world which it constructs, sacrificing itself so that it can exist, constituting its multiplicity into serial alterity through inorganic matter, and appropriating impotence with the full use of its sovereignty. From this viewpoint, if the foundation of the class struggle is to lie in the practico-inert, this is insofar as the objective conflict of interests is both received and produced by passive activity and reveals, or in all kinds of as a reciprocity of antagonism possibly in a petrified form and for example, as an exigency of the tool or machine buckley circularity as a structure of the social as a human product pro its intelligibility through the hand, it is obvious that THRMGHTS and activities are inscribed in work matter, insofar as it produces a system of alterity through the otiro. This is why racism is not a mere psychological defense of the colonialist, created for the needs of the cause, to justify colonization to the metropolitan power and to himself. It is in fact author thought, pensée after, produced objectively by the colonial system and by super-exploitation. Man is defined by the wage and by the nature of labor, and therefore it is true that wages, as they tend towards zero, and labor, as an alternation between unemployment and forced labor, reduce a colonist person to the subhuman which he is. FC_X The colonialist ios racist thinking is simply an active tie which realizes in alterity a practical truth inscribed in work matter and in the system which results it. Since the of the simplest forms in inorganic matter, refer to various past which either indefinitely reproduce or have helped human seals as inert thoughts, and these activities are necessarily antagonistic. The racism which serves to an Algerian colonialist was imposed and produced by the conquest of Algeria, and is constantly recreated and reackmalised by everyday practice through serial alterity. Of course, the conquest of Algiers in itself can only be taken as a complex process dependent on a certain political and social situation in France as well as on the real relations between capitalist France and agricultural, feudal Algeria. Nevertheless, the colonial wars of the 19th century realized an original situation of violence for colonialists as their fundamental relation to the natives. This situation of violence produces and reproduces itself as the outcome of a collection of violent practices, that is to say, of intentional operations with precise carried out the army group institution and by economic groups supported by public authority, by the delegates of the metropolitan sovereign. Of course, this violence, the cruelty towards Algerian and the systematic operations aimed at taking over their land, was itself no more than an expression of a still abstract racism. This was due primarily to the state of war is just this alpal. But this will only higher of the struggle. The place of les Rory, pacification was long and bloody, which changed the statute because the fundamental relation was in slow struggle, and this negative racism constituted the as inferior rather than as a supposed French they were either or mindless savages, depending whether they had won a victory, showing them in their activity or whether, on the contrary, they had suffered a temporary defeat, which is in itself an affirmation of the conqueror's superiority. In either case, this Manichaean action, separating the hostile troops by the absolute negation of a line of fire, makes the MTLM other than man. On the other hand, for Athens relating to its own history and to the development of capitalism within it, French society was at first quite undecided as to make use of its conquest. Colonial settlement. Penal colony. No practice had been defined up to 1880. Essentially, therefore, the Muslims still had to be respected and subdued, and their slightest murmurs of had to be suppressed. but they were more likely to be exterminated than employed at a large in any repressive practices of division and all dispossession soon feudal and this backward but structured society into an atomized crowd, and, before long, into an agricultural subproletariat. And this new, practico-inert, form of Muslim society is a real expression of violence. It objectively signifies the violence suffered by each of the serial otiers, whom it produced. When our capital finally settled on capitalist colonization as a partial solution to its problems and as a source of new form of exploitation was explained, developed, diffused, and practiced by pressure, there is an undeniable link between Leroy Unulio's book, Oh, the Politics of Jewels, and the constitution of the first colonial banks and of transport. But, at the same time, other social milieux, with other interests, rose up in violent revolt against the policy of colonial conquest. What this implies is that the colonial system, as an infernal machine which was to develop its own contradictions right up to a final explodo the objective needs of capitalists but contradicted many particular interests. If it was to be and set in, it had to be transition objective and empty to the of system was produced by A and corresponded Paul Leroy Beaulieu, 832-93. To a dialectic linking a number of financial groups, theoreticians in one, and it would be wrong to schematize everything by simply saying that these groups were the expression of the interests of class. In sense, this is indeed what they were, and even all that they were. But they were not mediums, puffed up by some kind of spiritual fullness, or dragons with the class spirit which filled them pouring from their thrrnts. Their class was necessarily determined by common creation of the system. This does not mean, as a voluntarist idealism would assert, that the exposition of the system automatically transposed itself into a general practice of the class. On the contrary, it is well known that it took patient efforts to impose it, propaganda, victories to wipe out the memory of defeats, initial advantages, etc. It means, quite simply, that by the unity of organizations and apparatuses which it had itself produced, the sovereign as the present temporalization of the state, technicians or ideologists, and economic pressure groups, the class found itself in the process of elaborating tasks, and, regardless of its divisions, also found that it was in a state of minimal resistance to the system it had created. In effect, it profited from the practical power of the most respected and active institutions and organizations. The subjecuan of the fiercest milieu was already the future fate of their resistance, from its precise, pluridimensional elaboration, ideology, action by public powers, initiatives of private groups, in the face of sporadic, uncertain, and often contradictory resistance, and lastly, from the light which these new practices threw on social problems of new outlets production, special circuits of exchange from the colony to the metropolitan power, and conversely. 5. Racism and colonialism. Praxis and process. To make myself clear, I shall say that all the relatio between the colonialists and the colonists throughout the colonial system are an actualization of practico-inert characteristics which are introduced and defined by common actions, or in other words, that both sociology and economism must be dissolved in history. If some contemporary work of sociology that pauperization, as the destruction of the social structures of the Muslim community, was a necessary result of contact between particular societies, backward, or underdeveloped, agricultural and feudal, the other industrialist, then intelligibility and necessity are both absent from this obmination. The two can connected only in far as the real, conscious activity of each colonialist, racially on the economic plane, is seen as realizing by itself, in particular cases, for limited objectives, but in the light of a common objective, the pauperization which the contact between two societies, THRSE beings of reason, could not produce apart from individual contacts between the individuals who compose them. But this means that the term pauperization and the pseudo-concept which underlies it utterly uw-less, they are both designed to take us modestly back to the Proteus. But the sole intelligible reality, the praxis of men, pers paid to both of them, and it relates to two quite of action and action. What should be said first is that the contact between the industrial and the agricultural was achieved by Bujoud soldiers, and by the atrocious massacres perpetrated by these soldiers, and that the forms of inheritance proper to the tribes did not emerge from some idealistic interpenetration of two different juridical systems, but from the fact that merchants, encouraged by the state and supported by our armies, imposed the code on the Muslims better to them. Only on this basis can one comprehend that the colonial goal was to produce and to sell food to the metropolitan Alvan world, and that the of achieving this was the creation of a soli-proletariat of the desolate and the chronically unemployed, which itself explains the notion of paupersarian. And this operation was complemented by that of the commodity merchants whom we have just mentioned, and by the ixaliki of the military, destroying structures which or maintaining a supposed feudality of collaborators and accomplices of the French, preserving the appearance of a sovereignty exploiting, in interest, and that of their an impotent had reduced to a molecular thus the system, as an infernal machine of the practico-inert Geld, became the undertaking of a nation through its institutional groups, war, through the hot creation of a new form or minerals and other raw book of imperialism based on a new politics, involving a new relationship between individuals and public powers, the systematic concerted destruction of a community and, of course, the installation of a new mechanism of exploitation, new colonialists, by appropriate, banking, systems, etc. Now, in and destruction were and part of the desired objective. At the three different levels of this action, this involved physical liquidation of and the dissolution of their institutions, while they were not allowed to enjoy ours, 2. Depriving indigenous communities of land ownership and transferring it to the newcomers the brutal and deliberately over-rapid application of the civil code, and, 3. Establishing true bond between the colony and the metropolis, sales of colonial products at minimum prices, and purchases of manufactured goods from the metropolitan were at lug prices, on the basis of systematic super-exploitation of the native. In other words, for the child of the colonialist, violence was present in the situation itself, and was a social force which produced him. Me son of the colonialist and the son of Muslim are both the children of the system itself as a practico-inert, but if produces them, they it partly as their inertia. This is it used to be violence praxis when the system was in the process of being installed. It is man who inscribed his violence in things as the eternal timidity of this passive mediation between men. The proponents of pauperization may claim that the development of French society in the middle of the 19th century was precisely such as to prevent it from conceiving of any relationship to the Muslim peasants of Algeria other than one of violence. This is true, in that the bourgeois of the last century were very harmoniously ignoble in their activities. And this ignominy was obviously partly due to the fact that the bourgeois were themselves alienated products of the capitalist system, which metropolitan could the characteristics of the system, the conditions of which he his workers, the waste of human lives which was characteristic of the Inon and Cn-al period, failed to produce bourgeois who had no feelings for the natives of North Africa. If tiers bourgeois a man, while the worker, his compatriot, was merely subhuman, how could an Algerian, a distant enemy, it anything but a dog? But the answer must be first that sociology has inverted itself in order to correspond to history. If bourgeois society pauperizes feudal society, this is not a result of its superiority, acting on the Arab community, in fact, in spite of itself and by its inconsistence, but of its inferiority, of the revolting brutality which so clearly characterized capitalism in its origins. And precisely because of this, the negation in the class. It necessarily refers to strictly svaking one might, from idealist, Aristotelian point of view, an attraction at a by of an object which, in its distant connection with this plenitude, reinteriorizes and reflects its inadequacies. But when negativity becomes the source in object of modifications, either positive or negative, in the other, then this negativity will produce its effects only in an action or system of actions which determines itself on the basis of it and which preserves it in itself as the negative orientation of expenditure of energy. It is true that the bourgeois are products, but when we shortly return to class we diet these products are also agents, It is also true that these children of violence were produced by the violent praxis of their fathers, which takes them back to TLW history from which they wished to escape, but it is also true that this rapacious violence was not a cerebral circumvolution, or a proper power of social institutions, although it is in institutions either it is the capitalist process. To the extent that, we shall see, exploiter redopts there are new in the system, for example, in colonialism, it itself in individual, real activities which it in objectivity. Bourgeois exists in exploitation of proletariat as an inherited relation, the dominant elas to the dominated class, but we shall see that it is also at this level, and violence, as the of this bourgeois generation, lay in colonization. But the excess, in itself, was no more than a diachronic mediation between two cycles of and colonial undertakings, the plural temporalization of bourgeois violence, as the violence of one class against another within a community, is also its dialectical enrichment and expansion. In new conditions, where exploitation must start on the basis of oppression, this violence renews itself, it will extend to mass extermination and torture. TT must therefore create itself in order to maintain itself, and change in order to remain RHE same. Conversely, it will return as practical violence to he used immediately in the metropolitan power against the exploited masses as soon as there is a lull in the colonial war, as is well known, budge out. 720. Uptrared to RHE high bourgeoisie of 1848 as RHE dreamed of destroyer of the Republic, it not an accident that Franco Carn from Morocco. Of violence is clearly here, first a structure of alienation in it is as praxis in lion, and its, temporary, victory presents itself as the objectification of the practical ensemble, army, capitalists, commodity merchants, colonialists, in system where it represents the fundamental structure of reciprocity between the colonialists and the colonist. But in itself, this new serial air cannot exist unless everyone realizes and adopts it as other in his everyday praxis. This means, in RHE first place, that it becomes its own idea in the form of racism, in other words, that the colonialists constantly actualize the practices of extermination, robbery, and exploitation which have been established by previous generations, and transcend them towards a system entirely by, but still it be more than an ineffectual of objective if situation did not involve a reciprocity of violence. In other words, the colonialist discovers in the native not only the other than man but sworn enemy, in other words, the enemy of man. Discovery does presuppose, open or riots, or threats of revolt. The violence of the colonialists itself emerges as an indefinite necessity, or, to put it another way, the colonialist reveals the violence of the native, even in his passivity, as the obvious consequence of his own violence and as its sole justification. This discovery is made through hatred and fear, as a negative determination of the practical field, as a coefficient of adversity affecting certain multiplicities in Daly's field, in short, as a permanent danger which has to be avoided or prevented. Racism has to become a practice. It is not contemplation awakening the significations engraved on things, it is in itself self-justifying violence, violence presenting itself as induced violence, counter-violence and legitimate defense. The Alst lives on an island of Dr. Mo 107 surrounded by terrifying nihilists in the of man, and poor adaptation, neither animals nor is in hatred and cruelty, these beasts to beautiful image, the immediate practical attitude of is C.F.H.G. Wells, of 1896, in which an R is described. 72z therefore rat of a man confronted by a sly and vicious beast. First, one has to defend oneself against the blindness of the metropolitan power, which cannot distinguish from colonialist phrase, we kticyw the Arab, like the Southerners, Yankee doesn't know is a juridical intimidated, of the NIPGER possibility that the metropolitan power should find solutions to colonial problems in the metropolis. What this basically means is, the colonialist and the native are a couple, induced by an antagonistic situation and by one another. No one, except the army, if the colonialist calls on it as a weapon, can intervene in their duel. and that is precisely the theme of the racist propaganda that the colonialist spreads in the metropolitan power itself. His portrayal of the native, always negative, is designed to open people's eyes and to disorient our metropolitan union. Furthermore, at a more complex level, the practical operation involves a rejection of any political solution to the colonial problem, the basis of the problem lying, of course, the colonialist wants status because any change in system, which, at present time, is the decline, hasten the end of lion, integration and of our rights for the colonist, much independence, immediately results in the end of super-exploitation, and therefore of low wages, and therefore of the low prices which are the raison d'etre of the colony metropolis economic circuit. The activity of racism is a praxis illuminated by a theory, biological, strial, or empirical racism, it does not matter which, aiming to keep the masses in a state of molecular aggregation, and to use every possible means to increase the subhumanity of the natives, a religious policy favoring the most superstitious elements, an educational policy deci/fold not to educate the natives or our culture and at the same time to deprive them of the possibility of becoming educated in their own culture, etc. What is important to us here are the two following aspects of colonial, a. First, praxis of oppression which we have just described complements the process of exploitation and merges into it. By process of exploitation I practicio inert the system yet the 2% of improvement of they are primarily political are aware politics, in colonies, is quire simply and the fun rioning or repressive which permits 722 book il once it has been installed, strictly speaking, the big, colonialist, landowner does not at least in Algeria force the natives to work for him FCR starvation wages. The deceptive system of free contract on which the capitalist process is based has been acclimatized in Algeria, or so it seems. In fact, demographic pressure is producing an undernourished population, in a state of chronic unemployment, or semi-unemployment, and the natives come to offer them VES to RHE employers, creating a which to accept, propose, the wages. Owing to poor industrial development is also characteristic of the colonial. The sub-proletariat overcome these isms in a unity of demands. Working class emancipation goes hand in hand with industrial concentration. In a colonist country, the pauperization of the masses destroy the structures of the old society, and remove the means for reconstituting another, based on different structures and on different relations of sociality. In this sense, therefore, it is possible to claim that exploitation by new generations of colonialists of new generations of natives realize itself as a process, in the framework of an economic and social system. Wage levels will be settled on the issues of specific material conditions which elude the action of the colonialists as much as that of the natives, the economic conjuncture and the demographic THMSR, for example, etc. But the is mainly conditioned by the atomization of the native and is on duality, the disintegration of RHE old communities, and the constant dissolution of any new groups which attempt to the in it is the colonial people should be accepted can be and now this which conditions the entire process, may have manifested itself, in the WEAT days of colonialism, as an inert exigency within the system. But, in fact, this exigency is filled, and if it is fulfilled, this is specified, why both because it is RHE object of an oppressive praxis and because it was the objective, now achieved and transcended, of part oppression. This oppressive praxis, past and present, with its objective future, did not initially set itself the long-term objective of producing a native statute which would favor the establishment and autonomous functioning of the colonial circuit. In fact, as we have the violence of conquest accompanied by considerable uncertainty as to RHE aim of colonization, and this uncertainty was partly due to the fact that the violence occurred at a moment before the place of history 23 that in which the economic organization of France enabled it to define a colonial policy. But the fact remains that the practices of exterminarian and plunder atomized Muslim society and politico-financial comp system on the basis of this, in other words, The radical impotence and the poverty of the masses were at least implicit among the fundamental factors which the banks and the state combined and transcended in the project of irrational exploitation of the colonies. Thus, when one reaches the key condition of the colonial undertaking, wages, it is notable that the process on the basis of which they were settled was a necessity of the practico-inert only in so far as an oppressive praxis had deliberately produced a situation which made the process rather, the victory of was not it had to be de. It be and to it by it, that is to sy, by endowing it, for the natives, with the character of a practic si finert statute, and this could not be done without affecting the Algerian army itself with inorganic inertia, as a permanent feature of the reproduces itself as an inert perpetuation of untranscendable impotence among the natives. The molecular constitution of the masses, as a material, inorganic, and necessary condition of the process of sulx-exploitation presents itself as the inert result of a strict determinism, and so one comes back to positivist reason. But in reality this inertia, however inorganic it may ir, is constantly praised by the violence which is constituted by the presence of the army. And the internal consequences of this induced impotence, poverty, ase, competitive antagonism, the birth rate, etc., though they present themselves as serial and as a determination of the practico-inert field, are, as a whole, a controlled process. The old violence is reabsorbed by the inertia violence of the institution, and its uncertainties disappear in the objective of which is the thought of the itself, that is to say, its raison and the signification and in detail of its practices. And to the present institution of a metropolitan army is a raxis which occasions inorganic inertia amongst de colonist masses. The natives themselves will treat this inertia both as their destiny and as an oppressive practice of the enemy. Even if an individual interiorizes it as a feeling of inferiority, adopting and accepting in immanence the sentence which the colonialists have passed, even if he has done being as a negative determination and an original 724 book il statute of subhumanity, and even if he tries to get closer to his conquerors, and to resemble them, in short, if he seeks to be assimilated, he does not cease to experience this condition, this ontological statute, as the and unforgivable to him by a hard-hearted. This is this violence directed so as to deprive him of any possibility of reacting, even by admiring his oppressors and seeking like them. In their practical, THIRD life, RHE exploited experience oppression through all their activities, not as alienation, but as a straightforward deliberate constraint of men by men. And to the extent that the army institution is a force which is displayed so that it need not be used, or so that it is immediately ready for use, the practical display is the common praxis of all soldiers and is both in their group operations and in their individual relations with Muslims, so we encounter a practical racism though at a different level and with a different meaning. A young soldier who did his military service in Algeria, I am thinking of the heyday of colonialism, between 1910 and 1935, himself in his discovery of himself and of the others, it was as in being that he was in a given barracks and in a particular street brothel. But, at the same time, the living historical praxis of the African army, which presents itself as an apparatus of counter-violence, appeared to him through the repeated operations he was made to perform, the instructions he received, the atemporal inertia of institutionalist being is realized and produced through a historical, practical orientation. This orientation was determined by the relations between colonialists and the natives everywhere, which are reflected by news of military exercises, on a given morning, in a particular barracks at Blida or Philippeville, both as an ieux of the universal tension and as a concrete factor of it. The soldiers see this particular riot as sign which enables them to decipher the other signs which have a pen read directly in their experience, and as the enemy action which will determine their immediate fate, confined to barracks, dispatched with other regiments, or their long-term fate, insurrection brewing, it break out. Are agents of a common praxis, a expedition, an is if I to an army msi to dw, this is in fx he of by to Algeria, administrative functions, etc. 725. Battles, etc., in other words, they see themselves in so far as they have the power to unleash as sovereign members of the sovereign, since the sovereignty is, in effect, being rooted by the natives. By the revolt in some other town it reverts to being the of group to rearrange practical unconditionally. And as this power is real and concrete only in so far as it is limited, in reciprocity, by that of the other, it mess here an abstract violence, through the decision to treat the colonist masses as objects. They have destroyed the relationship, according to the sovereign ideology, by suddenly rejecting military sovereignty, and by this action, they have put themselves outside the law. Thus the re-establishment of reciprocity presupposes a moment of pitiless violence, that is to say, of the bloody dissolution of native groups, for reciprocity takes place, for the sovereign, between two inertias, one of which is the pure, serial impotence of the native, while other is the freely agreed passivity of the army which retains its negation. Serial is a breach of contract. But for the soldier, as institutionalist being, the revolt assort unity to this by, more the degree of tension the troops and the colonist masses. Il becomes wholly a group, or a possibility producing armed groups, or an unfathomable sea concealing armed groups. Thus the point of application for counter-violence is really everywhere here, and the lived relationship between the soldier and the masses must everywhere be that of the sovereign to rebels. This means that the army, on the slightest suspicion, recognizes itself in its entirety as a practical unit for repression, as an agent of the perpetual dissolution of communities in favor of serial alteriety. Thus the impotence revolt of the masses and the inertia violence of the army both deserve the name of praxis process. The however, with or without military help, rather with passive active military help, had to the atomization of the masses against any metropolitan initiatives. Here, process was longer of a praxis, had its development to be protected by activities, political allies had to be found in the assembly or in the government, support had to be found in economic MUPs uniting the big colonialists and certain metropolitan, and the acceptance of assimilating or Grat-ng reforms had to be prevented. And if, in spite of everything, some law was passed which tended to liberalize the regime and to Book 11 recognize Muslim political rights, its implementation would have to perquented, for example, by organizing rigor elections whenever the electors were consulted in Algeria, if social reforms were being proposed, redistribution of land, etc., RHE colonialists might also be able to turn them to their own advantage. Lastly, since all these violent operations had to take place in a climate of violence, that is to say, they could be undertaken only by men, propaganda had to this universal and his own to the colonialist as the courage, in things, of an embattled minority, and it had to present with the other violence of the natives constantly endangering the colonialists everywhere. That is to say, it struck permanent fear into the colonialists and presented this angry fear as pure courage. These indispensable operations as a whole required organisms and vigilance, and these produced themselves, in specific circumstances, as a dissolution of seriality among the colonialists themselves. I have already said when speaking of the practico-inert that the colonialists, as a sugr-exploiting class, like the natives, by the play of competitive antagonisms and recurrence were engaged in a woes of series, and that racism in the series was other thought, of and through the other, in short, process thought. But the interest was always present for all in that they were engaged in a double relation to the metropolitan power and to the natives, and that they had either to disappear or to remain the sole necessary mediation the two. Their basic contradiction lies at this level, RHE liberal regime of the metropolitan to the historical development of French capitalism, to the metropolitan bourgeoisie, and it is the colonialists, there, they are represented in France, and when they try to create and finance in Paris. But such a regime, which is possibly the most practical kind of based on exploitation, not all suitable on super-exploitation. So, in the name of bourgeois democracy, the metropolitan power has to be prevented from democratizing its colonies, in the name of the heroic sovereignty of those who are besieged, rare liberal institutions in the colony must be each this conflict, this complex praxis, the manifestation of class interest, of the interest of all classes is concretest in groups of this to all is to all the Onialists in the 72 violence at the slightest provocation. And by this I not mean groups which realist real violence, though there are such groupings. Provocateurs, counter-terrorists, etc., so much as practical communities whose role is to perpetuate the climate of violence by making themselves such groupings can regard it as having the function of systematically lowering the threshold of class seriality, so as to allow more effective groupings, economic groups and pressure groups, to constitute themselves despite competitive antagonisms. They represent the extreme possibilities for the colonialist, the extermination of the natives and the extermination of the colonialists. In one respect, these possibilities are in fact equivalent, they both lead to RHE destruction of colonialism. It is precisely the colonialists' need for the super-exploited the uncontrolled violence of the colonial conquests into economic controlled violence, but the violent embody the extreme possibilities and can be as extremist in the sense that in the of the which they make permanent, any vis of conciliation appear a terrible mistake, the only can bear is which is based on coercion and repression. Thus the organized groups formed a sort of one-way barrier, while constantly presenting violence to the colonialists as the very foundation of their situation and as the means of preserving it. They tended to create in Africa a milieu completely impenetrable to liberal institutions, but since they based on French nationality, these Organization 5 enabled every colonialist to defend his right to violence in Algeria, in terms of his rights as a free citizen of the metropolitan power. This operation of protection is indispensable if the process of superexploitation is to develop according to its Pract 1 cc Einkreit laws. But if we connect the past vaxus which is preserved by the serial inertia of the exploiters and exploited, and which has passive activity, inanimate matter as a mediation between men, to institutional praxis, as violence held in an inertia which is forever temporary, and also to extremistic vicious, agitation, propaganda, and the defense of the Algerian colony, the metropolitan power, then we can st. Superexploitation as a process which realizes itself on the basis which produced and directed it, under the protection of an institutional action and in non-reciprocal isolation which has been artificially produced by common practices. In short, it becomes the anti-dialectical in of the constituted or, so to moment convergent practices, and as their end, of it is there in other the of, but we also in are linked to one another by relations of interiority. There are diachronic and synchronicity conjuv 110 ns amongst the officers, and between them as representatives different generations and practices and the soldiers. There are synchronic connections between extremist groups and the officers, etc., and also to the colonialists. In general, we shall come back to in the next paragraph. Thus it is struck that the process involves exith the super-exploiters and the native sub-proletariat in an anti-dialectical renouement which constitutes the future as an inexorable destiny for everyone and for every collective. It is true that, from this point of view, it is the system and the conjuncture which bring about the ruin of this particular colonial undertaking and, thereby, blindly, the unemployment of these particular Muslims, and their poverty, and the death of their children through malnutrition, etc. Thus, in a way, the entire apparatus of violence will have served to constitute a sort of closed field in which forces crush the individual enterprise of certain colonialists. But this is itself the goal, since the problem is to sustain and isolate, as in a laboratory experiment, an economic world which obeys rigid laws and is based, in reality, on the continued annihilation of RHE super-exploited, on the practical refusal to treat them as subjects with rights. What core the right? NIS economic world, in which super-exploitation is meticulously concealed, and which presents itself in the vague guise of classical liberalism, is simply the abstract set of comparative or semi-competitive relations between colonialists, either directly or through the mediation of the metropolitan power. To take things this terrain, that is to say, deliberately ignoring colonialism as systemel and history basis of every the repressive apparatus and of in protected to sell and to buy, and therefore the possibility that any given colonialist may be in specific and in very strict other this abstract, false economics is nothing but the human interest of the colonialists, the of history, that is to say, it enables them to quell up their individual antagonisms without these conflicts ever being able to benefit the overexploited who have to pay the price. It is now clear that we must distinguish between three levels within colonization as developing history. The play of flat appearances which can be studied by economic reason has no intelligibility ex pt in relation to the anti-dialectical system of super-exploitation. Until this in turn is not intelligible unless one begins by seeing it as a product of human labor which created it and continues to control it. And, unlike the forged or worked matter, it not by itself introduce and between the which supervise its autono development, in fact it itself as a complex ensemble of connections between series and super% exploited, the connections between on the basis their relations with the latter and with metropolitan importers and exporters, etc., but the GMUPs which ensure its functioning are connected by relations of interiority springing from their practical tasks and therefore not be serialist. By its mediation. Tlz illis it is perfectly clear here that super-exploitation as a practico-inert process is nothing but oppression as a historical praxis certainly fiving Wolf, determining itself and controlling itself in the milieu of passive activity. b. This brings us to our second observation. The relations between the oppressing groups are always the conditioned conditions of serialities of series, that is of the inert gathering of the occupants. It should be noted, in fact, that they are aimed at a certain common objective through the Tin-Ryu 5 practices and in accordance with different assessments of the situation. Their racisms, though all of them are based equally on the subhumanity of Muslims, are nevertheless divergent. The extremism of some which arises from adopted function can be contrasted with the apparent macration of others, of the officers, or of some of them, which, apart from pannows of disturbance and repression, appears as a quiet strength which is put on display so that it need not be used. On the other hand, the officers need not be colonials, and if they are not necessarily connected to any in particular colony. Lastly, they are functionaries of the metropolitan, which not mean they cannot, in be by itself, of may his destiny iving that he gowers to be t-ord by system, in far as he is of and of. 730-11. Power rather than landowners or shopkeepers who are established in Africa. But it should be stated quite specifically that the African army vas rhe violence of rhe colonialists and rat the colonialists were for the of should also be that the set of colonial exploiters all categories and that of them the French the judge and the are bound by the same privilege, which the soldiers share with them, they better paid than in and their relative is the poverty of the Muslims. Thus the unity of a groups of colonialists, from accidental, ephemeral groups to institutional ones, was conditioned by the climate of the colony, that is to say, by the other being of the series. To what extent could this other being be dissolved in fused groups? And to what extent is it, on the contrary, unsurmountably rigid and passive? It is easy to imagine the array of intermediaries. To each moment there corresponds a different relation between the practical communities, opposition and tension relaxation, quasi-serial coexistence, the more or less advanced unity of integration. But the being of the series, in the world of violence, is determined on the basis of its relation of antagonistic reciprocity with the masses whom it oppresses. This relation, in effect, as a real is in no way reducible to the praxis of exploitation, but it cannot be regarded as a genuine reciprocal praxis of since it pits against one another series still paralysed by alteriety. This is, in fact, a tension which is both immediately detectable and impossible to determine, and as a common signification of reciprocal individual actions. This common signification, however, is not directly realizable, since it does not in itself relate to any community of which any of the agents might form part as a common individual. It consists, rather, of actions which, in themselves and in their strict individuality, in WLVE a negation of seriality, they apply are incapable of being carried except the basis of a previous agar asterisk meant or an order, but the particular experience in which they does not allow them to be related to any organized group. In fact, these reactions do not, in general, transcend the will of atomization or seriality, but they are evidence of a change in the serial bonds. For example, the strength of anger which is expressed in his Ava groups, etc. do not really link themselves to help their W_nep1 Act 0 F11 ISTI 731 9 erring being derived from that which he attributes to the oppressed other and to all the others, as might happen, for example, the day after a mosque has been profaned by drunken soldiers, or after a brawl between soldiers and Muslims resulting in Muslim deaths. The employer was worried that day, the behavior of his employees, or a sign, and anxiety was to turn into violence, and this transition from anxiety to the will to repress is itself an act of ALDERITY. But it is on the basis of these reactions, each of which bases its violence on that of the other, that insurrectional or punitive groups can constitute series in effect. Every one serial reaction consists in confusing community and series, and interpreting the behavior of the enemy as the praxis of a group, of which this particular antagonist is a common individual. This supposition induces the group into each series as a negative unity, that is to say, as RHE sole means of struggling against the groups which are hidden in RHE other. Of course, historical conditions as a whole will determine the liquidation of seriality here or there. What is certain is that the liquidation, wherever it takes place, immediately occasions a liquidation of same in the adversary. Pressure groups, violent, and groups, in their relation of reciprocity and reciprocal mediation, provide an exact index of the beyond of that is to an index of but as tension increases, the unity of these heterogeneous groups tightens until it assumes a real unity of action. In this moment, this synchronic, pluridimensional praxis really becomes the praxis of the employee my or his he this emus is he is employee b and so is if he I wilted by a reacta individual, or a member of a particular family. The of the O_aonialist I other of his religion m, also, at that te, like in f. Through his pet gone to a character who is little as colonialist himself. Thus, the to rhe other, and alienated to serial unties which cannot even which, generalis remove the from instituted of the as which exists per the serial of his beating their mts if and not strike his, the truth of his to is to strike to be the who 7.32 book 11 colonialist group. It adopts two serial determinations and takes them into itself in order to dissolve them. Its deliberate violence cannot descend lower than that which the exploiters manifest every day in their relations to the exploited, and which constitutes what one might call a bond of inert interiority between the two serial IREs. Serial violence dissolves, like minimal as apparel Mary _vis. Z, group as violence of series in precise of colony, turning it into its cohesion and the orientation of its praxis, in becoming the serial madness of a lynching. Panic will be contained in the OT/WRS by army forces and will be in the military group, in institutional forms, sanctions to be taken, etc., the upper limit of its repressive activity. Thus, RHE seriality of the colonialists is not dissolved elsewhere. Yon remains the other, imprisoned in ill's impotent anger whereas the groups as a whole, from the army and constituted bodies to the groups of violence, maintain the serial inertia of the others, who are the passive individuals who have to be and whose defense requires them to their passivity. But practical unity of bodies and in its the itself, oppression repressive violence. The transforms the violence of flight and panic into a synthetic, sovereign proact for re-establishing order by violence. In the repressive violence of the apparatus, the other recognizes his as other, he discovers the blind lynching to be the serial signification of the summary execution. He remains external to the armed force which defends him, but in the dimension of the other, that force becomes the unity of everyone art others, as an OT/WR synthesis of being. It hecarnies the activity of all the others as the other side of their passivity. Thus inert violence, as frequentative and as dated between is as inside repressive practice, latter, by the nerd to defend RHE others, gives violence process its first statute of operation. But, to if oppression, is it always was first occasioned repressive practices themselves appeared against the background of their daily deteriorating situation, and this deteriorating slow could occur only as long as their molecular m-n being was foresee held in the framework of a political and economic status, while demographic pressure constantly lowered their standard of living. The impossible reality of there was molecular exile at boundary of life and death. The only possible way out was to confront total negation with total negation, violence with equal violence, to negate dispersal and atomization by an initially negative unity whose content would defined in struggle, the Algerian nation. Thus the Algerian rebellion, through being desperate violence, was simply an adoption of the despair in which the colonialists maintained their natives. Its violence was simply a negation of the impossible, and of life the of oppression. To colonialists a sub-proletariat, but they to live at the frontier of life wages had to be as possible to the violence of the violence of the colonialist, there was never any other. The struggle between the oppressed and oppressors ultimately became the reciprocal interiorization of a single Zion, the prime object of a premium, and finding it to the negative of its unity, appalled the oppressor, in oppressive violence as a hostile force taking him in turn as its object. And against his own violence as other, he created a counter-violence which was simply his own oppression become repressive, that is to say, reactuifized, and trying to transcend the violence of the other, in other words his own violence in the other. We have thus shown, in the simple example of colonization, that the relationship between oppressors and oppressed was, from beginning to end, struggle, and that it was the struggle, as a reciprocal praxis, at least until the insurrectional phase, the rigid of the process of exploitation. It will no doubt be objected that I have chosen the favorable example, where exploitation is and it is sorely accompanied by conquest and oppression. The very tact of presupposes military struggle. No doubt it will be said that what I have found at the end of my search is what I carefully put there at the outset. But in reality, I discussed the practice and system of colonialism because I wanted to show, by reference to a simple example, the possible importance of substituting history for economic and sociological interpretations, or generally for all determinisms. For the first time in this investigation, I wanted to give an outline of an initial description of the formal structures of the concrete. Lastly, I wanted to show that we should no longer cheat with such precise words as praxis and struggle. Either we have endless equivocation, and praxis signifies almost the as process and struggle as alienation of two serialities in the practico inert, in which case everything is definitively obscured, action and history lose their sense and words no longer have any meaning. Or else we allow words their meanings, defining praxis as an organizing project which sends material conditions towards an end and inscribes itself, through labor, in organic matter as a rearrangement of the practical field and a reunification of means in the light of the end. Then the idea of struggle between classes given its meaning, in the case of economic development within one country, even though the gradual constitution of the proletariat is taking place along the poorest sections of peasant class, and the freely sells his labor power, exploitation must be inseparable from oppression, just as the seriality of the bourgeois class is from the practical apparatuses which it adopts for itself. Economism is false because it makes exploitation into no more el rana perdiodor retdt, whereas this result could not be maintained, and the posis of capital could not develop, if they were not sustained by the yajanar of exploitation. And I certainly mean that it is capital which is pressed through the mouths of capitalists and which produces them as projects of unconditional exploitation. But on the other hand it is capitalists who sustain and produce capital and who develop industry and credit system thereof exploiting in order to a profit. This is the circularity which we have encountered everywhere. We shall meet with it again. But it's in to understand the bond between process and we shall plus orderly he inquiring what type of this struggle can when it not but practical contradiction splitting every nation and the world. But, above all, we must return to this notion of class struggle, if it is a practice inert structure, a passive contradictory reciprocity of conditioning, or if it is excess, the human order is strictly comparable to molecular order, and RHE only historical reason is positivist reason, which posits RHE unintelligibility of history as a definite fact. But, on the other hand, if it is praxis through and through, the entire human universe vanishes into a Hegelian order to get out of difficulty. Let us attempt to employ all the disc, whereas our ire has given at level of 8. Class struggle and dialectical. Reason. Scarcity, violence, and urge waham.sm. The discovery we have made in the course of our dialectical investigating, but is it really even a discovery? Is it not the immediate comprehension of every praxis, individual and common, by any agent whether internal to or has at character of apart determination sociality, as simple relations between real but individuals, are reciprocal reciprocity by the third and by the group B basic structure of the but, on the other reciprocity is neither contemplative nor or and contemplation are the practical characteristics of particular actions. In particular reciprocity is a praxis with a double multiple, epicontre. It can be either or neptive. It is clear that algebraic sign is by previous and by material conditions which determine the practical field. And it is clear that the conditionings of antagonistic reciprocity are, as a whole, and in the abstract, based on the relation of the multiplicity of men to field of action, that is, on scarcity. We have also seen that scarcity, as a mortal danger, produces everyone in a multiplicity as a mortal danger for the other. The contingency of scarcity, that is to say, the fact that relations of immediate abundance between other practical organisms and other milieu are not inconceivable a priori, is remteriorst in the contingency of human reality. A man is a practical organism living with a multiplicity of similar organisms in a field ot scarcity. But this scarcity, as a negative for defines, in commutativity, URI man and partial multiplicity as realities which are both human and inhuman. For instance, in far as anyone may consume a product of primary B11 necessity for me, and for all the others, he is dispensable, he threatens my life to precisely the extent that he is my own kind, he becomes human, as and my species appears to me as an alien spec es. But, in reciprocity and commutativity, I discover the possibility, in the field cf my own possibilities, of myself being objectively produced by the others as a dispensable object or as the inhumanity of the human. We have already remarked that the primary determination of ality is monotheism, the intelligible and praxis of the other is what must be destroyed in him. But this as a dialectical organization of renans with a view to satisfying need, manifests itself as the free development of action in the other. And it is clear that it is this freedom, as my freedom in the other, which has to be destroyed if we are to escape RHE danger of death, which is RHE original relation LW between in and through the mediation of matter. In other words, the of scarcity immortal relation men is itself performed by a free, dialectical of material and, in this very transcendence, freedom manifests itself as a practical of and as perceiving in the as other freedom, as an anti-praxis anti-value can be destroyed. At most elementary level of the struggle for is not instincts conflicting through but complex structures, transcendences of material conditions by a which founds a morality and which seeks the destruction of the other not as a simple object dangerous, but as a which is and to vary it is precisely this that we have called violence, for the only conceivable violence is that of freedom against freedom through the reconciliation of inorganic matter. We have said, in fact, that it can take on two aspects. Free praxis may directly destroy the freedom of the other, or place it in parenthesis, mystification, stratagem, through material instrument, rx else it may act against necessity, the necessity of alienation, that is to say against as possibility of ing other, of relapsing into seriality, and this is fraternity terror. Thus violence is always both a reciprocal recognition of freedom and a negation or univocal, of this intermediary of the inertia of exteriority. Man is violent t/0 what history right up to the present day, until the elimination of scarcity, should this and in particular to anti-human, that is say, to any other man, his brother in and reason 1k has the permanent possibility becoming anti-human himself. This violence, contrary to what is always claried, envelopes a practical self-knowledge because it is determined by its object, thal is to as the freedom to annihilate freedom. It is called terror when it defines the bond of fraternity itself. It bears the name of oppression when it is used against one or more individuals, imposing an untranscendable statute on them as a function of scarcity. This statute is always abstractly constituted by the same practical determinations. Given a scarcity of food and of labor, certain groups will decide to constitute, with other individuals or groups, a community defined both by the obligation to do surplus labor and by the need to reduce underconsumption. Now, this oppression constitutes itself as a which is conscious of itself and of its not. It passes over fact in it of dispensable workers nor their free practical because of it. Slave, the skilled worker, and the specialized worker are of course produced by the of production. They are precisely as that more or less considerable area of free control, FRCE direction, or free supervision which must FLL the gap between instrumental being and man. It is certainly possible for a man to replace an animal in work which an animal could do, the gold in the 16th century on the routes which crossed the Isthmus of Panama. But this new distribution of tasks is constrained, self-conscious, and a deliberate choice based on scarcity. It is decided by the order users and by those in charge that he who used to work as man should freely make himself inferior to man. For constraint does not eliminate freedom, except by liquidating the oppressed. It makes freedom its accomplice while allowing it no option but obedience. Its considerations are not intended to make oppression into the direct, historical origin of class division and exploitation. Far from it. On the contrary, we recognize because it is obvious that the field of exploitation counter finalities and through the mediation of work matter, as a passive of we dealing with slavery as an institution or of division is possible to treat the material, technical, demographic, etc., development as Engels would say, in societies. Note the of the C738 Book 11 of a given society as the objectification of the free praxis of an individual or group. It is undoubtedly true that as Engels says slaves appear at the moment when the development of the techniques of agriculture makes them possible and necessary, that is to say, that an institution is a response to the practico-inert exigency and already constituted field of passive activity. Nor can there be any doubt, though is very simplistic on point, that exploitation, in its many historical is basically a process of that is potument of the mode of production. When the iron and coal complex began, the use of coal as a fuel determined the transformation of the system of mineral extraction from outside and as an other exigency, that is to say, as an independent attributable. For was this demand for coal, as a, propagated a lateral competitive and therefore by alterity rather than by common decision, which, within half a century, produced the miners as major capitalists, owning a key industry. This is what forced them, as we have seen, to introduce steam pumps to replace vasts of burden and men. Scientific discoveries, technical inoxidants immediately put to use, customers as seriality, no more was necessary for RHE mine to emerge as a fabulous inheritance, owned by one man, for the first machines to apply their core-throwing techniques and imposing a set of exigencies and constraints on both capitalists and workers, for the need for labor to multiply the inannual workers and for the contradiction which at the root capital to itself on the hand there the owner of mine interest is constantly to reduce costs, expand output and increase profits, the other hand, there the uprooted peasant, with no rights over the product of his labor and who receives in wages the minimum necessary for his subsistence. And to precisely the extent that the personnel at the mine are serialized by competitive antagonisms by material conditions as a whole, the employer is thrown into an equally serial competition, since his new power suddenly reveals other patirers to him, hundreds or thousands of miles away, whose power is as recent as his and who have suddenly been brought close to him by technical and economic changes. In fact, the variable and system has a back device. But and for it is which at which li tlw to chw.ge_reason there can be doubt to the practico-inert character of the of exploitation. This is us it concerns us is that this process established itself against a backup for customers, over rapid exhaustion of coal seam suppliers sink shafts, of time pumps, and men, that to say, by practical organisms who have adopted scarcity in the form of Manichaean violence. The transformation of the mine owner to outside, but he has to interiorize it and it practically by transformation, his mine and the techniques of extraction, which implies a reorganization of the laissez-faire for CE. Now this haxis is precisely that of a easing of violence, which means that his free response to the exigencies of the situation can be realized only in the form of oppression. When I speak of his free praxis, I do not that he has of refusing to the lions, I simply renian rat the necessary transformations will objectify in through a to the end, and a set of dialectically organized actions, with the mine, the competitors, the of their practical I1 he very where is transformed into a fabulously rich heir. I do not mean that he is still at the stage at which famine and death threaten every individual. Scarcity here is expressed in terms of temporalization as erdkrui, dispersal, poverty of means, and the resistance of matter constitute pediment ls which threaten to slow and a production which the exigent craze of demand require to be considerably accelerated. For the heir, scarcity is the possibility of not coming into his inheritance unless he reorganizes his field of action as soon as usable. In this way any antagonistic activity by another, from force of inertia to active resistance, to increase these impediments, appears as the of an anti-human. Indeed, it would be true to say that the class being of the worker, the pauper and future proletarian, who is as yet still wandering the roads or being fed by the village community, was already produced by the mine, just as rat of the colonist native was produced by the colonial system. It is also true that, just as racism is a passive in before a certain idea of working class is this idea is simply class being, in so it will be known and by the owner, and by working but, to exact, this could not be accepted and realized by 740 book the praxis of Rhe industrialist unless the worker represent excel another species, an anti-human. It is alr, or to attempt to settle the question by referring to egoism or by declaring that the employer pursues self-interest as factory is constituted in and by developing it is for later generations it will pre-exist inherits the or factory as the very of bourgeois being. As egoism, the word is devoid first, it would have semblance of significance only on the hypothesis of absolute social atomism, a creation of analytical reason at the time of Condileo and in any case, it cannot explain anything here, for it is not true that the employer was unconcerned about his workers and their situation, on the contrary, he concerned himself with them constantly, in that he incessantly took precautions against theft, sabotage, strikes, and other social troubles. It should in fact be noted that the practice of the wage contract by parties and characteristic the industrial posits the freedom of the worker as an absolute principle. Contractual reciprocity goes further LW cause at least formally each FMCD01TT is guaranteed by that of the other, and this presupposes that the employer would find in worker a equal to his other words, him as a of human a sight. This very different from RACLSM in that colonial super-exploitation is based upon the of the natives. In the of racism, contradiction derives from the fact that the colonialist finds himself forced to use the subhuman whom he oppresses as for properly human activities. The contradiction of early capitalism, however, is that the employer, under cover of a proclaimed reciprocity, treats the worker as an enemy. The free contract, at this period, concealed what was really forced labor. Labor was recruited by constraint, iron discipline was imposed on it, and employers protected themselves by perpetual blackmail and, frequently, by repression. Contradiction therefore is both to recognize that the worker is free and to introduce him by compulsion into a system in which it is also recognized that he will be reduced to a subhuman level. At the same time, the of preventive or repressive measures shows that the worker is in for any to revolt, while at same his protestations are apparently this a long way from egoism from Sartre for which it is customary to reproach the capitalists of the paleotechnical riot, as if their barlks riti had been buried with them. TT is a character trait, HUD of a class hatred English preceded the development of the working class. Either they had to see this Frexdorn, which they wished to use, and mystify, in the moment of the wage CN-entract, in order to bind it later and crush it under constraints, as the freedom for evil of the anti-human, or they had to discover the evil and the inhuman in their own on the basis of the hatred of the exploited for them. In other words, what they primarily hated in the men whom th% constituted as subhuman was the freedom which would define M as anti-human, and this hatred was practical. It was aimed at suppressing the freedom of the other by constituting it practically as bad freedom or as the freedom of impotence. But, on the other hand, they could not destroy it, by constant physical compulsion or extermination, and treat their men as beasts. The process of alienation requires the worker should be regarded at the of the contract, in order to heal later. Thus man freely becomes a commodity, he sells himself. And this freedom is absolutely necessary, not on the superficial plane of law or invil society, but at a deeper level, because this freedom governs output. A slave, always fed, and always as badly fed, did not make a close connection between HR's need and his work for his master. Of course, he worked in order to be fed, in order to avoid blows, but still the quantitative relation LW between his output and the satisfaction of his needs was indeterminate. He did just to avoid punishment or inanition. Freedom of labor, in contrast, is to found after the contract, as its consequence, even in the human commodity, to precisely the extent that his own free effort, free in relation to physical constraints, though closely conditioned by his needs and by the situation, can increase his output within a strictly defined quantitative system. His wage will depend in effect on RHE increase cf his TI on point 117. Thus the freedom of the manual worker, in other words his is of industrial production. In so far as everyone's alienated and in field, it is the of this FM edom, for it might, in effect, constitute itself through the group as a violent notion of alienation. 112 is possibility is given a priori even any in the of skill of his RK is will enable him to book 11 if the historical conditions for consciousness are not all fulfilled by the formal dialectic itself, which, always and everywhere, produces the group as a constituted negation on the basis of constituent praxis and its alienation. At this level, and from RHE earliest phase of the Industrial Revolution, the proletariat is the enemy in 50 far as its resistances are produced within the employer's enterprise as a restriction on the sovereign freedom of the proprietor through RHE other freedom of the wage earner. The incredible ferocity of English proprietors, RHE poor laws and the free forced labor which resulted from them, express an anticipation of hatred. The wastage of human lives, so stupefying for a point view, to the universal wastage of RHE iron and Kval v Riyadh, it was a kind of limited extermination of a non-human species insofar as it did not create an immediate crisis of manpower. To the of classical also to really wasteful practices some like systematic to toxic others like of children the result of destroying them in 2-3 years and, with them, future workers. To the that. As rightly says, a society it's dead, the extraordinary indifference of 19th century society for the mortality which it produced and maintained in its working populations cannot be attributed to anything but a will to exterminate. The aim was in fact to defeat resistance by fear of dismissal and unimmune employment to be really threatening. It had, quite to signify mortal danger, either for the worker or his family. On the other hand, within factories particular the rule against speaking to one's neighbor, on pain of dismissal, which was common in English factories, make it perfectly clear that the employer N/Y regarded the worker as a rebel, that is to say, he was already aware of creating an intolerable situation by employing him. A colonialist lawyer said to me recently, "We have committed too many unpardonable errors, many acts of cruelty, and too many crimes ever to hope that the Arabs can be reconciled to us, and love us. Their only one solution, terror." This state of mind is just the same as that of RHE English employer at RHE end of RHE 18th century and the beginning of the 19th, except TLNT the formation of the English proletariat was itself preventive terror. We have seen one sign of this attitude in the fact that mechanization appeared to many as a last struggle 743 means of intimidating the masses. Or Koru, this not what it was initially or primarily, above all, it enabled costs to reduce and production increased. But in the practico-inert result of mechanization, the reduction of costs, employers immediately actualized the practical and human insofar as it created a constantly available which made every worker aware of his, that is to say, the of his. So we can see that the first phase of the process of industrialization, insofar as it was realized by individual employers, by pressure VUPs or by the state, manifested itself in F-mand as a praxis of systematic oppression. It is wrong to interpret the cruelty of the English employers as indifference, blindness, or contempt, it in fact quite deliberate. And if we speak of indifference or blindness in circumstances such as these, we shall be reverting to the belief that exploitation is a pure process and that the exploiters, its products, completely spur from its other products, the exploited, and separated by a mere privation. The mistake of some Marxist theorists is, in fact, that they describe the practico-inert process either as prodding workers in relation to their condition as wage-earning producers and, thereby, in relation to RHE employers class in its historical reality, producing capitalists through the evolution of capital itself and, or as thereby, in relation to the contemporary determinations of the working class, but that they never perhaps in phenomenon, the real action of the first on the second or of the second on the first. But the determinations which come to RHE employers from the working class do not come to them through practico-inert reality alone, nor do the determinations which come to the workers from the employers. What is involved is not two parallel modes with opposite signs whose substance is unity and communicate through their in the practico-inert system I of the other the employer's real actions on workers and those of the workers on the is at this level that we must understand how, from its origins and installation, the process of exploitation is of alienated capitalist society is characterized by the systematic non-organization of production, even if trusts, combines, or partial planning enter its development. From the point of view of positivist rationality, one might say that social capital is simply the sum of innumerable individual capitals. But, at the level, our investigation shows that, regardless of the individual action of various capitals, the general 744 Book 11 movement behaves as a unity. In particular, the total product is not, for capitalists as the products of society, for the class taken as a whole. It is essential that this product should have a particular form of use, that it should include both means of production for renewal of the process and of consumption, for capitalists and workers. Implies that reproduce incompatible with capitalist production. The total product of capitalist society implies expanded reproduction, that is to say, the or of an increasing portion of surplus value to functions of THIS is true, the lack of between individual enterprises is only apparent. Their coherence is fundamental insofar as they all contribute to the total product. But it must be noted here that this is from this point of view the capitalist process is a CN-lective. How could it be otherwise, seeing that total production differs precisely in common from non-ore, honest lion? Surplus value, accumulation, LN petitive markets, and the circulation of LN commodities are relations of altruity. The mediation in fact is money, which represents the faux phrase of the private economy and which the latter produces as a regulator of its anarchy. But money is matter mediation and is necessarily the other. The circulation of money 5 a reinforcement of seriality. I have made these points before, but it is necessary to return to them in order to recall that the process of capital, taken as a social ensemble, is not a whole, but a flight, and that a totalizing language can only mislead us here. The unity of the process always lies precisely in the other, and accumulation, in so far as it is aimed at increasing fixed capital at RHE expense of variable capital, has no aim other than lowering costs and increasing production in a competitive field which is entirely polarized by the other. Thus accumulation, at the level of the social ensemble rather than of RHE individual capitalist, is a profound altruity in its viewing. In so far as it is an infinite unity of seriality, it is a false totalization, by a passage to infinity, of a triple consumers. Precisely this reason, this recurrent unity brings vs back to the individual capitalist in it regulates his alienation, in that alone sustains rule and the product other action of the manufacturer to as other in so far as everything in it is the others, importing the competitor, has so, not yet so, or the is a buyer as in a where are class struggle and dialectical reason 745 inscribed in the conjuncture other, expansion, recession, etc., is precisely, for the individual manufacturer, to assitu en arnate. But, to precisely the extent that this action eludes him its significations of alterity, it remains his free in fact it consultations with experts and the formulation of a production schedule, discussions with subordinates, decisions, etc. It is, therefore, a direct action with marginal alienation, its serial mean will be revealed to later, through the of an economy which is united in alterity, both in the form of increased exigencies, as emulation requires its increase, or, in a crisis, in the form of destiny. Bull in itself the operation presupposes speculation other by other, and this itself an objective relational system of alterity is used, like a calculating machine, by a direct, synthetic widget, as we have seen at levels of our investigation. At this moment, thought, law is merely a means which is transcended towards a directer result, is still by the other, and this very praxis, despite its reflexive knowledge of the rules of alterity, will become alienated to the serialist process. The process is the lateral, material being which is produced in passivity from each individual praxis. And this individual is in fact directly exercised by the employer over his workers. In choosing to import a machine or to buy one in his own country, the industrialist contributes, as an other, to increasing the portion of social invested in means of production compared to the portion invested by SCQT in wages. But directly, and in so far as he is the individual proprietor of a particular factory or plant, his action causes redundancy and consequent unemployment for a number of workers, possible deskilling and a reduction in wages for those who remain. Term cause is itself improper, since this is not an unexpected result of his action, in some way external to his objective. Fact, i.e. objective itself t.g. reduce costs is to cut the number of one's workers. In other words, it is with future that his machines, not, as is said, caring what happens the contrary, caring explicitly, in so as every employer in this to a proletariat by from a legal point of view, this action is irreproachable, in a society private property, right not to renew the work contract, as, indeed, does the worker. At this time, the first half book 11 of the 19th century, the employers were so careful about legality that they made daily at a deeper level, beneath liberal atomism, the manufacturer, by sovereignly withdrawing their possibility and power to purchase as a right which depended on fulfilling a function, from other free social organ perpetrated oppressive against them. Was of his act in so far it was only its partial, objective result or, its ends, the distress of those who were dismissed directly intimidating those who remained. Thus at the level of society, that is to say, of one or more nations, or the whole world, depending on the moment under consideration, every action of the individual capitalist enters into the constitution of the social process, not as a free contribution, but, on the contrary, in its transitively, that is to say, in so far as determined by others elsewhere, its sociality in the determinations which it brings to others elsewhere and in so far as this transitivity necessarily plunges it into. Is to say, from finding rest or consistency except in the process as the transfinite reality of as reality is revealed praxis in a to a limit, the final operation of transfinite is not to the historian, in a way, it is of calculations of ad infinity where series meet in a way, and in so far as every requires some rationalization, the historical rationalization which defines contemporary PR and is defined in is a relation of the individual capitalist and social capital. Between individual practice and the overall, and this relation is produced in and by actigm itself. Furthermore, accumulation as an aspect of an individual enterprise would be senseless and would in any case be a risk taken in. How could one tell whether social production of means of ignorance production and consumption would allow this accumulation to be maintained, and therefore to increase, unless accumulation imposed itself on every manufacturer and on all as the essential characteristic of capital. Not only because this local increase of production requires overall expansion, but because it necessarily contributes to it. When Marx says that capital speaks through the mouth of the capitalist, he is TBC taken as retaining that the practical economics or capitalism constitutes itself as a particular serial system of polarist relations in a transfinite unity. But although producers come into the in the of struggle reason therefore as pure quantities, capital st thought as the practical calculation of the manufacturer like capitalist, which involves practical calculation as its NVN knowledge, cannot exist except as the constant alienation, constantly lived and instrumentalist, of is there at world, it is always given for all al-rei there, with its exigencies and its with the inherited value while its begins to and the cost of at the end. It is present as an in every and finally the very calculation it possible to estimate and predict results at the level of the other. But, at the same time, direct free action unfolds in freedom. And free action is simply the practical organism who can and must be alienated in the collective Hizir, Fakushan. Now, one man or a small group of men, family capitalism, can act on men in full self-consciousness through the mediation of work matter. Their action sovereignty selects this work matter to deliver it from the freedom of the others, positively, because this freedom which alpha vs output to increases, also, what makes the human commodity more expensive than the machine, and negatively, because the possibility of replacing increasing numbers of workers by machines is equivalent to perpetual repression. This is the dual practical character of the individual action of capitalists, the production of free workers in the form of human commodities in rigid, reciprocal conditioning, with a systematic the wherever the can by this character of the operation is precisely what defines oppression, power given to work matter of, double, compulsion over free individuals in so they have been, the free in there remains fundamentally unchanged, whether this wa-rked matter is a to buy or a gun this. Oppression can be realized only in the form of permanent violence, that is to say, insofar as it is practiced against an anti-human species whose freedom is essentially the freedom to do quill. In the milieu of class seriality and as the transitive relation of the other to the other, this free, direct oppression gives itself its practice finite being as exploitation, that is to say, as a process. In fact, in the milieu of the other, that is to in the pseudo-totality of competitive flight, oppression turns into an inability not to oppress or, as it were, excrescences its necessity, it is no longer I who oppress, but the other, it is always the other. In fact, Book 11 who makes use of machines or who is capable of using them. Finally, to grasp and produce this practical experience on the basis of the collective as transfinite, oppression is subordinated to exploitation as the infinite necessity of alderity, that I, to say, as men being controlled by things, by laws of exteriority. Serial flight, seen as necessity, becomes the ruthless play of economic laws. This ruthlessness is mentioned by all sorts of writers and in all sorts of statements in the 19th century, it is a fundamental of liberal but it is things which are it is men. Thus alienation transfers the principal feature of oppression which be ruthless in order to exist into itself and thereby trace its human origin, it is only through the practic-in-air, multiple deriving inertia from material, inorganic, mediation, that a necessity can be affected by the practical quality of ruthlessness. This is what misled Engels in his hasty replies to Düring. The bourgeois, in effect, acts on two levels. He is ferocious to those who frighten him and whom he wishes to subjugate and, at the same time as realizing and living this ferocity in the translucidity of his action, he lives it as necessity. He becomes the ferocity of the other, that to say, indifference of natural law to human suffering. But, at the same time, he preserves this ferocity as other and seriatim itself in the name of liberalism. His theorists offer him a political and social doctrine based on optimism. Liberalism, in fact, posits two contradictory principles. The first, based on the exteriority of economic laws, that it they, in their ruthless rigidity, which are responsible for any particular disaster, some people even went so far as to treat working class mortality rates and their increase in periods of recession in this light. The second, owning itself with the point of view of social capital and its social product, aimed to at society as a totality in which the natural laws of the economy performed a regulatory by a sort of exchange, or poverty of particular individuals or groups. This principle expresses the correspondence which each capitalist requires between his (WN) product and the social product which integrates and conditions it. Now this correspondence, as an abstract statute conceal, cannot be the exists at the of capitalist EXLXC1s to find on the TLW raw materials and he to his in he ends at struggle through accumulation. Latch capitalist requires accumulation as other, rat is to say, as a collective, at the same time as resisting it in his competitors. He considers it good because it is social enrichment, but at the same time he requires that the enrichment should be limited to the privileged classes. And, from the pseudo-totalitarian point of view of this enrichment, he dismisses, as negligible, the cost of crises and readjustments in human lives. In the bastard, half-analytic, and falsely the system which is simply system thinking to end specifications, synthetic features are attributed to the analytic exteriority of legal relations, ruthless, exteriority adopted by individuals, and good, as structures of a false totality. Their terms are to regulate, and they have the powers of an administration. These legal relations, which are really oppression turned into a process of exploitation by serial fight, bear the mark of the individual actions which they alienate and dissolve, as a pseudo-interiority of exteriority. And this duality is sufficient indication of the employer's profound acceptance of what would then be called the iron laws. This acceptance was not in fact an act in itself, it was the alienation of the reflexive and ethical commitment of each employer to his individual practices of oppression. In other words, oppression as a practical relation of the proprietor to his workers laterally preserved exploitation a process and it, but it will never be able to dissolve the of oppressive and of the consent of their WN in its necessity. As praxis absorbed into a process, the capitalism of accumulation can always be grasped here as oppression and its real foundation is always elsewhere as exploitation. Of course, oppression as pure violence apart from its economic objective, becomes serialist, the thought of the worker as other of an other circulate about worker as they see native. Or rather, they not circulate. But, as we have shown, everyone becomes other by reaffirming them, and on this basis the government, insofar as it carries out a class politics, exploits their value for reinitiation and perpetual but the first appears at the level of but we need go into the details 750 book il recognition, of the other by the other as other both in me and in the of other direction. Now, it has be that, subject to the outlined above, the state is the permanent apparatus of the bourgeois class and that pressure groups constantly form and dissolve in class seriality. And RHE constant reason for RHE existence of such groups s in effect the practico-inert evolution of with its counter-finalities. Thus, in the middle of the last century, a set of objective factors negatively adumbrated, in the objects, the form of association known as a limited within these companies, which threatened individual capitalism and family capitalism, gave rise to new groups, defiving to maintain the power of the families. These might be called matrimonial associations. A whole exogamous system was intended to cleat economic alliances, which reality-free, families. Sometimes these alliances sowed the general renouement of horizontal concentration, were of what would later he called vertical concentration, of which the limited companies at the time did not have even an abstract idea. Illis the two types of groupings, both advanced and backward in relation to one another, developed in simultaneous five-tngla and interdependence, and this evolution, by clarifying divergences of interest within the dominant class, was to OCX% Asian a transcendence of RHE antagonisms individual and interests towards organized groupings whose interests, as the interests of each organization, are opposed in their heterogeneity. One sector of production requires protectionism, another free trade. etc. Thus the internal contradictions of the class are never lived in seriality. When they emerge, it is in and through the praxis of groups, unions of individuals or subgroups under threat. And if this is not purely economic and technical, il takes tile form either of pressure ORL the state or of pressure on series is say, several or ought all. Of course, this also the opposite. Pressure on the co-state pressure the en pressure on series may tend to occasion pressure on the state by series. Thus the bourgeois class, in alliance with other classes, and therefore only PRT, al/Y, if it is taken in isolation from them, is the milieu of the capitalist process of practico-inert development. In other bourgeois class the its part, but this is itself a perpetual object of struggle and reason 75 tions which produce organized groups defending the interests of a particular it saying groups themselves from a point of view, in and it may be that, on the instance of particular circumstances, various agreements, defeats, etc., will constitute a hierarchy, but it is also possible that their relations will remain antagonistic and, through these negative reciprocities, serial groups emerge from the series and a seriality of groups may be constituted in its turn, etc. But this 15 not what interests us here. For us, the essential thing is that these economic groups cannot mind their reciprocal act on WXCRPT oder being equal, that is to say, here, without having one fundamental object at the heart of their antagonism, keeping RHE proletariat in its statute of impotence. It is as if everyone's praxis had two components, one horizontal and opposed to the praxis of the adverse group, and the other vertical, an oppressive and repressive force against RHE proletariat. But this oppression by a group is never direct, it depends on mediation by the state, by public force or by the series themselves. So series, which produced oppression and activity of its ended to process as exploitation, ultimately it beyond exploitation, ir we used ir as other direction. In so fe as groups if they have of it, practice of oppression everyone through and of absortal by rhe other with all the others, the energwa as other, the practice returns to haunt the individual other, that is to the exploiter, as a legal ghost with a social function. In one way, in the milieu of individual exploitation becomes the mediation for everyone between oppression as a Manichaean sovereign practice, and as an adumbration of a right-duty system which defines the other, ever be here, that is to say Elsias in reality, no individual is common except within a group. But common being here is an objective it corresponds to a real determination, that is to say, to the solidarity in alderity which is produced in by other direction, and whose rule is oppression as the legitimate exercise of a function. At this level, every bourgeois considers his class both as an infinite decompression, molecularity, and as an always potential totality which, as an ever vejasable common future, produces him and the powers which define potential totality is never and the individual has an ambivalent attitude to it, if his class praxis requires him to, he negates it in the name of positivist or serial reason, but, if the resistance 752 book il of the workers returns more dangerous, he will regard the whole, the class, for the whose has always by or by groups, antagonisms, the power oppression is say, of repressing evil, the common duality which appears as a relation of interiority to all, remain merely potential determinations, indices of separation and impotence. Decent people are too stupid bosses are too youthing but his own interests so say all decent people, that is to say, every employer as a common individual whose practical non-reality depends solely on the others. But, at the same time, they for the organic individual his own individual of oppression as a certain way of doing his whole duty despite the failings of others and, thereby, of renlissing, in his own person and in opposition to the oppressed, his own class as a sovereign totality. At this level, we can try the roots of bourgeois humanism, which is abstract violence and a rule of oppression, because it identifies the bourgeois with man in opposition to the other species, that is to sly, to the anti-human, the worker. Humanism is the counterpart of racism, it is a practice of exclusion. But, at the same time like racism it is a product of other direction, of seriality. unable to extricate his oppressive power from a real totality which appears to define him as the typical social sovereign, like the noble or the priest in systems of aristocratic or theocratic oppression, Rhe bourgeois seriases and replaces the absent totality by the fleering, abstract unity of a concept. In effect, this immediately leads to two contradictions. Individuals following the same concept stay, as side by side in an identity of indifference, whatever relations may subsequently be established, but we have seen that are two different statutes of coexistence. Fact, in A was a true totality, be other, which concept man disappear. And, inside the bourgeois is bourgeois in so he is other to the others, and so humanity is simply this infinite flight, circular recurrence. A humanist bourgeois in the 19th century accepted his humanity as a practic-inert bond the series and claimed to embrace it as his essence. But in fact, it by outside him in the impotence the other, so ultimately it constituted his own inertia. But this inertia itself had violence inscribed in it, as the violence of a hurricane or a cataclysm. Bourgeois as a concept class struggle 753 and disappears, a practical inertia. It is a passive activity of exclusion and rejection. It would be inaccurate to say that bourgeois humanism excludes the worker priori. Capitalist society, precisely it is based on free contract, retains a relative through and by of on the one hand, the of market, the circulation of commodities, money as a universally accepted system of signs, and on the other hand, the necessary equality of employer and employee in the abstract moment of the wage contract, in short, the set of conditions necessary for production from the point of view of accumulation all require a moment of equivalence and solidarity between classes. And, in fact, the bourgeois will never cease to proclaim this solidarity. In this abstract, fleeting instant, the worker is integrated into humanism, the bourgeois defines him as his fellow, by the very act of transforming him into commodity. But the contradiction is realized in Rhe next instant L_Willius Rhe human corn. Commodity can no longer express his freedom except to negate his state of being a commodity, and therefore as a negation of the human order in which Rhe worker freely L_regarn a worker by selling his labor power to the bourgeois. Freedom of the worker commodity therefore conflicts with Rhe human freedom of Rhe worker before and during the signing of, that is to say, with his human fidelity to freely. Thus bourgeois humanism lays its contradictions at of the proletariat. The worker is the being lays claim to only to in himself, he is anti-human, no one but himself has excluded him from bourgeois humanism that is indeterminate. Decided is whether the aim of will be to force to remain human or whether it will be to treat him as a serial ideology, is solidified violence. As it is a stereotype determination of everyone the other, this spreads industrialists to landowners, to liberal of petty. It be pointless to illustrate manifestations of this oppressive violence, a linguistic determination in the writers, judges, barristers, journalists, etc., and through the innumerable statements which have come down to us from the 19th century. I will just recall a curious article by the literary critic Saint-Marc Girardin. After the revolt of the silk weavers, the author cynically acknowledges that the condition of the proletariat is intolerable, but it must be maintained. The proletarians are our book 11 barbarians. So, in the name of the great civilisant task of relearn man, the man culture, the humanist who has studied the humanitio, and in order to defend the cultural wealth of this limited humanity, it is necessary vigilantly to oppress new barbarians. This article and hundreds of others, read as other will have in inert anger, in fear, in vanity by their readers, and should danger threaten, they will allow the threshold the dissolution of seriality to lowered. We come across them in shouts, in angry written cries. Flaubert, a small landowner outside Rouen like all others of his kind, he has eaten worker, without even knowing it, without any relation of exploitation having been directly involved, simply because for the perverted classes as a whole, the action of groups caused seriality to be lived as complicity. To Malthusianism as the praxis process of the on this basis, we can comprehend how, through bourgeois dispersal and seriality, the practices of a group can become determinations of the collective, in such a way that a reciprocity of perspectives is created between the common pranayar and the recurrent process. Flows where I have tried to shcw how the Malthusianism of the French employers seen in a national context was a genuinely repressive practice whose origin lay in the bloody repressions of 19th century. On this subject, readers have often asked what could be meant by Malthusianism as the praxis process of a class, given that I rejected the idea of an agreement between individuals which would have made the class into an actual group and that of a hyper-organism whose individual actions would reflect hyper-individual decisions. In the light of the observations above, it is easy to answer these objections. He ate the bourgeoisie too. Will in another that did with AF died. Struggle _755. One characteristic which is common to exploitation and colonization, as super-exploitation, is that rhe necessary limit of die rigorous of dominated by the lies in latter's need for the would he forever buy of Algeria. But still LOVS quite appalling acts brutality. Any peculiarity of the relation between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat in 19th century France was that the economic dependence of the former on the latter had been complemented by a political dependence since 1789. Certainly, as we have seen, the working class was in the process of formation, but, at the time of the Revolution, it was not sharply distinct from the craftsmen and petty bourgeois who were then referred to as the people. But, as historical development gave it a clearer political consciousness, economic development gradually gave it its statute as a proletariat. Its victory was appropriated by the bourgeoisie, but the apparent bourgeois and the people against the great landowners prevented the French capitalists from recruiting by violence, as the English had been doing for 30 years. The praxis and ideology of repression were not to be manifested until the revolt of the Lyon silk weavers. Then a new class alliance soared in the political field. The petty bourgeoisie, excluded FN-RN public affairs, became Republican and secretly united with the first workers' organizations. The crucial role of the French proletariat in the first half of the century developed and nourished the militancy and class consciousness of the workers. Its triumph was the February Revolution. But, to the extent that repression was suspended or restrained by political alliances, and in 50 far as one can follow Marx in contrasting the militancy of the French workers with the semi-passivity of the English workers, the basic character of oppression always more or less suddenly had to explode in its and find expression in real extermination. June 1848 represents the oppressive explosion, the of the bear, having been hidden for long. The fact that it was struggled to the death was revealed in all its brutality. And, to all appearances, this is what it would mean until the last years of the century. Louis Napoleon Bonaparte's coup d'état and the systematic massacres of 1871 were added to the June massacres. In the half of the 19th century, the social policy of the bourgeoisie was aimed entirely at destroying the posver, militancy, class consciousness, which 11. It had allowed its erstwhile political ally, the working class, to win. Bloodshed provokes hatred, and hatred reinforces hatred, and French employers distinguished themselves from employers in other countries by the peculiar character of their oppression. They sought the death of the working class, though had to it, they lived the oppression exploitation to that is say, to the point where the first, carried to its extreme, was entirely contradicted by the second, its alienation. And by their bloody practices, against a class was in process of the it had played since the beginning of the century, they had, in 25 years, made the French proletariat quite different FN-RN other proletariats. The French working class was conscious of itself as exploited by bloodthirsty employers in so far as the economic fact of exploitaticem was immediately supported not by impersonal laws of classical economics, but by a government supported by troops. At the same time as I have shown elsewhere, the treason of the petty bourgeoisie in 848 discredited polities in the eyes of the exploited. All politics was bourgeois, even when practiced by politicians who claimed to be socialists. This was the conviction of the skilled workers who would later become the class struggle must be waged in the field of work and by direct involving sometimes danger. At same the hatred in peasants by Catholic propaganda, the so-called partage b, convinced RHE proletariat of its and made it its real situation. With the complicity of against the producers. This consciousness, leading to an original practice of the class struggle, from anarchistic terrorism to anarcho-syndicalism, and supported by a particular structure of the contemporary proletariat, the skilled worker as an overlord to his laborers, appeared to the emergeois in Zikath R, in the class object, in so as he too came its or might do so. This was not contemplative knowledge, but practice, the employer interlorist his bourgeois objective being when, on the occasion of social disturbances, and in particular circumstances, the proletariat showed its strength, that is, when a particular, isolated employer became its object. The strength of the proletariat includes the possibility of killing, the employer knows this, and he also knows that this possibility is implicit in above, ed. I. Plus Straggle and Dialectical Reason 757 Struggle, nowhere so obviously as in France, and is simply an active of a transcended which the worker bears as a determination of his being. He is a son or brother of someone who was massacred in June 848 or in the Commune. In 187, and for a long time afterwards, at least until today when tension increases, TLE employer realizes himself concretely, if only in the project of seeing his situation clearly, as an object of hatred, and as a criminal object, stained with blood, for his workers, and not as a particular individual, but as a common individual. Tires the past intervenes here, having been resuscitated and reproduced ever more violently by the present, to produce, despite seriality, the common being of the bourgeoisie which, as we saw a little while ago, had hitherto been only an inert intermination, an indication of an impossible task of regroupement. But it intervenes in a dota% le form, as everyone's, as the or of oppression, and as everyone's objective social being in the of the members of the other hesitate to attribute complete cohesion to the employer's class. They are as they were in fact, by the action of the government in lending its military power to the bourgeoisie. This action made them, in their historical being, of, or of the sons of the Mass Sacred, etc. This systematically executed, deliberate action, which was approved by the majority in the assembly, made them see the agent as an organized group. The workers knew very well that the process of exploitation involves antagonisms and possibly violent struggles within the possessing class, but they had also learnt what the class could do if it transcended its antagonisms and was suddenly unified by hatred and fear. In fact, we know that their seriality could not be dissolved, and that the class supported its action by thinking and approving it in a serial dimension, through the thought and practice of recurrence. We shall come back to this, since it is precisely this question that to be settled. Organized action was that of the state apparatus, thereby revealing itself as a class apparatus, whereas the bourgeoisie, by universal rise of petty bourgeoisie, was ready to disown it. But RHE worker was subjected to the insofar as it was approved by series, and thus he problem arose in a similar form in with of 19th uniting Lilks Rals, bourgeois, IO Book 11 it in his being a class action, totality, tota/itaker, the possible totalisarian the bourgeois divided in the of exploitation, it was one indivisible in oppression. Thus every other bourgeois, through his object being for the other himself as a co-responsible member of a concrete which none other than his class. Of course, the sign has to be reversed, the criminal member asserts himself as law-abiding and an upholder of social values. Nevertheless, hatred as the practice the oppressed class constituted him as a common individual through a common past and future. But he cannot derive Conan-CMG from RHE other class as such unless he himself regards it as an active totality, producing its actions and selecting its adversaries in the unity of a constituted practice. Now, on this point, his experience is confused. Working class concentrations frighten him, but he has tactics of massification to resist them. His workers offer him not only an image of dispersal and indefinite multiplicity of isolation, but one of integrated members of more or less large and clandestine groups. Union apparatuses did not yet exist. Inside RHE factory itself there are individual distinctions. He does not work with Rern himself, but he is aware of them on the basis of competitive antagonisms in the labor market. He knows that some workers are while others are stubborn, or Trubernakers, but it is Rhe class as a whole, despite its heterogeneity, workers born of which he is perfectly aware, as a class, which strikes fear into him, for repression is against it. He is by this working class reality which crumbles and in some hidden and to this bemusement there corresponds of his being in so far as it is induced by the other and interiorized. Common, in other words, is a perpetual indeterminacy in structure of his in so far it in total being of the other class, and at the same time an empty signification from the _PRMS of the other, to constitute this common being as a permanent possibility. But this permanent possibility is simply that of redopting his community as a common, transcended responsibility, a past, preserved inert determination, in a historical of repression. It can never be produced and preserved as an actual possibility of constituting the group. In fact, it relate to a past group which, in the struggle and reason, never existed. It to the being of the employer after June 1848 as a sort of common rebirth of the employer's class today, a persistent and inert determination of everyone by seriality. In other words, the sociality of common being for each employer depends on the historicity of this being as an ineradicable past common being. But in the past, at the time of June 1848, or of revenge of this common being, was not a product of a total dissolution of the series or of a pledge, was a change of class statute, and of oppression, occasioned by government action. And this action was itself brought by pressure groups. But at same time it was supported by the series itself, in the classic form of passive activity. Panic B. Serial. For 1848 revolution and its in June, it is clear that it was the bourgeoisie of he notables which sparked it off, and it is also clear that it was this bourgeoisie rather than the insurgents who drove things to the point of revealing the concrete reality of class struggle, by forcing the workers either to be exterminated on the spot, or die of hunger to en resignation, or to over THREV bourgeois power. But it must also be recognized that their aim was to regain their lost power and the property franchise, le régime incitaire, on which it was based, by separating the Republican petty bourgeoisie from the workers and making them betray their allies. In neither the organization of labor advocated by Louis Blanc, nor the number and concentration of workers, nor the spread of orders and tactics of revolt were such as to genuinely disturb the proprietors. The fright of the upper bourgeoisie, as described by Tocqueville, was a panic which emerged, surreptitiously, in all the possessing classes, in the countryside and among the petty bourgeoisie. Lefebvre is right to compare this panic to the great fears of the French Revolution. It arose from the possible mob boast of the poorest elements of the population, under the double influence of the economic crisis and of direct provocation, the closing of the national workshops. The bourgeoisie did not themselves this great fear so much as exploit it, or rather pressure groups were within it by other direction. 122 in the Assembly, Marist, Trilat, Follow, etc., became TLMT it be to movement of the February gradually and that it their tools. But on this basis, and in a movement of other directed, panic, the Provincial National Guard marched on Paris. May 15 sowed terror. After this provocation, the National Guards of Amiens, Pont d'Isère, Senlis, Rambouillet, Versailles, Melun, and Moped in the city. They were to fight and continue the occupation even after the defeat of the insurrection. Others, like the volunteers from Coutances, were to arrive at the close of the battle. It seems that the bourgeoisie showed little militancy, their indignation was directed mainly at prisoners, they without compunction. But, even in the field of repression, they were outstripped by a proletariat engaged to oppose the Parisian population. Of the ambivalent, it was really both an attitude of ferocity, clear recognition of the need crush the popular and the cans, choosing the moment, deliberate provocation, the ruthlessness of the repression, and one of manipulated and-wardy, exploited panic. The children of this bourgeoisie never finally settled the significance of this civil war. but what interests us here is that the panic propagated in seriality led to a determination of the other. The provincial action was of covard, light, but, as other, it involved all the others, all the National Guards who did not leave and who were, over there, those other guards who were fighting. It produced praxis of violence in everyone, normally verbal ones, and these were, here, as others, the reality of the oppression by others %THRE as a clash followed by a massacre. The reaction of the individual proprietor was to re-interiorize this unity of alterity. He took every, repressive, precaution to prevent any disturbances in his own factory appearing as the reality here of the insurrection of the others. He had three links with this oppressive praxis. First, the action of the government and troops produced him here, at a distance, in the impotence value of an end which to be defended. And the era here LWing private property as the general interest of capitalism, this action determined the proprietor through a passive right-duty system, the action of the sovereign reactualist, the definition of the proprietor as y ended y with the swat tie in IF text 24, what I not the ladle that it be to wage it at des reason 76 a common being is by a sovereign group which acts on him by a synthetic operation, totalising those it defends in the practical movement which totalizes those it oppresses, rather than by a genuine dissolution of seriality. The second link is the panic circulation of the other. Strictly speaking, this does not unite him with those who carried out RHE-PARS massacres in a reciprocally devised and realized differentiation. Rather, it makes him one of the murderers, not that he apparent FFL of the massacres or Ian knew about them. The news from Paris may not yet have reached him, but because he carried them out. He did not go to Paris, this was accidental, a matter of a personal, but he was there as other, here, he was afraid, THRE, in the person of some other, he was in his courage identity and was described nevertheless of which he is still unaware. Tomorrow he will learn that he has killed a man. This passive narc which is imprinted in his other being % is exactly what people have vainly attempted to capture with the term collective responsibility. Clearly ibis is impotence and an inert identification with the criminal. Its being depends on the absence of a negation. If he tried to regroup democratic bourgeois in order to protest against the massacres, and to oppose the repressive measures, he would escape this passive qualification. But we have seen that it is impossible to interpret or explain it by a negation in exteriority such as a pure absence, a signification revealed only to the historian. And this identity alterity is really an opaque plenitude. And since his other being merges with his class being here, RHE class as a collective of oppression is produced in him as this production take place through a historical event, it affects him as an irreversible temporalisatin, and it makes in he is inert becoming through what he has done as passive activity. This brings us to the third link. Through the series, he is connected to the pressure groups, that is to say, he implements Tong term through panic action over as other, oppression which he initiates here in his factory. From our formal point of view, it is irrelevant whether he or actually this either way, it is what is important is that it defines class statute appreciation chaos, and he is to the statute in so far as he is its means or passive agent as other. The definition of the 762 Boer class by the pressure groups, through their use of directed seriality, becomes the meaning of the repression in Paris. Now, the meaning of repression, lived as is the concerted tendency and exploitation of seriality for the purpose of a class praxis and grouping of groups by definite relations. Thus everyone lives his practical finite statute as transcended being, transcended by a, and conversely, this praxis, is really only in so he is a of the group, he produces it passively, in the same sense as the instrument produces the operation through the use made of it by the worker, or bicadre, so to speak. He is a passive mediation between a dissimulated action, an other, common action, and its effects. It becomes contaminated with instrumental inertia, and in the unbalanced unity of attention between contradictory elements, it is a praxis which is also a being and conversely. Today this praxis is well known, there is a convergence of documents and evidence. The rebels were provoked by the closure of the national workshops, whose immediate objective had been to give work and bread to the workers, but on this basis, Louis Blanc had carefully defined more distant social objectives too. They were a first step towards a take responsibility for its unemployed and provide them with systematic assistance, and he went further, that the state cooperate in workers' production associations. These ideas were not socialist, the contrary, presupposed the capitalist process and be outside in a socialist society. State assistance to unemployed would be irrelevant, the utopia where unemployment necessarily be eliminated, or it would be such an obvious necessity that it could not be the object of a specified promise. In the same way, state aid to production associations is, purely point of view of utopian socialism, either a truism or an absurd premise. But this depend one's socialist dream, is it an enormous associations? But in this case is the anarchist dream, the state will have disappeared. And if it has not quite disappeared, if it is only in the process of regression, then its only function will be to destroy itself by strengthening the powers and freedoms of the free producing associations. On the other hand, if one regards it as necessary that the proletariat should exercise dictatorship through a state apparatus for a more or less extended period, and if one hopes that the economy will be restruggle and reason JGB organized by Centrost action, then cooperatives and autonomous associations of producers might appear incompatible with the process of reorganization. In fact, these supposedly socialist objectives were merely smule, rhe basic idea of Louis Blanc, as expressed in these declarations, was that of a bourgeois its proletariat while acknowledging duties towards it, and which, to this would the dangers of into a vista of indefinite evolution. Systematic sabotage and destruction of the national workshops led directly to the expected insurrection. The immediate, concrete is known, work or bread. At a real but abstract level, the provocation drove the skilled workers, of whom there were many in the workshops, to revolt, because the work to which they would have been sent in the provinces would have had the same effect as systematic deskyling. And it is also true that as this rebellious crowd organized itself, it glimpsed a more general, more distant goal, and which, in the moment of struggle, was much more abstract. From 1W their headquarters in the Mairie of the 8th the rebels demanded the withdrawal of troops from Pans and Tree Association of Labor assisted by the state. It what Louis Blanc had promised, no more, no less. Looked at more closely, this meant accepting, in exchange for the creation of a sector in the economic field of capitalism, their subjection as a working class to the authority and close supervision of a capital dispensing state. Socialism was wiped out by the sociality of the Republic. Al_Wordkoisik, which had wished to cut to set the proletariat an endless path evolution, could take the risk of negotiating. This is where pressure groups came in. Their strange relations have been notables deprived of franchise the petty bourgeoisie, against the bankers who reigned Louis Philippe, and against proletariat which they affrantic doing the dirty work, specific of which we have evidence and whose exact circumstances might be rewelled by a more detailed study. Thing is as a terrible crime, it was a extrail which the proprietors at least could not accept without also renouncing their property rights. Everyone now knows that this is untrue, and that historical evolution has meant most of Louis Blanc's projects without the structure of capitalist property being modified, even by nationalization. The evolution book of since the Second Industrial Revolution has had very different causes, as we know. And after 1848 the upper bourgeoisie which these groups represented in their sovereignty were themselves not unaware of this. On the contrary, they knew that, if they sought a confrontation, this would lead irrevocably to a new and radically violent world. But Tocqueville's text shows that their experts preferred confrontation to has LLOOK due to an of similar texts, the position of the as a class C consequently, particular agreements based on different interests, and made it what they rejected was in all its forms, the paternalist idea of that memorable mystification which would, 100 years later, be called class collaboration, was not even conceivable for them, and neither was the idea of a community which, under an otherwise bourgeois regime, would take responsibility for its members. What they disliked most in the national workshops was the idea that a liberal state could take an interest in poverty and unemployment. The economic fact of poverty did not concern anyone apart from the pauper, and the priest who collected generous gifts for him. The only possible bond between employers and workers was the wage and had to be its entirety, though it was, in a radical negation of human relations. The view crises represent a process of exchange. In any case it is this beneficial, for as a whole, mean poverty and for workers, and since, finally, this poverty and mortality were bound to drive the masses to desperation, and might in certain circumstances lead to revolt, the groups and the dominant classes only take one course of action against ruthless repression which would allow the iron laws to do their work and benefit TLW survivors by increasing their market value and eliminating unemployment together with the unemployed. The role of the forces order could be strictly defined. They were to act with poverty, which was the negative aspect of the process of readjustment, and against the wretches who would be selected by famine if they were resigned, and by controlled remonstrance if they revolted. What the bourgeoisie was defending was not even capitalist pro-Henri du Paris, petty, it was liberalism. And it was in theory, liberalism that the groups defined, quite precisely, the role of the state, non-intervention in the economic activities of the dominant class, and permanent repressive intervention against working class. This interventionism would practically invisible in of standard of living, so at least but at harshness when readjustments of the working population. In short, the groups determined the intransigence of the French bourgeoisie. They claimed that capitalist economics required that the proletariat should be left entirely at the mercy of economic laws and that no attempts to attenuate their harshness should even be considered. In fact, they went beyond them. Even then the capitalist economy, taken as a pure practico-inert process, did not require quite this. It required it only in the sense that it occasioned extremist action groups within bourgeois seriality and that these defined and radicalized the class position. Without them, the class would have remained conditioned by economic and social events, like any series, and its intransigence would be expressed only as a danger signal. In other words, the process of even if it had its own government and institutions, since they would be capable of positing themselves for themselves and partially acting against it, was in danger of suffering the effects of its passive activity as a destiny, and ultimately, if the balance of forces were reversed, as on it by the exploited class, unless otherwise pressure groups, emerging from internal tensions and from contradictions with other classes, defined common systematic practice in and undertook, in the reciprocal differentiation of tasks, to realize it not by political of the rive apparatus and of assembly, but by provocations government action, which would cause violent and more or less concerted reactions exploited by the exploitation of panic and other serial processes in therein ones, with a view to their over-executive and support the other. The provincial employer, may or may not know this, and may or not adopt it into his political thinking. Even his newspaper will not it. However, in so far as he becomes the instrument of the group's praxis, that is to say, in so far as he has in fact fought the workers demanding bread in Paris, or 366 book condemned them in what he has said, thus making himself one of the murderers, to the extent that he, as an other, has spread the calumnies invented in Paris about the cruelty of the rebels, or in so as he has already accepted and everywhere the idea, often whispered about before 1848, but suddenly tunrumpeted by folly from RHE. Assembly at least of before workers and the workshops have failed because they could not succeed, owing to the slot/slash of the workers. In short, in so far as he spread this new attribute of the anti-Hernan, free to perpetrate evil, as widely as he could, he glimpsed, or clearly saw, depending on his intelligentsia and his economic and political position in his province, the of RHE groups as his class, and he discovered as the of his as class as a seal of their inert alterity the radical negation of the proletariat as a radical necessity if his free activity as a manufacturer was, and if he was to enrich bourgeois society with his products in the of the capitalism of there is a signification which is reflected to him by the future and which will henceforth be RHE meaning of whatever he must repress, the proletariat is evil and the bourgeois class cannot see Elrin promise with it without destroying itself. This in his free, organic as a captain of industry, will recreate radicalism of the groups as an inertia and an but suffered, limitation on his own activity. The activity which once manipulated him by other direction now appears to him as an inert ilex duty, the passive, but ever-present, limitation of the oppression which is his daily individual practice lies in the permanent possibility that if there are new disturbances it will take the form of a social necessity for blocks, shed. In a way, the June days presented him with extermination as the social truth of his practices of oppression. To sack workers by closing a workshop, a sovereign action which implicitly actualized the basic right to kill. The worker is of course, as Marx says, the secret of bourgeois society, but in France in 1848, the bourgeois first constituted himself as the secret of the worker. He appeared to his wage earners as the necessity that they should live the impossibility of living, or as the impossibility of their against poverty without running the risk of exterminated on his orders. Thus the employer had either to confine the proletariat completely to anti-humanity to allow the proletariat to cast him into it. The employer a murderer, so the worker a criminal. Class struggle. After 1848, therefore, employers were a curious historical product of the massacres for which they were collectively responsible without actually having committed them. They might have been employers, exploiters, and oppressors for the February Revolution, but a sort of common upsurge initiation, new birth irrevocably produced them as active members of a group of murderers. However, though the murderers existed, the group did not. If it had done, it would have the entire class. Thus they perceived historicity a differentiation and the basis of a unity was is to say, on the basis of their class being became historical th an initiation by murder. The initiation took place in three different directions. The employer was the absolute objective, the sovereign, and as his class being was a legal entity, though his passive right was that of an object. Secondly, he was the ambiguous other, mad with fear and thirsty for blood, which he had never lived in all its homicidal madness, but which he found in all the others just as the others found it in him. In other words, he was the bourgeois in so far as this was defined as the victor of June, and the coward and the murderer. Lastly, as a manipulated instrument, he saw just beyond himself his use truth, verite duage, as the living truth of his relations with his workers. The foundation of these basically oppressive relations lay in bloodshed. It was a relationship of snuggle and necessarily involved a reciprocity of hatred. And the hatred of the oppressor sentenced the oppressed, and the possibility of either killing or being killed became the extreme limit of the tension. We must therefore explain the relations between French capitalists and workers in the second half of the century not only in terms of the percess of capital and exploitation, but also in terms of the historical impossibility that her should go back and undo the massacres, and therefore as a rigid determination of future struggles. If social disturbances appeared, they would once again take the form of civil war and bloody con. It was structures based on this situation were inherited by the second generation of employers. The transcended past of their pioneers, and their developed, irreversible class being for an starting point they were, we shall back to this, by an ambivalent link. Interiority-exteriority was not his starting, that of his class, this a reflexive withdrawal by everyone in relation to his class being, since there an incongruence between this being as a diachronic and a synchronic determination. But reflection presupposes an identity between the reflected and the reflector, in the case of a class as much as in that of a group or individual. It is the opposite of real division manifested, for example, in the reproduction of proto. In fact, it should be considered a praxis of interiority aimed at reproducing a myriad in order to increase its control of integration or totalisation. Reflection never gives the reflected to the reflector except as the quasi-object, which thus the new employer, who, through an of exteriority, has acquired an untranscendable class being from memory, training, and everyday on a basis of interests which he and in the which before him and will continue after him, and which assigns him his place as a function of the stiction of temporality to assume an abstract distance in relation to the quasi-a, object which he is for himself as himself. But the aim of the total operation is to destroy this contradiction, class being as a non-temporal generality, that is to say, as an inertia with no temporal determination, has to be identified with class being as an urgency which appears irreversibly through the behavior destiny of the parents. Reflection is RHE means of unifying, but, at the same time, it is itself the unifying praxis, Gmuget. The free practical organism mediates between synchronic class being and diachronic class being FNR and the point of view of a totalitarian. This is enough to bring about a synthetic rearrangement of past being as a sacred objective, as repressive panic and as controlled by inert, atemporalist class being, that is to say, as an abstract ontology kill scheme. Of course, this synthesis is mythical insofar as the event becomes archetypal and temporality and evil are introduced into the peaceful eternity of the bourgeois paradise by the workers. But from our point of view this brings about an important internal change. The reflexive is by sense is A but rather, expresses the general schemata of A and the relations we have oppression praxis, mortal strug ne of killers and killed, in the light of the ever possible reversal of relations, and negative radicalism as an affected inability to tolerate the slightest change in the regime become orientations of comprehension. For the father, they were three distinct and irreducible levels of reality. For the son, they become operational indications class rug/E and dialectical reason 7gy which are always simply because any synthetic practical reinteriorization of a plurality always the of dissolving the in of a negated multiplicity. In other words, social whether it a rig, nates in an enterprise, a group, or a party is always to be understood not in its pure, practical dialectic, but through the particular determinations which qualify and interpret it in its pluridimensional unity. Hension here means evaluare, ng action in relation both to the absolute necessity for the class never to surrender, either by abandoning one particular individual or by general withdrawal, and to the irrevocable past which constantly threatens to produce a future of death for the dominant class, insofar as these two conditions necessitate a praxis of permanent oppression, the shin of pressure groups, control of the sovereign, and oppression as a supported by public the massacres were reinteriorized, they took on a synthetic signification which they did not have for the generation which ln-mitted them, the Presur group, which had been formed spontaneously in the time of the fathers became, in the reflection of the sons, a practice demed by the situation. The absolute refusal to retreat, as a use truth revealed by the action of the fathers, was adopted by the sons as a double inert limit, that is to say, as an impossibility and as a pledge. Of course, such an individual act of reflection did not and could not constitute the oppressive class as a group, either totally or partially. They were isolated operations, tempi released through the relation of each heir to his factory. And when this has effects, when their practical thought is thrown back to them lay the mass embryo, or by a newspaper article, this as other thought, that is as to the infinite flight of RTX errants as for the PLRGE, as an adopted impossibility of opting out, it is not in fact made, since the structure of presupposes the group and mediated receipt it be better say that class impossibility which everyone adopts as a ferocious refusal to withdraw or surrender constitutes itself as a quasi-pledged inertia. The pledge is not given to anyone, but the quasi-pledged structure is apparent in the fact that individual freedom, interiorizing its collective limitation, appears as in the case of pledged faith to be the source of its own negative inertia. But in one way this reinforces alterity. Since any concession liable to spark off a fatal development, everyone is threatened in the other, he may learn, in fury, that an employer, in another industry and book 11 another area, has surrendered on one point to the demands of his workers. Conversely, he rejects them also as other and because the fate of the others is in his person and by his praxis. Or the manufacturer, of the other acting elsewhere. Bourgeois respectability in the late 19th century but some kind of integration has occurred, the bourgeoisie has become aware of itself as a class. This means that the class is just other being and that the praxis of every other, through the limitations it assumes and claims to adopt, displays it and realizes it for him as the signification exigency of whatever he undertakes and as a norm by which to judge what every other does. Moreover, class as the limitation and norm of every praxis itself becomes the solidified intelligibility of every economic and social action, in the form of total praxis, everyone's simultaneous re-interiorization of RHE irrevocability of RHE past and of the used truth which objective which has be achieved the of real and practice. That every capitalist has his individual, practical comprehension of every operation, his own and those of the other, on the basis of as, past future and of exploitation as a present and a prediction of later whatever other manufacturer he knows it because the THIRD-WORLDISM acts on the basis of an untranscendable refusal to surrender, he docks him justice, and if, in its individuality, the action of the other the which he will recognize it is he his own over there. At this level, of course, the oppressive praxis in its particularity is expressed in various forms and through different actions. It is still the signification of individual actions in so far as they are performed in a milieu of alterity, the choice of markets, of a place to live, of clothes, social connections, and lifestyle. The bourgeoisie in the second half of the century had a lay Puritan attitude to life, and its signification was immediately oppressive. Dysrincrean. The respectable man is an object of choice. By superiors he is an individual who is recruited by class CLF-zerotion, or kept in his class by constant acknowledgement. But he is not HRN struggle dialectical, even if he is in fact a bourgeois, a son of a bourgeois. The **aocracy derived its privileges from nature and from birth. However, in the democratic capitalist world, nature represents universality, which that, at first gigaet, the worker is a man just like the bourgeois. Respectability is anti-nature, the bourgeois becomes respectable, distingué, by suppressing his needs. In fact, he suppresses them partly by satisfying them and partly by concealing them, and sometimes by displaying a certain asceticism he exercises a dictatorship over his body in the name of non-need, in other words, a dictatorship of culture. His clothing is constraining collars, top hats, etc. He advertises his young ladies when they go to dinner, so can fast in and his not conceal her frigidity. Is constant violence against the body, which is real or fictitious depending on the individual. What is essential is that it should be public, is an attempt and it in so far as it is universality, that is to say, in so far as, through the biological laws which govern its development and especially through the needs which are characteristic of it, it is the presence in the oppressor of the oppressed in person. The employer distinguishes himself from the workers by exercising his freedom in relation to his needs. But this freedom, as a real possibility of satisfying them at will, is not what he wishes to put on public display, and he conceals it by another power, which is in fact based on it, the supposed power of negating these needs. 12. And this was oppressive, in first place, enabled bourgeoisie to affirm their other being in relation to the exploited. They defined by action and thought, they were without nature. Respectability is preciousness, and preciousness is always a collection of practices in special milieu, intended to base the questionable prerogatives of the dominant class on a single, of its the self-control which everyone is supposed to as of over his workers, as hard on himself as on others. If he is vanquished flesh and need in his own body, he has the right to demand and not claiming, the style of we in the of them plead t may really a and they allowed only of there it be that in which of the obmtic is a man who is he only his will. Require similar practices of the workers. Lastly, more directly and profoundly, the act of social oppression is itself repeated here together with all its significations. He is really oppressing the workers when he subjects the universality of his own body to countless constraints. It is the worker as the universal rat he destroys within himself or conceals under artificially produced particularities, and it is the repression of the worker's revolt against hunger, cold, fatigue, etc., which he exercises here against fatigue, cold and hunger, as revolts of his but what here not the description this lifestyle and its, the transition from utilitarian to puritanical humanism with the expansion of capital of accumulation I capita _d its in upper bourgeoisie, and in the upper strata of the middle classes, in the period around how we think of being and of appearance of this practice? How can VE establish the relationship of respectability, public attitude and its signification, oppression freely used by the oppressor against himself insofar as he thereby bases the oppression of the worker by the employer on the oppression of nature by culture? Is it just us who see this meme today through a diachronic totalization of the last century? Or did the respectable themselves see it as the common beyond of their peculiar practices? In the case of the air, these two questions are easy to answer. In the first place, respectability is both individual praxis and seriality, individual praxis alienating itself to seriality and, conversely, the actualization of seriality in everyone's individual creation. The respectability of a given individual, in fact, can exist only by and for the ODEV. What is at stake is public appliances, which at this time were often accompanied by very inadequate personal hygiene, and one focus respectable through those who were respectable. This appearance was certainly not intended for the oppressed. But reciprocity was a reciprocity of since respectability never carn from one ULF alone to the other alone at vice versa, it always ten everyone from me as other and from mine elgber as respected by others. Ultimately, one is respectable elsewhere in RHE respectability of other, and fashions are other directions enabling one to acquire a respectability serial conformity to certain. If one were attempting a historical study of respectability, the thing to do would be to trace its origines to the individual activities of class struggle and dialectical reason. 773 Reticular errors, on RHE basis, in fact, not only of the material conditions constituted by the evolution of capital in a period of accumulation, but also of transformations in the which were due to the fact that its class being was an inherited being. From this point of view, I would connect respectability with increase of bourgeois wealth, which enabled the dominant class to multiply the non-productive professions and which brought LN-UT the economic liberation of the manufacturer, enabling him to choose between more and more markets. But, above all, I would see it directly as a practice devised by heirs who wished to assert their right to their inheritance against the exploited classes and to deny the supposed birthright of the former dominant classes. The heirs could not in fact pride themselves on their birth, they were not born, or on their merit, since society would then prefer technical graduates. Their right had to be based on a merit which was birth and a birth which was merit, that is to say, on a non-acquired merit which would justify the class in maintaining them in fathers' posts. Had to find their distinctive merit in the historical situation where their class being had become what was, systematic justified by previous oppression and extermination, positing itself as the only possible way of preserving exploitation a practico inert. Apart from this, heirs were not from bourgeoisie that supposed ethic which was need to possible share of profits in machines. The hardness their fathers survived in their way of life, although they had the opportunity to the free of respectability can in its the for the proprietor increase his unproductive consumption, will simply be the basis for the free resumption of paternal austerity. For their fathers and grandfathers, this austerity was a necessary readopted in the absence of economy necessity, it became a virtue but, at the same time, it was taken up and reactualized as a nature against nature, as a family excess transformed into PRCN is. And this self-control immediately became control over their workers, the employer's self-imposed living standards became an unmissable threshold, and determined the various standards of living at the different wage levels. So this was in creation, a free practice. It was anticipsted and required by the situation. If one transcended the given one would arrive at self-repressive austerity. Ultimately, youthing was turned upside down, free austerity became the basis of their fathers' right to their property. Mature fathers had denied themselves so that their sons could adopt Puritan humanism in freedom. Respectability justified the heir's inheritance. It is irrelevant for our purposes whether this simple, necessary practice was generalized from a few exemplary leaders of the bourgeoisie or from countless local innovations, only history and historical investigation could settle this question. What is important is that their praxis was immediately alienated. Respectability as serial reason became the dictatorship of the other. At first, was oppressing my body, this became the oppression of my indi by all the free innovation solidified into Kant once it was propagated and serialized by imitation. Respectability became in your own. The right of inheritance of the entire class. The individual praxis was aimed justifying the individual inheritance. But this justification involved the class as a, since it was to the class that the heir had to show his, thus the class of the justification by all the others, by a passage to infinity, already performed by every heir who wished to be accepted, to justify itself as the inheriting generation. In other, the justification of each by all, the of the fication of all, but this justification is not totalizing, by definition, it the transfinite, the bourgeois heir, the of justification. We can raise question, which is one that us very deeply, once respectability has become practico-inert, once it has become the inert limit in every one of his daily praxis, and an index of his serial dependence, the respectable individual still see his social signification as a determination of what was, for his father, a used truth? Can he interpret what is really only an individual activity which has been alienated in recurrence as the unitary action of his clan considered as a political grouping? There can be no doubt as to the answer, he can do so, and, moreover, he cannot prevent himself from doing so. Il totalizing practice of readopted in reflection, the of his comprehension, and this transcends that he comprehends all class practice and therefore the entire passive activity of seriality both in recurrent flight, as we have just seen, and a tactic of organized oppression. He must also be able to comprehend his clothes and his manners, as the respectability imposed by recurrent alterity, in terms of the untranscendable, solidified signification of the organized practice of class totalization. This practice not directly translated into pressure against the class, rather, it is a recurrent act of consecration. But class struggle and dialectical reason 775 in far as the inert limitation which the unity the class him to interpret everything in terms, the intransigence which of the other class its object, every respectable attitude his or that of another, is seen as a radical, oppressive never of RHE working class by the bourgeois class. In any such attitude, he sees his totalizing itself in the form of culture and rejecting physical bodies FMRN itself in the very movement by which the workers keep their distance. And in any such attitude, he discovers and produces TLR following determination, my body simply one of my workers, and each of my workers is no more than a body. It would be easy to give further quotations and documents, but it would be pointless. It is clear from reading any declaration, whether in the assembly, in a newspaper, in an employers' meeting, or in contemporary literature, that every bourgeois used his respectability as a legal intimidation for oppression and as an internal tactic of radicalization. The difference between the diachronic and the synchronic totalization here lies in the fact that the diachronic totalizati 0e, being situated today in a developing evolution of capitalism and of classes, with very different methods of struggle, sees the signification of the respectable X's as a partial moment and as a privation whose truth lies in subsequent developments of the struggle. This signification thereby regains a negative, inert autonomy, and becomes an objective mystification, 9 for finding its true place within a moment where it will dissolve. The synchronic totalization, however, DCXS not in fact exist here, and is in dash reformed by your own on RHE basis of a false past unity, the rebirth, is expressed implicitly in action itself, in each respectable practice, without even positing itself for itself, as a positive plenitude and as the totalizing beyond of every practical of respectability would not even be comprehensible if we did not regard each celebrant as performing each gesture in the light of the unformulated beyond of the class's self-totalization as justified oppression. But in fact, such parties are never by groups. Their place is taken temporary through balls, receptions, and but other in st*s the circular of he is an integral part as a temporarily serial of the class. The example of to go further and to 776 book / what might be called regitive spirit, provided the word spirit is shorn of its spiritualistic association so that it simply means a medium for the circulation of sgnifications. and in so far as a general practice like recyclability which is simultaneously E and is comprehended by everyone in T.W. movement which actually produces it, as a particular moment of a total action, whilst signification as a simple beyond goes before it, this total action exists as query one's inert beyond and its untranscendability appears in everyone as common. But this does not mean that it avoids the serial being, an inert determination, even if it takes on a total form, cannot produce a community. It is the common dissolution of the serial which praises meanings as real unities of praxis. But its serialization does not modify its structure, since it is no more than the sign of totality as inert beyond of all activity, whether free and individual or passive. And ultimately, in the transcendence of recurrence, it presents itself as the other totality of the transfinite other who is the bourgeois. Effect of this opposition and the total is simply that it creates a contradictory tension in the unity as the double beyond of and, since the signification totality is still the untranscendable beyond of every practice, it is not only the general practice of respectability which relates to it, but also every other individual, every small innova and every addition, in clothing, for example. Ephemeral creations and rapid refer of to practice and through the totality limitation which provides their full meaning. At and the serial point of view, it does not matter at all whether the innovation appears here or there, whether it is to be attributed to this or to that, since it will always have been created else wholly by the other. Certain expressions may appear, and be used by every other for a season, in so far as he has received them from others, or rather as I have said they do not move, but are indices of recurrence to which every other refers. A certain walk is adopted by Nolan-dy, everyone adopts it and then it is abandoned. A particular painter or actor is in vogue for a period, and is then forgotten. Each of these small serial events is of rigidly conditioned beneath its apparent indeterminacy, like bestsellers, or ersatz, characterized by some activity, immediately becoming alienated in the whole series, becoming objects of enthusiasm and then disappearing. The important point here is that everyone relates each of manifestations to the struggle 777 totality, basic meaning of which it a particular, and in one sense this is not false, since those who produced these objects or actions did so in a milieu which was already polarized by this totality, which, it is clear, is simply the class becoming radical negation of the other. Thus an ability everyone to penetrate all products and manifestations comes to be constituted, in TLW milieu of the other, as an adaptation of comprehension to practice. Of course, the object is produced as other, through attempts to predict the taste the others by serial thinking and determine it other direction, and is evaluated as other since you or yon considers it from RHE point of view of whether it pleases the others, and in make like them. This means structure of comprehension practice remains unchanged. This practice becomes an OTLV, however. RHEALTERID here is simply class being, comprehends a given or book as a in this way, class practice, the inert beyond, reaffirmed, and the object comprehended is concrete mediation between the one and the other. The result is not communication and never can be. There is nothing to communicate, since the same hension is present in everyone. Rather, every class event has a circular, shifting permeability for everyone, and every class mode has a solubility in the class substance. This class substance, of course, is simply the inertia of a totalizing rejection of any possibility of living for the other class, but the mere fact that each event, for example, the increasing influence of the CT urge between June 1848 and the end of the century, occurs within this limitation and is radicalized within it, means that there is a kind of tension in peculiar to the bourgeois event. This be with of latex, dingst, as comprehenden I it or it. May esly we try to which is to you and if I make by this is in him into by is indirect. Is not trying to the obct or tickets imdiate trying to grasp ml of who, ms a might do if trying to ry a made a mistake. What to is thr to do it by tin bpof in txilla in so fr as I am alienated to its fmm the object. Book 11 Whether as or as progresses, it is lived, produced, and comprehended as impelling itself towards a limitation which in fact represents its inner power of affirmation, its practical efficacity. And as this event elsewhere and wi transform here if it apps ours here, whereas a real, practical totalization makes every local event re, the inert totality as a correlative of serial being becomes the determination of a homogeneous milieu of circularity, which is actually produced by the circulation of commodities, money, and people, in which the event, as an index of radicalization, is by everyone as other in the equivalence between every elsewhere and every here, in the dissolution of every here in elsewhere. Come the author of an action performed elsewhere in so far as I redopt it in a this kind of in fact ocular, it arises as a transcendence of the comprehended FAA towards a sort third of knowledge of this fact, in this knowledge mirage reduced to oppression as a of transcendent other, and hence as a transcendence of the individual comprehends towards of class totality being the inheritance of an ancient murder. If I were to extend the study that of inert totalization determining flight in alterity, I would refer to the various remarks have made about serial thought at the practice inert level of our investigation. All that needs to be observed here is that such thought contains a certain truth. In effect, the unity of radicalism, though T exists in of that producers of action or event, those directly responsible, completely transcend their own individual practice and passive activity to the degree that the other witnesses who are indirectly responsible, carry out this transcend comprehension. Of the heirs, comprehension and production are inseparable, especially as production very often involves reproduction. And, since we have already mentioned, passing, the way turned to especially after J87, though we should remember the follow law 26 after the June massacres, it important to notice that there were always a few groups or individuals, from Thiers to Moras, who cynically spelt out the meaning of the movement, a religion for the people. It's should also be noticed that this signification limitation, oppression through maintain a peck-mitting state for to he to after its author, Dialectical 779ing the people in superstition and ignorance, was communicated to the whole of the Barg and 3 is claw in fact it had been present in all kinds of writings ever since Waterloo, beginning with Chateaubriand. Thus, as an inert and ancient shadow, it became a reference point, or in other words an idea, in the Platonic sense, though an inert one, of the tasks which had to be performed elsewhere by others, Rhe priest, for example, who was responsible for supporting military oppression. But, are the everyone us of this idea movement by which he comprehended it, he helped the he gifts to its representatives and, like a tried to constitute their powers. Normally this was impossible unless the manufacturer himself became a Christian, so as not to be accused of Machiavellianism. And other his comprehension of the of and of declarations was that the proletariat had to be changed the priests so to changing bourgeoisie, and that the bourgeoisie could not avoid change unless it changed itself and grounded the new authority of the priest on the dissolution in it of the serial movement of dechristianization and on the emergence of a different recurrence, that of faith. For some of them, this comprehension was cynical, and it could be cynical for all, since its cynical signification was already present as a simple, direct connection between the measures taken or planned and the totalized signification as an inert negation which guided them, but equally, it could be lived, by everyone, in non-cynicism, this entirely on the particular circumstances. The need for a religion for the people might be connected with individual feelings of frustration, anxiety, etc. In this case, the need would corn man's need for a religion. But within this the Christian would be reasserting the class utility af faith in a way that was different. The worker who is also a believer is and his belief for vanity his existence, who had lower with atheism only offended also, set the workers against thee in order to see how easy it was in the 19th century to make the transition from the one signification to the other. One need only read one of the first texts to pose the question. Alfred de Musset's Confession d'un enfant du siècle / He attacks the bourgeois revolution for having dechristianized France. He sees this dechristianization as one of the main factors of Rhe sickness of the age, that is, Bourgeois Book 11 sickness, his own anxiety, and, at the same time, as an attack on the rights of the and the order, they had the right to a faith which promised who deserved it and of happiness. If they were deprived of this, there be terrible disorders which would have to be repressed in order to save society. But did Musil regard the only right of the exploited, as a genuine revelation of religious truth, or simply as an illusion which should not be dissipated, which would bring him very close to cynicism? Alfred de Musset did not choose. He resented the atheists for being right, he resented God for justifying them by his silence. He saw an equivalence between the dissipation of his own life and the revolts of THX workers. Both would disappear if the arch were to regain its strength. This middle position involved a complete comprehension of the class signification of a given conversion or individual action. From one moment to another, and in a single individual, it disintegrate either into a mysticism of pure isolation, for one moment, or into a negativity against individual himself. Musil's was partly due to his of God, else it may Machiavellian cynicism, all for the sake of mystifying the poor. But all these forms of objective class spirit are equivalent in that they all contain the determination to force the people to believe, and none of them, least all the Machiavellian one, could claim to be the privileged expressing the relation of the practices to the signification limitation in its purity. In effect, since this relation exists everywhere, all its practical relations are equivalent. In other words, the relation religion for the people practice of oppression 15 immediately given, but as the simple orientation of an indeterminate transcendence, the determinatlans will be equivalent a priori until one or other of them shows itself to effective the oppression. It is not surprising that this on the part of the heirs made them open to group practice aimed at maintaining oppression. In fact, its origin lies in the of the previous generation in far as it is by the heirs as a free limitation their freedom. And this used truth was already grasped through the other direction of the other by pressure groups, and possibly by sovereign. Taken up as a totality limitation, CLWS obligations, oppression as everyone's duty towards the other, etc., its community determined class of a practical the comprehension of the common action, the other is determined a common individual in seriality. This inert determination, received from 78z not change his statute. But it constitutes itself irresponsible, in so far as he of the group, making it we as other. In fact seen class spirit defining itself in the of a current, but, in that case, its origin was at infinity. In this new experience, however, seriality is manipulated by groups, that is to say, it is other-directed. The ince between the two generations is that the heirs are conscious of this other direction and comprehend it in so far as they become its agent, by acting on themselves and on others. If we now return to French Malthusianism as the practice of the prehend all the conditions of the problem, we can now did not see how this practice could have a common meaning grasped by all the agents, while it is realized partly in different production groups and inwardly by seriality. Class struggle in the 20th century. At the end of the 19th century, class hatred in France was as virulent as ever, and the third generation of employers saw themselves as constituted in their diachronic and pious unity by two memorable which a future of but, on the other hand, material circumstances changed in the progress of exploitation. Up to industry enjoyed a new period of expansion, owing to circumstances which have been thoroughly analyzed by economists. The result was an intensification of the contradiction oppression and exploitation. We have already seen how oppression supports and constitutes the process of exploitation in the milieu of the collectives. But of itself the movement of oppression leads to the extermination of the oppressed if they should revolt, while exploitation demands their, at least partial, cooperation as a workforce. The contradiction was particularly acute since the entire social history of 19th century France produced the exploited as objects of bloody violence and, consequently, as possible subjects of a ruthless insurrection at the moment when industrialization and concentration were expanding proletariat and increasing the value of the human commodity, labor power. Contradiction was deepened after the 1914-18 war, because the advent of specialized machines led to further descaling. The employers gained from this transformation in so far as it tended to destroy the old union structures and the practices of the anarcho-syndicalist struggle, and they lost partly because pre-war unionism had tended to demand state intervention, which entailed control of the unions by the sovereign apparatus, and partly because, if it continued unabated, deskiling would increase the homogeneity of the working class, so that the relatively limited activities of the skilled elites would be replaced by the more profoundly revolutionary activities of the masses, which always be more dangerous for the regime. On the other hand, the capitalist process itself, if it not interfered with, would develop itself full as the development of the United States in that period proved. How could there be limitation of exploitation without limitation of profits? This question is revealing. This is on the process outside and is produced by itself in its the contrary. This development, in its passive activity, leads to mass selection, the transformation of the working class and agreements employers, trusts, cartels, etc., etc. Malthusianism was an oppressive and radical response based on a rejection. French capitalists rejected the freed-quilo permanent of the process in order to save their class. This rejection was already present, as an inert limitation of any change. It appeared, 50 to speak, as an priori determination of the objective spirit and as an immediate schema for the comprehension of the other by the for his. This limitation on industrialization had the significance of an oppression. It attempted to limit the increase of the working population, and, if possible, to reverse the demographic so as to danger of concentrations. It was aimed at transformations of the working were developing under the influence of the of production in such as to maintain heterogeneous sectors within it and co-milieu with of interest. It was a co-historical function exploitation production, and to contribute to raising the standard of living, in far as it the to prevent effectively meant. 1. Had the dominant class wished to have strict control of births in the SW working class. In fact, in spite of official hypocrisy, working class households were forced to adopt Malthusian practices in the interwar period. This explains the example given above. I said that the working woman who had an abortion executing a sentence passed by the bourgeoisie. What we can now comprehend is why it is a sentence. The abortion is violence both to the woman and to a life, and reason it is the violence of bourgeois society. The womanly herself, and the friend who finds help for her, and the nurse, if one can be found, will discover this violence, as fury and despair, only by interiorizing the impossibility of a working-class household providing for the needs of an additional child. Since the economic process, by leading to mass production, increases the demand for manpower, halting the process, so as to keep labor under a perpetual threat of unemployment and so as to keep it always slightly larger than the number of available, is oppressive use of the right death. This oppression is complemented, of course, by the attitude of the dominant to working class as we know, dead. But these at level of the upper classes, both through the sovereign overall policy, budget, improve of working conditions, hygiene class seriality the improvement premises, protection laws, attempts to eliminate fatal risks or occupational diseases. MS means that the French employers in the historical perspective of a bloody struggle, which was never forgotten, and which might be resurrected at any time proceeded, after the troubles of 1919, to a controlled extermination of the working class by controlling births and by deciding not to prevent deaths. The practice was inseparable from the refusal to expand the market. Precisely because production remained the same, there a convergence between industry's refusal to take on new workers and the deliberate and sustained impossibility of TLW working class foreignly having another child. If we approach the second aspect of the oppressive without referring to any of the mistaken pretensions of the law of immiseration, and if, like Marx himself, we interpret it as relative, and recognize the undeniable fact that in disseverance of then it is to a truth from us, that the deliberately oppressive practice of the French bourgeoisie perpetuated an low standard of living at interdicting both the practicoinert second industrial revolution and the of living of other advanced capitalist it oppressed the population as in order to keep the working in. 3. In the context of this secretly, the deliberate intensification of scarcity as a negative force, the contradictions between the workers as individual sellers of their labor power, already overcome by union practice, were transformed into contradictions between different working class i.e. skilled workers against specialized workers, stare employees against workers in private industry, workers on fixed wages against workers on piece rates, etc., and the unions confirming these splits with their progressively putrefying sovereignty, themselves agents of disunity the working class. But they derived their destructive violence Fn-m the practice of the employers. Their conflicts installed the oppressive force which perpetuated the splits by impeding the economic process within th working class. The oppression, here, consisted in perpetuating temporary dissensions by perpetuating it was of divide and rule. Starving and dividing, continued the massacre. It arbitrarily expanded the already overfull tertiary strata at the expense of the secondary ones in order to aggravate the class tension between and workers, pro-yket proletariers. It reduced the enemy class to impotence, that is to say, to realizing its class being as a condemnation by the enemy. This radical oppression is obviously class totality praxis, and as the signification of every proprietors in this sense, it might be said that oppression in its new form is automatically defined for everyone as other, ms alienating his own activity, in terms of new circumstances and as a rigid exigency. Since there has to be a permanent adaptation proletariat to production, and of production to the proletariat, repressive extermination could not be accomplished by means of massacres, discontinuous, brutal bloodlettings such as these do not have the value of a constant readjustment and progressive diminution of the working class. What was required was clearly a PRMA.NET, controlled bloodletting. And above all, since the historical past of the working class gave it a considerable experience of violence and consequently an equal though only potential violence, French radicalism continued to define itself as the impossibility of change, as the obligation to maintain the status around all employers interpreted the practices of the other employers in this teleological light. But we have demonstrated the contradictory without the praxis transcends. How could the rate of profit be sustained or increased while the rate of production fell to zero? I have already explained elsewhere the Malthusian solution: large-scale industry productivity without increasing production, thus it reduces costs and manpower. But in retaining its poor French class struggle and dialectical reason 785 markets without bothering to seek other outlets, it made more or less clandestine pacts with the manufacturers whom it's preserved who the same at higher cost, large scale would it's to match those of these small, outdated enterprises whose very existence was gradually damaging the French economy. Oppression tcxjk the form of a double mystification, for the public, the were covers for big firms which were profits through selling what cost them least at the highest price, which was the lowest from the point of view of the small manufacturers. By increasing individual productivity, purchases of improved machinery, rationalization, ductivity bonuses, etc., while maintaining production at a constant level, the industrialists forced workers to become agents of the controlled extermination in their own class. In fact, it was through the workers, through their efforts to earn as much as possible, thereby raising norms for their kind of work, the probability of any given worker finding employment in the totality of French industry was rigidly determined in domain in all phases. Capitalism, the engagement of worker represented negatively for another the possibility of not getting any work, except in a period of full employment, that is to in spelsvik and at very special times. But this was a mere truism, and it was the worker as an inert he began work, who eliminated an other human commodity. In case of Malthusianism, this mystification led to destroy, unwittingly, the possibility of life, and for some other member of the working class, since the effect of this would not have been as unum pedid mas production to develop production itself and indirectly to increase the manpower needs of an industry in full development, on the colet_rary, his free organic adaptation to tasks, norms, and new machines was expressed for the employers as a cut in their manpower requirements. Such, then, was RHE device. By this I mean the real practice which resolved the oppression and exploita profit and the of the working class and of the entire population. Doubt about oppressiveness. Or rather, oppression initially presented itself a radical of change. Within this obligation, various economic developed Malthusianism the for them, for a given industrial organization, to surrender to the class exigency, and especially to secure their own control of their 11. Workers. Here again, everything is perfectly intelligible, it is simply a matter of translating a determination which is already inscribed in the practico inert into practice. But if this practice by certain groups incarn a class practice, involving all other groups, or individuals, as others, this is because it presented itself as immediately interpretable in the serial milieu, the VE class spirit. Everyone comprehended and transcended it, radical negation both as untranscendability and as the common end of the totalized class, and of each group or person. But this comprehension must be production other action in so far as other, is the other who it, and it must be reproduction here, that is tense, in the elsewhere that CN entains my other being for the others, in so far as everyone is responsible to the class, for radical rejection, the limit which must never be crossed for fear of betraying the class, by and for all the others. There was no conspiracy, no deliberation, no communication, and no common regroupment, except in the case of perverse groups which created and inaugurated the practice. Everything took place serially, and Malthusianism as an economic process is seriality. But whenquere possible, the activity of each local group or of each individual fixely reproduced the movement of comprehension and was frequently indistinguishable from it. Thus we come back to the case of collective responsibility, which we considered it was in fact the ism of the others and the deliberate not adaptation of production here, for example, as the production of objects of immediate consumption, to production over there and, malproduction in machine tool factories and, ultimately, everywhere, which, in the domain of the other, came the Malthusianism of everyone. The contraction of production was a circular phenomenon. Everyone anticipated the Malthusianism of the others in determining his own production, and he conditioned this Malthusianism by basing his own production, and the needs which it engendered, on it in advance. Through this circularity, every manufacturer or group of manufacturers not only created Malthusianism but also perceived it as a process to which he had to adapt. Everyone's Malthusianism was induced, I could not produce any more because I run out of materials, of etc. And, of but it also am other by reference to whom RHE other will regulate his production. At the same time, everyone's mere adaptation to circular Malthusianism, the struggle reason practical comprehension of is an act of appreciation everywhere, everyone artificially limits production or its rate of increase by flu practices of violence through which there appear two inert significations, one in laterality, L must adapt myself to the other, and the other as a totalized limit, L comprehend the activity and I contribute to it through the class and as beyond of every living activity. By the, HUD still careful, of inducing the circular reduction of production that each producer products in both by his own production and by the wages he pays, is and by the ready comprehension of original action, that is to say, by its reproduction as a brutal limit of spending power, and therefore of the worker's ingencibility of living. Malthusianism is oppression in so far as the a priori learned imposed by the factory on its production is determined for the manufacturers by the limit beyond which their class would no longer be possible, that is to say, by the limit which their class imposes on the other by oppression. Malthusianism is a praxis prox ss in so far as this historical particularization of the of oppression necessarily implies various practice cf inert in the prox exploitation. There are of course other of oppression, countries which have oppression without civil war and paternalism, engineering, etc. Developed from existing on the basis of existing of product line and power relations, and within perspectives which have been partially transformed by techniques and property relations. I will not describe them here, or even the attempts, in France itself in certain sectors of industry, to bring about, simultaneously, deconcentration, neo-paternalism and the destruction of Malthusianism. All we should notice here is that the individual practices of struggle, in a given society, organization, etc., support the marginal and circular process of exploitation, and that individual oppressor itself is comprehended, quite innocently, as conditioned everywhere else. It is not me, it is the others. I have no choice but to close this workshop, and also, in unitary good conscience, as the realization here of untranscendable so as inscribes itself in an imperious, and I have used the example of Malthusianism in order to illustrate the which given to struggle if it is to described as the motive force of history, rather than simply saying 788 book that this motive force lies in the economic process and its objective contradictions. In fact, this is the whole point. Although our dialectical investigation, having made its first approaches to concrete, is very far from being complete, we can now say, without having even encountered historical fact yet, except as a simple temporalization, solidified in the past and transcended, that it is possible to discover something like meaning in the development of societies and men provided we revise that the reciprocal relations of groups, of classes, and generally of all social formations are basically that. Is to say, that they reciprocal of mutual alliance, war, oppression, of their type and of apart this, we have noticed the complexity of the practice of oppression, which constantly evolves with history and with the process. That in some be of the results a practical relation between multiplicities whether structured or not, and that it should be interiorized everywhere as the absolute exteriority of human relations, in both the oppressed and the oppressing, and that the relation which unites the multiplicities, whether allied or host may consequently contain an induced inertia, an interiorized exteriority which of tends to this is necessary, or rather, it is the necessity, as facts as it is revealed, of universal alienation in practical multiplicities which are mediated by inorganic materiality. But if one were to reduce the relations of practical multiplicities to simple contradictory determinations, produced, whether simultaneous or not, by the development of a process, for example, if one were to suppose that the proletariat must be the coming destroyer of the bourgeoisie simply because the progressive diminution of variable and of fixed capital, by increasing productivity of the worker and spending power of the working from one crisis to another, produce catastrophe in which the bourgeoisie will be engulfed, one would end up by reducing men to pure anti-dialectical of. However, our investigation shows the of constituted at inside a group as it be fused, praxis is bilateral flight, that is to say, by various forms of inertia, and at the same time, and even in a collective constituted prince RIS retains its basic character as a dialectical activity which transforms the practical field by an intelligible reorganization of means for an end, and which reason sees the end an objective determination of the field of future possibilities on the basis of needs, dangers, interests, etc., conditioned by previous circumstances as a whole. Praxis, as RHE action of aplicity, is far from being an opacity in dialectical rationality. On the rationality the basic priority of constituted prax over being and even over s, simply because in itself this rationality is but of the multiplicity in so as it is maintained and produced by free organic praxis. Without constituted praxtra, everything would disappear, including alienation, since there no longer even to alienate, man would be an inert thing by birth, and it is impossible to refy a thing. This does not mean that there is no point in making a carefulsion, in each case, between individual praxis, common, constituted but it does mean that these three modalities of human action are in themselves distinct from the practico-inert process and that they are its foundation. It is even possible, as we have just shown, to see one and the same development both as a praxis, oppression, and as a praxis, exploitation, and that the praxis constantly conditions the praxis, the economic crisis of the last years of the July monarchy as an infantile illness of capitalism producing, for the class, the for and its character as civil war. Provided one takes care to determine what modes of rationality is all of is still that analytical and reason are dis in the constituted dialectic, or this amounts to same thing, that the transformations and avatars of praxis are always resumed in circularity and that its alienations at every level, as a series of necessities of which it is both the victim and mental support. are demonstrated whatever kind of multiplicity men may belong to, their individual and common relations, whether reified or not, are primarily practical. Whether it is mediated or not, what exists between them is a reciprocity. And this reciprocity may be either an alliance or a conflict. In a society in which one class owns the instruments of Kybur while others use them to produce commodities for a wage, it is precisely matter and the practico-inert object which mediate between men. And this is apparent in the investigation itself, since insurrections and massacres apart the pressure of each class on the other is manifested in relation to machines, imports of English machines by French WT% in and of American semi-automatic machines about 3,790. Were determinations of the proletariat by the employers, wage cuts, deskyling, machine breaking, as RHE uncontrolled reaction of a proletariat which was still unconscious of itself, RHE occupation of the factories in the devising of a tactic appropriate to a new situation, are forms of resistance. Permanent of order is the reason for these visible breakdowns. When they are outmaneuvered, the employer and the worker stand face to face, without intermediary. Oppression, as a praxis based on the existence of armed forces, consists precisely in using this violence at rest, and not unleashing it unless it is unavoidable, so that the antagonistic relations remain at the level of the machine, that is to say, of the practico-inert, of necessity. If the working class is able to respond, its response is anti-repressive, organized violence. Strikes are violent as IFSHMV and elsewhere in that they present themselves as a breach of contract. Of course, strikes are violence against violence, but in the context of bourgeois, even when they are legal, they appear as the first violence. This violence is an action, not against the machines, but against the employer, against the class, insofar as he is identified with his interests, alienation, and insofar as he is capable, in this point of view, of a practical reassessment of the forces, the risks incurred, and possible. Finally, it is an innovation in that its form varies with the historical of process and in working class. From this point of view, and to complement the example or Malthusianism, it would be possible to show how the strikes of 1936 were both a serial transmission and an anti-repressive action of the working class. After years' reaction and the presence of popular parties in everywhere, an equivalent of class totality as the inert beyond of their activity. But on this basis the worker saw both the future of his class and his own future as an opening up of the field of possibilities, that is to say, as a future to be the compare 5 Zion of the previous years. This was the mination of future practice as common freedom. It was in this climate that the first strikes occurred. They were not immediately imitated, on account of the embarrassed semi-silence of the left-wing press, but as soon as the socialist and communist organs had been forced to reveal them, the movement spread to the whole of France. Now this was obviously a serial movement. Of psi_ers, the occupation of a particular struggle 79 factory represented a dissolution of a pledged group. Nevertheless, there was a seriality of groups, insofar as the material circumstances of the new practice separated each occupying group from every other, not only by distance but also by the walls the occupied factory. But what corresponded to the totalitarian class as the radicalism of everyone's comprehension was that the comprehension of the new practice was itself radical first, because it inseparable from the production by everyone of the particular group, secondly, because it appeared in serial alterity as the RWW tactic, and, its real requirement, defined not only the material conditions which it the struggle abstract interchangeability of specialist workers, but also the meaning of this transcendence of methods of struggle, the transformation of the practical constitution of strikes, etc., because it saw in terms of the indefinite opening up of the field of possibilities. In relation to the radicalization of the exploiting class, this radicalist comprehension is the living since presents the totality of the exploited class in the light of an infinite task. Up to that time, reality had merely been the necessity of living, the possibility of living, but it now became the NCCD to attempt the practical realization of a world where the impossibility of human life would be the only impossibility. And this realization not only entirely present as the complex meaning of the popular front and of the factory occupations, for the staff, occupying the factory is, ultimately, allowing oneself to be determined in the by the future, as common freedom and no longer as destiny, but also the infinite end of every action for the individual and the constitution, by the future which to be made, of the present activity as a beginning fr_xth entire group. Everyone remembers that the occupation movement was accompanied, at least at the beginning, by disregard for union sovereignty. Consequently, an institutional, organized unification of RHE class, or attempt to transform the contagional tactics of RHE groups into a class strategy, was completely impossible, so there is no justification for comparing the working class to a practical community, though seriality was everywhere fused. Series of individuals were dissolved and series of groups were formed. And, from this point of view, that is to the point of the every organized praxis of occupation everywhere supported a PRCXCS by which group affected as other by the others. Book N, every group discovered the objective class spirit, the permeability of every undertaking to comprehension, and saw class totality and infinite, that is to both, as a genuine task, whereas for the oppressors their inert totality is an illusion, and as common freedom, and, 3. The practical unity of the occupations as, which were both contagious and realized by free-pledged communities, lay in the receptivity the other CLXSS, in so far as it suffered a complete cessation of production as a totalizing negation, a counter-violence objectifying itself in the other class. In this last sense, if we reduce the number of classes to 2 in order to simplify the schema, we might that each class finds its unity in the other, in a double form and in perpetual disequilibrium, both a unifying thread of extermination, and as a totalization which is by action process whose unity lies in the totalized obct. Now, the contradiction between these two unities positive, suffered and produced, the development of this, the tension which it and the reciprocity of this are intelligible only in and through the lived, practical bond of antagonistic reciprocity. In fact, in so far as the objectification of apertness occurs in a and through an enemy groups, whether or not there is also a seriality of these groups, it is very different from any objectification which may arise through the physico-chemical determinations of inorganic matter or through the modifications of a collective, by work on the impotent inertia of seriality. It is, in fact, suffered and readopted. For the working class was able to grasp its own unity, through the action of the employers, during the strikes of, that is to roughly speaking through the Matignon agreements. In other words, the action of the defeated, being both free and totally constrained, or required, produced the free unity of victor by free surrender, and through this freedom, the victorious working class really was the exigency was and produced as its by the action of the employers. Working class was the serial propagation strikes by the qualified delegates of employers. It was for itself, rather than for employers, for it does not matter whether employers believed in real unity of class, whether that they conceding to some passing disturbance, it does not matter much whether they were trying to prevent social revolution or whether they were making temporary concessions with the intention of winning them back one by one afterwards. What counts is what they did, and it was their real praxis of surrender which designated the proletariat to itself as a unity and a power. This was the unity which is produced by serial operations, and which to them in for as of other. But the other and as the danger of being exterminated or reduced ten impotence and shaped as a collective which can be manipulated according to practico-inert laws, always manifested even out of the already reviving initiative of class, as a praxis means and immediate objectives were still unRWN or were only gradually revealing themselves, demobilised too soon by the unions and by associated parties. The working class after 1937 not only discovered its sovereign unity as a subject in the practices which it imposed on the employers, but also perceived the danger of being sovereignly totalized, in the disquieting and ever more numerous indications that the employers were gathering their forces for some underhand and uncontrollable action, price rises, etc. At this level, in effect, the praxis of the employer is seen as a determination of the working class by and through its serial impotence, and the class found itself to be designated as though this impotence had been produced by the employer's praxis itself. The balance of forces constantly determined the tensions between the unity power AF the class subject and the unity impotence of the class object. But in any case this double, unity current to each through other and its tension indicated the objetive dangers AF the current undertaking, that is to say, the relations between the two extreme possibilities of total victory and total we seen objectifying, the project of extermination as of annihilation, came to each on the basis of the enemy group and, by itself, caused a dissolution of seriality in fused groups. This is the series, through perceived its negative totalisalion as entirely imposed, practico-inert, whereas in reality, defeat was partly imposed, the massacres of June 1848, and partly re-interiorized and reproduced by free actions which were both demanded and inevitable. Thus the class was haunted by its totalized being as a collective in so far as it could always be produced by the other as long as it accepted it in seriality. But, in reality, its defeat would be 794. Tempi released in and by it through common actions, of submission, sham death, etc., which would be performed in its name by INV groups, or by the sovereign group, where there one. In this way, one can see that RHE unity of two struggling classes is AF, RT of antagonistic reciprocity and that this contradictory unity of each in the other is by praxis and by alone. In other words, it is as a pure, formal, hypothesis that there should be a universe in which practical multiplicities would not form I1110, for a universe scarcity would not the basic relation between the practical agent and his environment. But if do exist, then it is necessary to make a choice, either they should be defined in inertia as strata of society with no more unity than the compact inertia revealed by geological sections, or their moving, changing, fleeting, ungraspable yet real unity comes to them from other classes in 50 far as each 15 bound to all the others by a practical reciprocity of either a positive or a negative kind. If the unity of each is not directly occasioned by the praxis of RHE other and if it is not produced through everyone's own praxis as his real action on the other, then, on our abstract assumption, two classes, negative everything will scatter to infinity first all the practico-inert itself. This means that unity of each class depends on that of the other and, above all, that this dependence is due not to some but to a project of violence which incorporates the other unity as a practical factor of its own. As a conflict of rationalities we have been considering two classes. In each we have observed three concrete types of renultiplicity, RHE group institution or sovereign, combat groups, or pressure groups, propaganda groups, etc., and seriality. And we have observed, in the first place, that for both classes, is mediation signification of the other two. This has led us to see class unity not as a gathering together of inert through the efforts of an S over 1 GN, but as of reversals such as seriality itself, despite its fleeting being, becoming struggle the mediating unity between sovereign groups and pledged groups. As we have said, unity, at all jewels, exists in mediation, and circularity of the mediations is expressed by a circular simultaneity and by a cyclical movement of the unities. The former tends renuhiply unity, while the latter gives it its dialectical truth, which is but this dialectical, practical temporalization will lack both RNC honoring and effective reality. It is a real action, and real action cannot unless the need it the situation as by the action of other. Thus it is an action of class edit as an inert this reaction it experience itself in the index of which represents its contra-unity in enemy himself sig in it and of his practices. If, for example, the class, in the course of a victorious battle, its freedom the inert which the FRT*DOM of the other, it is through the circularity of synthetic mediations that it will perceive itself as a free common unity, that is, due synthetic freedom of the victorious will itself be the unity of unifying mediations. But this unity, the sovereign as group and the series as Soaret 41 both refer, through their diverse structures, to the sovereignty of their CLAS over RHE other, is necessarily in the other, since it is, in fact, the falsification and alteration of his freedom. Thus the class is connect to its transcendent unity through the mediation of the other. It is outside itself in suffered the other. But we have seen the serial process of radical in so as it reproduces class actions on the basis as class spirit, or as the of the class's permeability to represents class being a limitation, that is to say, as a negation of the other. And this negation is not only an inerty for but also a remanence, as a past particularisalion of a particular class history, that is to say, of certain actions and their mortgages of the future. Now, it is precisely this transcended practice which creates the inert impossibility of surrender, the threshold which cannot be crossed. DL#RI, far in the past, it produced the other class and its history, as the inert unity of its tempi or least temporalisitlan and of the mortgages of the future which it has engendered. The intransigence of French employers at the end of the 19th century was due to the massacres of 1848 and 1871. But this means that they comprehended other C/ARs what it is to have the Book 11 of A, and, conversely, this impossibility of surrender gradually developed, through the actions of the bourgeoisie, working-class radicalism. On the basis of a past of civil war, this radicalism, as a concrete unity of practical comprehension, as the permeability of all action to every comprehension in RHEE/S, was the impossibility of tolerating the impossibility of living, that is to say, the necessity of creating another reality by destroying his reality. By absolutely rejecting change, the bourgeoisie constituted change any adjustment that might be called for here or there on the basis of the pressure of as the radical of the in its detailed aspect, arise ex per still being framework of capitalist exploitation, and affecting the profits of the enterprise. Then at least in a vista of infinite no doubt it will be objected that the was mainly due to the discovery by the workers their class situation, of the consequences of exploitation, and of the absolute necessity of transforming this situation. And there can be no doubt that the work of the militants, unionists and politique-hommes, consisted throughout the 19th century producing class reflexivity in the working class on the basis of the determinations which it suffered in impotence. And the first phase of this awareness was to be the systematic interpretation of practico-inert processes. But, in so far as the proletariat was a series, and thus affected, like all rice, with impotence and with a tendency to limit action and to be satisfied with superficial, temporary advances, in field of appearance produced by oppression, reality appeared to proletariat as impossibility. It is, in so far the concrete changes called were always modest FCX everyone, the workers were affected by a spontaneous and reformism simply something which exists in his relations with other, except the oppressor in relation to oppress the practice of conciliation, generally reinforced by the existence of mediating third parties. In a sense, the oppressed who were born into oppression, heirs of the oppressed, would be content with slight improvements. They would see these improvements as in themselves a total transformation of the situation. Obviously, in fact, they would be content with them. Nevertheless, an exploiting class which was immediately favorable to improvements, even after 1 or 2 generations, would have produced a completely different working class, with the Stein structures, but different internal struggle relations, a different tension, and might perhaps have postponed revolutionary radicalization for a time. The reformism of the British proletariat seems to be due to several related factors. I will just mention the colonial superprofits which prevented Britain from suffering international crises with the violence which, in February Revolution, and British foreign that it in a few, distant actions in Europe. With and that these never or even place the country itself in the way that war against Prussia in the of is in absurd. At least the 19th century is the possessing neo-paternalism and the practices of Luhmann engineering, attempt to reconcile the two roles in which they have cast, as and as wage earners. They attempt to construct a mobile and complex system in which concessions are always possible, and may even anticipate demands, thus concealing from the exploited the radicalism of the exploiter. But this neo-paternalism presupposes a certain level of industrial development, it was not conceivable in the 19th century and, in the scarcity which was so brutally revealed during crises, IXDVCRTY in 188, Cordy and War in 187 Re1, the geoacy produced itself as having either to kill or to disappear. By taking this line, which was undoubtedly an interiorization of the situation by heirs whose reaction was already determined by their interiorist past, RHE bourgeoisie produced a reciprocity of from an otherwise abstract and purely formal point of view, taking no account of inertia, a penra as an infinite anythe was the and no doubt it will be said rat accumulation, as a process, could not fail 127. It's, what might be its of from to but fm its history. Violent history and he violent ple in the 19th century by the proletariats which have always of in violence has in bourgeoisie to shed by this of in by humility y is also in of trade of the prolet myat, etc. Book 11 to CCST millions of human lives, that it required the poverty of TLW worker as a condition for social enrichment. No doubt this is broadly true, but we can see that it is never quite true in detail, the refusal to reburn toxic smoke, for example. In other words, capitalists in this period assumed that it was necessary for others to be poor, and assume the poverty of others is to acquiesce in producing it, and thus to by adoption of its laws and its themes, it is to justify this free of oppression terms of a which designates oppressed as anti-humans who there and thus to condemn it is make this intolerable for in that it presents itself a damnation of the exploited, a free human sentence, by things, the inexorable laws of liberal economics. Oppression based on radicalization, as an assumption of scarcity by a still undeveloped capitalism, was to be the force permitting a radicalization of the practices of workers' struggle. One important fact of 19th century history is that the workers experienced the absolute intransigence of the employers. They wished, initially, to reach a mutual understanding men, and they gradually realized this impossible, because, their employers, they were not men. This class racism is essential for the comprehension of the workers meant in the 19th century. At first it was animated by a respect for property, faith in the employers, those of the bourgeoisie who, thanks to the strength of the working class, had improved the political system and still claimed to be the universal class. In about the advanced workers appear not to have dreamed of introducing a socialist sector into the capitalist economy, simply wished to a few production cooperatives the employers' factories. Most of them were religious, many were straight from the country, and they used to criticize the bourgeoisie for their atheism. But, in France, the reversal of their position, or its radicalization, has a very obvious origin. Between 1830 and 1871 the bourgeoisie pod centini on them. ILS means that their policy of brutal oppression was carried out through CN Bulsion and in the T.Workers milieu as their LN damnation of the worker, by the Supreme Tribunal. So from this point of view oppressive activity was crucial, it burned into the hearts of the oppressed class. These significations were ethical judgments, as the abstract general form of the considerations which would be the basis of real judgments struggle reason 799 meted out after in of the constitution and of religious or moral principles, and these judgments were supposed to involve the oppressed themselves. Had he not hooded, for example? Was he not represented in the assembly and therefore in the government? Had he not broken the social compact by striking, rioting, or rebelling? Had he not himself provided a justification for the precautions by men of order against his disruption? This 15 how the judgment was formulated. The working class was thoroughly familiar with the system of values it related to and with the facts on which it was based. Learned the first from propaganda, and the second was their own doing. Consequences of the were widely diffused by newspapers, death sentences, imprisonments, deportation, etc. It was possible to renastify the proletariat. RHE worker appeared to have the liberal system, free trade, and the free wage contract. Since used compulsion one is work for if trouble, not punish simply regards the contract as violence to arise in at times of popular uprisings, strikes. Saint Mark said, this orct al barbarian violence justify apparatuses of permanent oppression, intended also, of course, to protect the workers against themselves. In other words, we have seen how, for the oppressor, oppression is inseparable from the hatred he must feel for the oppressed. And this active hatred produces a number of significations and them, through reciprocal violence, to the oppressed themselves. These unitary significations, at a certain level, represent a totalizing conception of yasiety, of classes and their respective roles. And, of course, it is worth adding that the temporarily defeated class will always contain some individuals or UN groups who will interiorize this conception. Thus in the mid-19th century the practice of struggle created in the working class the possibility of evaluating itself as the bourgeoisie did, that is to say of knowing itself, through the mediation of the other and his Manichaeism, as the absolutely other object, that is to say, as a bounty, hello evil, and ultimately as other than man. When this characterization was taken up and adopted, the remarriage of the would disappear, this borrowed unity would dissolve into an anti-humanism whose universality would correspond point for bourgeois, and this synthetic ensemble of significations old still remain synthetic, book class practice would interiorize it and then reject it. In fact, as a material and as a system, it is its in it as an imperative by the other, through concrete exigencies, for example denouncing a given strike or both because it refuses to give the statute Hoffmann to all workers and because it creates new divisions amongst them by distinguishing between the troublemakers and the masses, who are stupid rather than vicious, between the bad worker, who is faithful to his class, and the good worker, who is a sort of tame animal who has achieved humanity by adopting the values and orders of the employer's humanism. Now, it would be utterly inconceivable that this system should interiorize, that it should even for an instant, at a particular time and for specific people present itself as a temptation, unless it is seen as more than an epiphenomenal ideology arising amongst the employers through the process of exploitation. In fact, in the struggle, the employers really do see the workers as the absolute other. Initially, this is the meaning and justification of their praxis insofar as every praxis produces its own one of the objectives of the employers, and certainly not the least important, then the introduction of splits and insecurities into the ranks of workers by infecting proletariat of being outside itself in bourgeois class consciousness taken as the absolute standard of what is human and what is not. Thus, for every worker induced is a radical of his, and this negation a set of are quite inseparable from one another. To refuse to define oneself as evil is to reject bourgeois Manichaeism, but this Manichaeism is simply another name for the humanism of the dominant class, and it has to be rejected as humanism. Now, an Alritracht would still be an acceptance. In Ryakung humanism as such, a worker void be admiring that he was non-human. The new exigency, born of the transcendence of this contradiction, is that the reption should be inscribed in the production of a true and positive humanism, and this presupposes that the worker takes away from the bourgeoisie the privilege of stating the truth of man for all, that is to say, truth itself. However, the bourgeois claims to be human by virtue of culture, scientific knowledge, abilities, etc., and while these powers must belong to you or yon, the workers partly lack them. Furthermore, the idealist intellectualism of the bourgeoisie depends on analytical reason. Analytical reason struggle so determines what is true. Thus the worker must either allow his class law be dissolved by a positivistic atomization and alm himself to be defined as isolated in ignorance and Janaka Oltensi, or he must recreate Ravason, dissolve analytical rationality in a larger complex and, without losing the hope of escaping ignorance someday, find non-intellectual and foundations of, as Marx said, P-Rob are of our present, but everything is present, praxis as man the foundation truth, and dialectic as the permanent dissolution of analytical reason. And then it must recognize that the day-to-day expression of the radical reaction of the oppressed is in particular concrete skirmishes, and there is no need to be a Marxist in order to resist cuts in real wages. Elkrevever, everyday practice itself would be affected by bourgeois propaganda unless the class which is totalized by the other dissolved this alien unity by a real movement of totality. This is the only point of view from which RHE effect of the oppressed class on the intellectuals from RHE petty bourgeoisie, a class which is in tutelage to the capitalist class, can be comprehended. It is through new production the universal that the oppressed preys upon and detaches them in name of the humanism produced by the bourgeois class. We will not labor the point here, simply indicate action in reciprocity which this nurturing and attraction of the theoretician's practical signification. In words, fascination the proletariat has for petty bourgeois intellectuals, which is not well described by Marx and Marxists, does not derive from particular material interests, but from the fact that the universal is the general material interest of any intellectual, and that this universal is realized in potentiality, if not in actuality, by the working class. The intellectuals, in other words, are products of bourgeois universalism, and they alone in the bourgeois class are emsra of the contradictions of humanism, that is to say both of its unlimited extension, to all men, and of its limitations. But if, like Marx, the theorist produces a materialist and dialectical interpretation of history, it is because it is required by the materialist dialectic as a rule for working class praxis and as sole fimdarion of true, that is to say future, universality. In other words, it is because a circulating comprehension, as the permeability of every is anti-analytical, and because the tick, and its emerge a reaction to by each and all, and as its dissolution. It must not be supposed that this provides an escape from the NECR for realism. This practical dialectic can be seen ibraming itself, for example, in the unity of the Lyon silk weavers from 830, and their very unity will manifest itself to them in the development of a praxis, to live working or to die struggling, Illich will leave them victorious and stunned. Dialectic and are one and the same, in their indissolubility, they are the reaction of the oppressed class to oppression. Does this imply that oppression is really analytical? Obviously not. The bourgeois class conceals the operation of the dialectic under the atomizing rationality of positivism, whereas a theorist of the proletariat will demand explanations in the name of the dialectic itself. Thus, at one level of abstraction, class conflict expresses itself as a conflict of rationalities. But let us be spared RHE classic imbecility which consists in contrasting science to bourgeois idealism. Science is not dialectic, and until emergence of the USSR, it exclusively bourgeois. Finally, in spite of the unfortunate theory of proletariat, the one-area agreement between Soviet and bourgeois scientists. This is not where the contradiction lies. The contradiction is between the ex-bourgeois determination to stick at scientific positivism, and the progressive effort of the proletariat, of its theorists, and of socialist countries, to dissolve positivism in the dialectical movement of human in reality. This is simply a matter of the existence of a self-conscious dialectic in the movement of the working class, and of the tactical negation of this reason in the, actually dialectical, movement of the bourgeois class. In effect, it is dehumanization by bourgeois oppression which leads the workers to unity and to as constituted dialectic, that is to say, to a positive transcendence of abstract destructive reason. Conversely, this same dialectic as praxis totalization reinforces reason in the bourgeoisie. This is why abstract theoretical discussions between historians about particular events in the French Revolution, atomized crowds with ringleaders, or totalizing class reactions, are abstract expressions, and actually philosophically incomplete and false, of the deep conflicts between the totalization, proletariat, and the dissolving faculty of analytical reason, the action and propaganda of the bourgeoisie. Struggle reason Go 3. We can conclude by saying that the dialectic, as the practical of an oppressed struggling against its oppressor, is a reaction which is produced in the oppressed by the divisive tendency of but not at any arbitrary time or place. Later we shall discover the material conditions which make the CNNCiousness possible. But at any rate it is a transcendence of contemplative truth by effective practical truth, and of atomization, accompanied by serial agreement, towards the synthetic unity of the combat group. This practical comprehension of workers' activities by workers, however cloudy it may be and however it may remain, is actually the spirit of the working class insofar as it is created as an extreme need and a necessary negation of its dehumanity. But, unlike that of the bourgeois class, this spirit is not, in itself, altérité, it is an attempt everywhere in his action. The worker naturally discovers dialectical dulapernant, being exploited, he discovers the constituent dialectica creation through his work, which is finally alienated him. Alongside exploited men, he his work determining, as other, work of the and he discovers this from the point of view of the rejection of altérité. If a worker says, L shall avoid doing more than the others, in order not to require the others to do more than they can, and in order that I shall not be required to do more than I can by another, he is already a master of dialectical humanism, not as theory but as practice, and in spite of the negative twists which characterize this rationality in its empirical beginnings, as a dissolving practice directed against analytical rationality. 29. Our aim is to define the formal conditions of history. We need not dwell on the relations of material reciprocity between classes in their real historical development. What has he established by this example how he is and exploited, high the as well the of tivism. Tit sets out from the of Adam is a twm everyone is harder his if he more, and the is fmy underscore to with him. Dialectical a mystery, a plovers, if a is f.w rad by it a lesser degree, far algo applies socialist y to with the of by I duals knows will group as a whole in but in fact. Book il dialectical investigation is that for there to be any such thing as classes must be in reciprocity, whatever may besides, we know that the only intelligibility of their ship is point of view, reason can be to be an oppressive praxis for and its effect is to make the dialectic into the rationality of the oppressed class, on the basis of circumstances which have yet to be determined. The emergence of dialectical reason in the working class as a dissolution of analytical reason and as a determination of the bourgeois class in terms of its function and practice, exploitation oppression, is induced, an aspect of the class struggle. But, conversely, if the bourgeois class clings theoretically to analytical reason, dialectical reason returns to it as its own fascination through its traders, that is, its intellectuals, and it gradually becomes self-conscious in the very class which negates it. The permanent, but variable contradiction, increasing or diminishing tension, between these two types of rationality the bourgeoisie would merit a place of its own in a history of culture. Concrete examples would show not only positive reason quietly being dissolved by the dialectic, in historians like Marc Bloch or even Georges Lefebvre, but also the dialectic being used officially and theoretically as a purely linguistic determination concealing an analytical calculation. One of our ethnographers the dialectic of this dichotomy thus unintentionally reducing RHE to analysis. But is relevant to our subject, what is important for us is to show that dialectic, as RHE controlled ment of praxis, cannot experience itself, either as constituent or as constituted, except in and through the praxis that is to say, antagonistic reciprocity. Of course, this does not mean that other practical organisms, in different worlds, differently constituted, without scarcity, not have it, without the mediation of antagonistic reciprocity. But it does mean that in our world by scarcity, it appears at the in which the group emerges from the oppressed series as a dictatorship of freedom. In other words, it the praxis of the oppressed in so far as they are common individuals rooted in a seriality of impotence, and, in spite of their efforts, it cannot fade to the practical reaction of the oppressors, in 50 far as they have to become dialectical reason in order to foresee the behavior of the oppressed. Exploitation as a practicoinert process is a reality which has to be dissolved both theoretically and practically in dialectical reason, whereas it is struggle, as genuine class struggle 805 human praxis and reciprocity of antagonists which produces the unity of everyone through the other. It is the movement of dis 501 Yushin, or extermination, as the unification of the attacker, which produces the dialectical practice of the attacked. The conclusion of this investigation is that he only pos we intelligiry of human relations is dialectical, and that this intelligibility, and a concrete history whose true foundation is scarcity, can be manifested only as an antagonistic reciprocity. So class struggle as a practice necessarily leads a interpretation, and, in history of human is produced on basis determined as the developing realization of dialectical rationality. Our history is intelligible to us because it is dialectical, and it is dialectical because the class struggle is transcending the inertia of the towards dialectical combat groups. For the inte of history, at ion wa totaliza, or now it may be suggested that the struggle in itself, that is to say, the temporalization of although it creates both dialectical experience and the consciousness of it, may rhe dialectical comprehension of the agent, observer, or historian. The investigation has shown us the translucid rationality of constituent organic praxis, and it has also revealed that of common praxis, insofar as it is assumed to be objectifying itself in an inert or practico-inert material which passively accepts its determinations. But there is no proof that a praxis of antagonism and reciprocity still has its rationality, because each group, or class, signifies in its free praxis the practical freedom of the other, and vice versa. In other it a twin-headed temporalization, each moment of which represents no only a praxis, but also its negation by the other praxis, and the beginnings of the trans of the former in order to outwit of the in order not to be outwitted by the former. But even if this strange reality, the practice of related, a divergent intuition, to the two agents when two individuals are involved, thus we can comprehend a boxing match provided we are familiar with the book 11 Sport. Can there be a dialectical comprehension of it? Is there not in fact a sort of private negation at rhe heart of this monster, each outwitting and mystifying the seeking co-disarm his and make it his unwitting accomplice, and acknowledging the sovereignty the only get an opportunity of treating us a thing? If individuals struggle, individuals of the same profession, same age, in a field, can he ded, will the same apply to the complex phenomenon which has to be described as A, and which sets classes in opposition to one another as circular totalizations of institutions, groups, and serialities? Is it possible to have any clear comprehension of the complex modifications which each class derives from the other, passively received and actively transformed, and which change the of class structures to degree that are by them? Lastly, let us not forget that class, as such, is a human product of a product, and that, to this extent, its practical reactions temporalize the class being of its members. Now, this class being as practico-inert belongs to the domain of the anti-dialectic. How are we to grasp the intelligibility of a praxis which has been mortgaged by a vvsive constitution? We must reply to these theoretical questions like Diogenes, by walking. Or rather, by recalling that we are constantly struggling for and of the struggle is essential to the action of the combatants. This does not mean that the intel is given equally clearly in institutional groups, combat pressure, and in series. Is a weakening correspond to it be in case of class circularity, not only for the sovereign group, for example, but also for it in so as the series mediates between it and combat or pressure groups, for a very simple reason which is itself dialectical. If praxis e of its end, its means, of rhe means and end of its adver, and of the means of opposing the hostile it simply blind to be, it is simply an unaccomplice of and alienates it, and against its agent as a force. The simplest example is that of a lost regiment, Ut 011 from the main army, fearing the enemy everywhere, imagining that everything is possible, but lacking any means of anticipating an unpredictable action. Such a regiment is no longer a gmup, it is a herd, but if it receives information is able to locate the enemy troops, then even reason 807 if the enemy are numerically superior it becomes a practical community again. Thus the common praxis work it is manifested in dimension of because it adapts to the free praxis of rhe other, in so far as it can predict it. The difficulty is that this is of a physical and inert repercussion of human work, but of predicting a freedom which is this, but this is neither nor it is reciprocal which is, and the prediction will, if possible, be based on circumstances, knowledge which it will of the opposite praxis inert structures which it emerged, as freedom or terror in a fused group. And maybe it will still be dialectical in that it conceives material conditions, the situation, and as inert givens are by a freedom which retains them within it as its orientation and qualification. Thus the enemy is you or I more directly comprehended than the ally. Of course, it depends on material conditions whether such comprehension is whether it is abstract and general or real and concrete, for example, information transmitted by intelligence agencies, indications of the relations of forces. And the enemy's comprehension of his enemy is also present in this fundamental comprehension. All traps and tricks presuppose such a comprehension in the other. This means that our activity, as I use this word to refer not to a subjectivity, but to activity itself as self-elucidating, must always include knowledge of itself as a praxis object, that is to say, as objective movements of groups or troops, seen, for example, from an exclusively quantitative point of view, and transcend this objectivity as a purely material condition. In a sense, the fundamental intelligibility of the strug ne can be said to represent a development of dialectical comprehension. It necessarily implies that the panas of each adversary is determined in accordance with his this applies to of is it is going to a place in o attain specific objective. But for us this objective is simply the spring of the trap which will mke him go a pass, ami, fm this of into trap is to and worked, whether I, is necessary from both sides of the pass, one will if to of and of his will foresee he and we his goes objectivity for other. In other in the inicific deserialist crowds which surround us, our reality as subjects remains abstract because we are paralyzed by our practical impotence and our reality as objects resides in the evasion which is the other. The subject-object relation, however, as a variable but ever intense tension, though it is not, or need not be, expressible in words, is immediately given in the praxis antagonistic reciprocity. But conversely, I comprehend the enemy throng / the object which I am for him. Rather, the dialectical moments of the investigation merge into one another. I predict my objectivity for him on the basis of objective structures which I know to exist in him, and, through costly mistakes, gradual corrections, etc., I predict what he is on the basis of his former actions on me, that is to say, of the predictions which are their intelligible signification. My knowledge is the best POS way IFL can make a prediction not only of what he will do, on the basis of what he is, but also of what he is on the basis of what he has done, and, finally, of what he will do based on previous experience. Thus reciprocal action is characterized, in its basic antagonistic structure, by fact the agent as an and the other as a in the of a reversal which has to pure passive object. The agent asserts, as in other words, dialectic of involves a grasp of the dialectic, of other both and as a, of predicting the action thus and of the other and in action by proposing a false goal. His in its basic principle, struggle is, for an opera to develop the of in a synthetic since one has to be an object. Subject for a who is the and since one and other free within one's OWTI freedom. But, this does not prevent from being materialist. That to it to determine, a, the action of the other on the basis of the inorganic reality of the conditions in which the other exists, b, one's own action against the other on the basis of one's own initial material and inert conditions, and, e, the other's prediction the action undertaken the basis of possibilities which have, or established as precisely as situation allows, that the other has precise information as to material conditions. Struggle is the human practice which rela and soy to he object being in urgency, and sometimes in mortal danger. And, of course, the object that I am for the other is altered by the fundamental structures and material conditions which have given the other a constitution as an object. However, objectivity for this other tends to approximate to objectivity and simple, such that synchronic and diachronic can at the very tension of their contradictions, in so far as it is not the other determining it in me but RNYWLF tending to produce it under the pressure of other. In particular, on the relatively simple plane of military conflict, an army, its leaders, must always have a strict relation to bases, and everyone's combativity in connection not with the past, for example, with or bad supplies, but also with the future, that is to say, with the real meaning of the struggle it is in soldier, and this be as lucid, and at least as strict as that of the enemy, for the enemy may be ignorant of certain weaknesses, it may be poorly informed. In short, and which did not see and its range of choice strictly defined by its and which, consequently, did not interiorize its entire objectivity as its being outside itself in the practical field, and which did not produce its action as a transcendence of this objectivity, in so far as it is strictly determined and known, in short an army which was ignorant about itself in the way that an individual apart from individual conflicts is ignorant of himself, slightly, though not completely. By mistaking his own capacities, etc., would be heading for defeat. In fact, the practical project must also define, in a synthetic bond, the determination of a tactic or strategy, the objectivity of every army, through the praxis subject of the Odler, and this not only though this is the Bassi structure calculating the relator M of forces, but calculating it in the perspective of a particular action. In the same way, and in the same perspective, one not only has to realize one's own objectivity on the basis of a particular action by the enemy attack on a particular formation, in a particular place, reveals this formation in its objective fragility as a point which may be breached and, as such, as needing reinforcements, but one also has to reassess the praxis subject of Rhe other as object, that is to say, as the means of a praxis directed against the enemy, one allows him to advance in order to cut him off from his bases, thus one benefits from the enemy plan itself in so far as it is a project. In so far as praxis is capable of becoming a means of its own failure, that is to say, in so far as it can become it itself be in itself by inertias, ages, and ignorance, which of course is truck of every praxis. Relative ignorance, the future incomplete knowledge of the past are material conditions enabling freedom to be treated as freedom object, by a freedom which is better situated in relation to the past and the future. This is alienation, as a moment of struggle, but this alienation which transforms the praxis of a group into passive activity, that is to say into a process, comes to the praxis through the opposite praxis and through its action on the material conditions. The narrow passivity of the enemy thn-ug the ignorance of the army leaders, the ambush transforms this passivity into a destiny through work, transportation of troops, weapons, etc. On this basis, the praxis of the enemy is no more than illusion, it disguises an instrumental process which presents itself to the soldiers doing the ambush, and, after a krataton moment, to those who fall into the trap, as a passive activity produced by Rhe manipulating group within the manipulated group. However, this freedom which has become a thing, that is to say freedom from the point of view of its alienation and through Rhe realization of this alienation, retains the signs of freedom as its seal. In fact, appropriated in far it has the trap, its liquidation as praxis. So from this point of view one can seconds an agreement about gradually being in the course of struggle. Of the group reveals it does not destroy itself, when it is surrounded, defend avoid extermination if possible, to out as long as it can, in short, it treats its own previous action as a past alien anon which has rob in a hopeless battle or in surrender, which therefore to be preserved in the transcendence, at the very moment when the group which laid the ambush is trying to draw the cons end of this activity of as the objective result of its own praxis. Illis the agreement which manifests itself in arises, here, fact that freedom has won the objective mediation between the two groups, that is to say, the object of antagonistic actions. In this moment, any action by the surrounded group presupposes an admission of its own mistake as a betrayal by common struggle reason freedom and a recognition of as constituting a dangerous passive activity which is identical with the mistake and is simply of eradicating. Thus we arrive at a first level of intelligibility in struggle, in that the dialectical intelligibility of a project, the comprehension of the project of the other. This particular form of dialectical rationality is obviously an irreducible moment of the investigation. The bond between the two actions is both dialectical and anti-dialectical in each action considered on its own. It constitutes itself, in effect, as a negation of the other to the degree that the other is already in it as its negation. At this level this is not a genuine organic transcendence of an objective, existing condition, such as, for example, the transcendence by my project, by my praxis, of the previous moment of this praxis itself as mere transcended being. The stroll is in itself the attempt by any free praxis to transcend another free praxis, and conversely, and consequently there can be no formal determination or the relationship to of which necessarily include in themselves the permanent possibility, actualized in the moments of the struggle, of a wing transcended. For IHE itself is called into question by the other, both in himself and in the in, so it only some lucky action which exploits the real situation to transform it, alive, into a practice inert object, matter work the other. Here in fact see, against the background of threat which man presents man is RHE being high whom, by whose praxis, man is reduced to state of a haunted to the state of a matter whose functioning is determined and which is penetrated by ineffectual, that is to say whose always be there, though a which incapable of dissipsi arano an individual undertaking may, of course, produce results which apparently resemble action of a group on inanimate matter, a mountaineer may his way mistakes which him to a, but in fact the resemblance is quite by definition, ignorance and error as basic structures. In this case, the of adversity of matter is a special of the adversity of the world as man's environment, and failure is still action proclaim itself, if I and despair, as defeat in struggle, in contrast, A out of a train. She fell under A and is produced by freedom and is comprehended as such. At this level, there is only one man, the man who realizes himself as a man, as free by transforming the other into a non-human object. And this man is in fact seen by his victim as the free realization of humanity, producing itself through the holomonization of the other. Struggle involves a reciprocal possibility that one of the two combatants will A and create the rule of man, others becoming inert, and in the developed struggle, man and the destruction of are given as abstract reciprocities which will be by concrete circumstances. This affirmation of dialectical reason based on the negation of dialectical reason in the other, and comprehended as possibility of being by of we call the level of the anti-dialectic, that is to say, the irreducibility in each of the praxis of both. On the other hand, the praxis the individual group, is a comprehension of other, and tends to be a totalizing comprehension, the limits are fixed only by the conditions of the struggle. And in any ease they vary, and produces itself as a transcendence of the material results achieved by the other in so far as it comprehends this praxis in the light of its own objectives. In other words, the signification of an antagonistic action necessarily includes the signification of the other, in that each of them is both signifier and signified. In the simplest and most theoretical case, that of a garn of chess, the ment of the white pike's s, at each move, defines its intelligibility through the double depth of the future. Ro comprehend a move is to see it in terms of the responses it ought to elicit black, in so far as it is a specific modification of a determinate field in which the power relations are strict and completely known, but these responses themselves have practical significations only in so far as they allow white to OP new positions. There are, in principle, two seines, two successions of moves, white and black O, but in practice mu no I, by white, is made in the prospect of a complex of subsequent operations, and since these operations can be out if is rearranged, this first move, the first in this particular operation, nor the first in the game, is played in order to elicit a certain response from terribly she over again, which was, in the frightful and simple affirmation of the of things. Struggle dialectical 8 black, a displacement of to make way for O2 by now, this second move, which was planned from the very conception of the project, is itself a means of prffvoking a certain defense by black whose function for white will be to make way for move number 3132, that is to say, the development of the attack, etc. Thus this is a miniature practical field which gains in rigor and precision what it loses in extension and complexity, and which is always seen, by every adversary, both in its synchronic and in its diachronic totalization. Every move is really a complete rearrangement, a transfernanon of the relations of all the pieces within the synthetic field. The future is relatively limited. In theory the game might go on forever, but in practice the drama is quite short. Within the double, reciprocal temporalization one can discern one series of successive objectives, each white move being directly aimed at a certain response by black, this response enabling white to achieve a second objective, etc. Now, from the point of view of white, who is on Rhe offensive, the temporal succession of white moves intertwines with that of black's responses until they become one. In effect, each position strictly implies the other. Thus, insofar the options for black are gradually narrowed down to TME, that is to say, to necessity, as in chess problems and endgames, and, this is partly the same dung, the more manifest the practical superiority of white, the whole operation will appear to reduce to the work of a single player on a material whose laws have been determined in advance. It suffices rat the practical truquement is defunct slow by its end, checkmate, and this end by the rules of the game. Then it is possible to treat the black defense as a series of negative and predictable reactions, which can and must be governed, controlled, and elicit slow by white, that is to say, in short, as a negative, indirect instrumentality which white must be able to exploit in order to his ends. At this there is no longer any adversary. In chess problems, indeed, the player is usually alone, and exploits the black defense in order to the solution as quickly as possible. Mate in 3 moves, etc. The way is open for mathematics of games. But this mathematics is itself subordinate to action. It appears only when action is intentionally eliminated in favor of simple succession, that is to say, to is really more complex, the choice of the intervenes as a given he cho m replies. But if the I will by a attack, if ch will be to a paraculum etc. 8-4 il allow analytical reason to determine certain relational systems which have to reactualist by praxis. What concerns us in this example not the abstract moment where praxis effaces itself before rigid relation, it is the moment where it becomes practically indifferent whether to attribute the complex of practical operations a reciprocity of combat or to the isolated activity of an individual on an merle and strictly determined material. What taking place? Simply this: if one of the adversaries is able to predict precisely the reactions of the other and elicit them by his action, and if his prediction corresponds to his reactions, that is to say, to their alienation, reciprocal and antagonistic action tends to become identical with individual action. But this can only mean that the dominated has no then an object, and a basically similar transformation of the defeated takes place, only with less rigor, in the relations between a victorious army and a routed enemy. It is the relative unpredictability of the adversary in so this unpredictability is comprehended and constitutes the of the other which allows struggle to retain its reciprocity. However, the mere fact that the limit objective of everyone's action involves the integration of that of the other as a simple indirect means shows that the comprehension the other is the dialectical intelligibility of everyone's own action as obverse, its of transcendence. And at the same time posits itself as temporary because it takes place in the prospect of integrating the enemy into its victorious praxis and turning him into an inert, docile of carrying victory to the in short, between the two limit possibilities, becoming an isolated agent, and being transformed into worked matter by enemy praxis, each of which reduces the struggle to a mere practical rearrangement of the feld by the sovereign and which are also the goals pursued by each of the adversaries. And sometimes realized by one of them, TLWE arises in everyone as the comprehension of his object eking, in so far as it exists for the other and threatens to enclose him one day in the other, through his practical existence as a subject. In its attempted transcendence of this concrete objectivity, which only succeeds in so far as T is not prevented by the other, the panas of struggle awakens, actualizes, comprehends and transcends, transcend, the constitutive praxis of the other in 50 far as he is himself a practical subject, and in its action against the other, on the completion of this very transcendence and through the mediation of the held of materiality, class struggle and dialectical reason SZ5 it and produces the other as an object. From point of view, the anti-dialectical negation appears as a moment in a more complex dialectic. At first, in fact, this negation is precisely what is transcended, is constituted for both as the negation of a negation, not only through everyone's of object being, but practically through everyone's attempts to date the practical subject in the other outside and from the outside and to recover his objectivity through this transcendent, THIRD-WORLDISM, destruction. Thus the antagonistic negation is grasped by everyone as a scandal which has to be transcended. But at the level of scarcity its origin does not he in this revelation of scandal, it is a struggle for thus the scandal is not only grasped in its appearance as scandal, but also profoundly comprehended as the impossibility that the two should coexist. Quently the scandal is not, as Hegel supposed, the mere existence of the other, which would take us back to a statute of unintelligibility. It lies in suffered, or threatened, violence, that is, in interiorized scarcity. In this respect, although RHE original fact is logically and formally contingent, scarcity is only a material given, its contingency is far from impairing RHE intelligibility of violence. What is important for the dialectical comprehension of the other, is the rationality of his praxis. Now this rationality appears in violence itself, in so far this is nor the contingent ferocity of man, but everyone's intelligible re-interiorization of the contingent fact of scarcity. Human violence is meaningful, sine, fiant. And as this violence is a negation of the other in one, negation, in its reciprocity, becomes meaningful in and through everyone, as scarcity turned practical agent, or in other words as human scarcity. Thus practical negation 5 constituted as a negation of scandal negation both in so far as the latter is the other in everyone and in so far as this other is interiorist scarcity. From this point of view, what is indissolubly negated by praxis is negation as the conditon of man, that is to say, as a conditoning adopted in violence by the conditioned, and as the freedom of an other. And in fact the scandal AFRHE presence in me, as a mark of my object being, of the other's freedom as the freedom negation of my freedom, is itself a determination in rationality in so far as this negative freedom actualizes in practice the impossibility of our coexisting in the field of scarcity. In short, on the basis of scarcity, and in the prospect of RHE annihilation of the other, struggle is, for query 1, a deepening of the comprehension of others. To comprehend, in an immediate sense, is to grasp the of the other, through its ends and means, B11 as a simple, objective, transcendent, transcendente, temporalization. To comprehend in struggle to grasp the praxis of the other in monens, through its own objectivity and in a practical transcendence. I comprehend the enemy through mij/f and myself through the enemy. His praxis does not appear as a pure transcendent, transcendente, temporalization which I reproduce without participating in t. Urgency forces me to discover my objectivity and adopt it in every detail, it forces me to exnetrate, as far as concrete circumstances permit, the activity of RHE enemy. Comprehension is an immediate of reciprocity. But as long as this reciprocity remains positive, comprehension remains abstract and external. Strug je, in the field of scarcity, as negative reciprocity, engenders the other as other than man, or as anti-human, but at the same time I comprehend him, in the very springs of my praxis, as a negation of which I am a concrete practical negation, and as mortal danger. For each of the adversaries, this struggle is intelligible, or rather, at this level, it is intelligibility itself. Otherwise, reciprocal praxis would in itself have no mean or goal. But what concerns us is the general problem of intelligibility, particularly at the concrete LQL now, if a situated is possible, then social conflicts, battles, and regular conflicts, as complex events produced by the practic CS of reciprocal antagonism between two individuals or multiplicities, must in principle be comprehensible to the third parties who depend on them without participating, or to observers who them from outside without being in any way involved. From this point of view, nothing is fixed a priori, the investigation has to be continued. In fact, query adversary realizes the intelligibility of the conflict because he tota houses it for himself in and through his own praxis, but the reciprocal negation s, for the third party, the very reality of snuggle. We have seen how of this varying degrees of reciprocal energies underscore this depends on circumand people may like tricked, etc., or they may take in thx late Middle Ages, in which T_LW of the period resulted in the of the avoided and as a or failing a nobility were by muj is obvious, he energy always depend and unto give it per WC slwold that as is of comprehension. JF1 of adversaries should to he would have reason the mediation of the third party realizes RHE transcendent dan c, objective unity of positive reciprocities. But is this unity still when each action is at destroying that of the other and when the observable results of this double negation are nil, or as usually happens when the teleological significations which each sorry has inscribed in it have been partly erased or transformed by the other, so that no trace of concerted activity is any longer to be seen? Similarly, to take the example of individual combat, each blow dealt by the one is dodged or parried or blocked by the other but not completely, unless they differ greatly in strength or skill. And the observation as we saw in the problem of method applies to most of the historic days, they often ended indecisively. Thus the effects cannot be attributed entirely either to the rebels or to the government forces, and they have to be comprehended not as the realization of a project, but in terms of how the action of each group, and also of chance, accident, etc., prevented them from realizing that of RHE other, that is to say, to the extent they practical significations, that their mutilated, truncated meaning days not correspond to any one's plan, so in this fall short of. But if this is what historian recreating of June 20th or of IO August 1792 has to do, is it really appropriate to this recreation bring us at last to problem of history? If history is to be the of practical multiplicities and of their struggles, complex products of conflicts of very diverse multiplicities be intelligible in their synthetic reality, that is to say, they must be comprehensible as the synthetic products of a totalitarian praxis. This means that history is intelligible if the different praxes which can be found and located at a given moment of the historical temporalization finally appear as partially totalizing and as connected and merged in their very oppositions and diversities by an intelligible totalization from which there is no appeal. It is by seeking the conditions for the intelligibility of historical vestiges and results that we shall, for the first time, reach the problem of totalization without a totalizer and of the very foundalions of this totalization, that is to say, of its motive force, and of its non-exercular direction. Thus, the regressive movement of the critical investigation has demonstrated the intelligibility of practical structures and the dialectical relation which interconnects all various forms of active multiplicities. But, on the one hand, we are still at the level of buccal synchronic totalization and we have not yet considered the diachronic depth of practical temporalization, and on the other hand, the regressive movement has indulged with a question, that is to say, it has to be completed by a synthetic progression whose aim will be to rise up to the double synchronic and diachronic movement by which history constantly totalizes itself. We have been trying to get back to the elementary formal structures, and, at the same time, we have located the dialectical foundations of a structural anthropology. These structures must now be left to live freely, to oppose and to cooperate with one another, and the reflexive investigation of this still formal project will be the object of the next volume. If the truth is one in its increasing internal diversification, then, by answering the last question posed by the regressive investigation, we shall discover the basic signification of history and of dialectical rationality. Anexa Sartre's preface to the problem of method and critique of dialectical reason. I fear that the two works included in this volume may appear too unequal in importance and scope. Second should have come before the first, since it is intended to supply its critical foundations. But I was afraid that this mountain of notes Rn at HT seemed to have brought forth a mouse. Why waste so much breath, use so much ink, or so much paper, simply to a remarks about ology? Moreover, since the second work in fact grow from the first, it seemed best to preserve the chronological order which, from a dialectical point of view, is always the most significant. there was an occasional hence somewhat hybrid character, and the fact that it seems to approach problems somewhat indirectly. A Polish journal decided to devote its winter issue to French culture. Intending to give its readers a panorama of what we do, as many different writers were invited to participate, and I was asked to write on the situation of existentialism in 1957. I do not like speaking about existentialism. Inquiry ought to be indefinite. To give it a name and a definition is to button it up, and what remains of it then? A past, peripheral cultural fashion, not unlike a special brand of soap, in other words L**, an IAEA. I would not have accepted the Polish invitation if I had not seen it as an opportunity to explain, to a country with a Marxist culture, the present contradictions. Sartre refers here to the French edition of End. 822. Of philosophy. From this point of view, I thought it might be possible to group the inner conflicts which divide philosophy around a single major opposition, New Jersey, between existence and knowledge. But my approach would have been direct if arrangements for the special French issue had not required INE to concentrate on the existential ideology. A Marxist philosopher, Henry Lefebvre, having invited to situate the contradictions and development of Marxism in France in these, my article was subsequently republished in the Revue Les, but I altered it considerably to suit French. It is this version which is published here. Me title has LXJ Earl changed from to the of method. Finally, my intention is to raise one question, and only one: do we now possess the materials for constituting a structural, historical anthropology? This question is located within Marxist philosophy, for as will clear I regard as philosophy for our time, and I believe that the ideology of existence, along with its, is an enclave within Marxism itself, 100th produced and by Marxism. The of existence TWO from the Marxism revived it, and in are derived from Hegelianism. There is to be anything as a truth in anthropology, it have and it must be a exigency defines of being and knowledge, or comprehension, which, since Hegel, has been known as dialectic. Thus, in the problem of methem, I have taken it for granted that such a totalis is developing both as and as historical truth. On this basic assumption, I have tried to explain the inner conflicts of philosophical anthropology, and at some points in my chosen field have provisional problems. But obviously these Nerdikrians, and the synthetic trans of them, will know meaning or reality if history and are not in fact, and if as positivists would there are histories and several truths. For I drafting the Icarn to FHJL that I ought to tackle the fundamental problem whether is any such thing as a of humanity verite and 01 empiricists have the word to some kind of order amongst our thoughts. And any rationalism would. 823. Require that this order should correspond to, or constitute, the order of being. From this point of view, if the correspondence, rapport, between TL and historical totalization and the totalis and flow truth is possible, if this correspondence is a double movement in both knowledge and being, we shall be justified in calling this changing relation reason. Consequently the on of my inquiry will be to establish whether the positivist of the is same as reason which is to be found in the development of anthropology, or whether the knowledge and comprehension of man by man involves not only special methods but also a form of reason, that is, a relation between thought and its object. In other words, is there such a thing as dialectical reason? But it is not a matter of discovering a dialectic. Dialectical thought became conscious of itself, historically, at the beginning cf. the last century, and besides, historical and ethnological investigations have themselves brought to light various dialectical domains in human activity. However, on the one hand, investigation cannot, in general, establish more than partial, contingent truths, and on the other, Tikal thought has, since Marx, directed its attention to its object rather than to itself. We are facing the same difficulty which confronted analytical reason at the end of the 18th century, when it became necessary to prove its legitimacy. But our problem is made harder by the fact that we have the solution of critical idealism already behind us. Knowledge is a mode of being, but for a materialist it is out of the question to reduce being to knowledge. However, Anthropology will continue to be a mere conulsion of empirical data, positivistic inductions, and totalitarian interpretations, until the legitimacy of dialectical reason has been established, that is to say, until we have earned the right to study a person, a human GN-up or a human object in the synthetic reality of their significations and of their relations to the developing totalization, in other words, until we have proved that any isolated knowledge of men or their products must either transcend itself the totality or reduce to an error of incompleteness. Our approach will therefore critical in that it will be an attempt to determine the validity and the limits of dialectical reason, and this will mean identifying both the oppositions and the connections between this reason and positivist, analytical reason. But it must also be dialectical, since dialectic is necessary for dealing with dialectical problems. This is not a tautology, as I shall show later. In the first volume of this I shall simply outline a theory cf practical ensembles, that is to say, a/series and groups moments of the totalization. In volume 2, which will appear later, I shall approach the problem of totalization itself, that is to say, of history in its development and of in its becoming.